Dubai is out shopping amid falling missiles. Israel is one step ahead. It is party. They have a Jewish holiday called Purim, but the government has banned public gatherings, so Israelis have moved the party underground. They're celebrating in garages and bomb shelters.
The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians.
And what is a war without the weapons? Like I said, all sides are releasing war videos every hour. Iran released
Stop
footage
killing his
showing
back.
ballistic
I'm that.
missiles,
You know I
especially
keep it real. I'm showing y'all
Qatar
what's going on.
and
This
Iman
going on right now in
missiles.
Iran. Iran, we bombing the shit out of them, and Syria is with us too. Yeah, we done killed their president and all that shit. Iran, all their. This going on right now, y'all.
Meanwhile, America's Central Command showed off US firepower, including the B 2 bomber. Caught in this crossfire are the Gulf states. Iran is attacking them left, right, and center, and while the physical damage has been limited, the strikes have shattered the sense of security. Cities like Dubai were seen as safe havens, centers of global finance and tourism. An attack on Dubai was unimaginable, and yet it happened. And since then, the mood has shifted. Yes, the skyscrapers still shine. Yes, the malls are still packed. But there's an edge in the air. And it seems the leadership knows this. So today, in an attempt to show that Dubai is safe, the UAE president himself went to a mall. You're talking about MBZ, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. He was seen walking through the Dubai Mall. With him was the Crown Prince of Dubai, Sheikh Hamdan. Later, they enjoyed a meal at a restaurant. They even interacted with other people visiting the mall.
This going on right now, y'all. We in war with Iran. We in war with Iran, y'all. I'm showing y'all live. Y'all better pay attention. Y'all better pay attention and
Dubai
quit
out
going off.
shopping
Y'all
amid
better
falling
look.
missiles.
Listen,
Israel
y'all.
is one
We
step
in
ahead.
war.
It is party. They have a Jewish holiday called Purim, but the government has banned public gatherings, so Israelis have moved the party underground. They're celebrating in garages and bomb
We didn't
shelters.
we didn't kill Iran president and his all his big time helpers and all that. We killed all of them. We killed 5 of them. So their Marine and Navy.
Those are our top videos for today. The military war is not slowing down, and neither is the information war around it. So, like we say every day, make sure you verify what you're sharing online. Iran's strategy is clear. They want to make this a regional war, a war that will hurt America's allies in the Gulf, a war that hurts
Y'all
countries
better
like
pay
Saudi
attention.
Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar.
I'm the only one
They
doing
have
this
seen
shit.
relentless
And
missiles
I
and
ain't
drone
cutting it or
strikes from
nothing.
Iran.
Straight out.
First at US bases in these countries,
I'm
then
letting
at
y'all see,
civilian
man.
sites like
So y'all won't be
hotels,
asleep.
and now at energy facilities.
We fighting
Yesterday, Iran
Iran. We
hit
didn't kill
Saudi
their
Arabia's
president,
largest oil
their
refinery,
leaders.
Aramco's
So
Ras
their army,
Tamura on the Persian
Marine,
Gulf.
and Navy
The refinery
don't
was
have
shut
no
down following
leader.
the Iranian
So
strikes.
they
On the same
Army
day,
and
Iran
Marine and
defended
Navy,
Qatar's
they
Ras
independent. They don't
Laffan
have no
facility.
leader to tell them what
This
to
is
do.
run
We
by
done
Qatar
bombed all
Energy,
their
the largest
defense.
energy
They
producer
don't
in the
got no
world.
satellite.
Doha too
They don't
has
got
shut down
nothing.
this facility.
They sleep. We
And then
bomb
today,
all
the
their
UAE was
shit,
hit.
and we still hitting
Their
them.
oil facility in
Y'all better
Fujairah
pay
was
attention.
struck
I'm showing this
by a
because I
drone
already
balloon.
know.
Also today,
I
the
ain't been
Iranians
asleep
have shut
yet.
the Strait of
Been up all
Hormuz.
night looking at
This
this shit.
waterway
So I
carries
thought maybe let me
20% of
show the
global
America
oil
people. Let
trade.
me show them what's going
It's
on.
a key export route for the Gulf states, and
Y'all see
Iran
us?
has shut it.
Listen, y'all.
Of course, Iran is doing
Y'all
this
better
on
wake
purpose.
up.
They know that that energy is the lifeline of the Gulf economy. If you cut that off, you can choke them. You can make them desperate. You can make the Gulf states desperate. The question is, what happens after that? Well, there are three possibilities. One, the Gulf states continue holding a defensive posture.
This is stop
Basically, they
killing.
keep
I'm back
shooting
in
down
effect,
Iranian drones
y'all.
and
You
missiles.
see that? You see
But
that
there's a
monitor
problem with that.
screen right there?
They do not
Big
have
screen. I'm
endless air
probably the only
defenses.
monitor
They're
that
using
big.
multiple
Yeah,
interceptors to shoot down
I done
missiles.
stepped
The
up the
worry
game.
is they will run out of stock. Reports say some Gulf states have used up missiles built up over years in just 4 days. And apparently the US is not
And you
replenishing
see
their
how clear
stock.
that is. Yeah,
When some Gulf states ask for
I got an
interceptors, the
iPhone
United States
tablet.
ignored
That's
them.
why it's so clear, y'all.
So the
And
current status
look
quo
at that
is
big
not
screen
sustainable.
TV,
You
and that ain't
cannot
nothing.
endlessly
That
defend
that that screen
against
ain't nothing.
drones
I'm
and
getting an
missiles.
82 inch.
Which brings
That's
us to
just
the
for
second
temporarily.
possibility.
And when I
The
get my
Gulf
82
states
inch,
can
I'm gonna
end
get
the
that
war.
away.
They can either allow Israel and the US to strike Iran from their airspace, or they can hit back themselves. Yesterday, Qatar scrambled fighter jets against Tehran. They
Y'all
shot
better
down
listen.
2 Iranian
This shit
warplanes.
going on now.
In
Listen what
Saudi
she's
Arabia
saying.
too, patience is wearing thin. The Saudi
This
kingdom has
lady right
placed their
here
military on a
is
state of
is
high alert.
independent, so she don't
The
gotta
question is,
say certain
will they
stuff.
take the
She
plunge? Will
telling
they join the
everything.
war?
Listen, y'all.
Let's look at their
Y'all
firepower
better pay
first.
attention.
Saudi Arabia has around 280 fighter aircraft. This includes the F-15 and the Eurofighter Typhoon.
Y'all
The
ain't gonna get
UAE
this
has around
information from the
100
news.
fighters.
The
This
news tell
includes the
y'all certain
F-16s and the
stuff.
French Mirage
I'm
2000.
keeping it
Qatar
1,000.
has also has more than
Telling y'all facts.
100 aircraft. This includes the Rafale, the Eurofighter, and the
Thank you for
Mirage.
that light.
Now, politically, it makes more sense for the Gulf states to
I better
join the
pay
fight,
attention.
to attack Iran themselves. Because if they open the airspace to Israel, the locals may not like it. The Arab population, as you know, is overwhelmingly anti-Israel. Having said that, an attack carries its own risks. For starters, you could be crowding the airspace. We saw what happened in Kuwait. 3 American jets were shot down by Kuwait's own air defenses. So that's a real risk. And secondly, Iran may hit back even harder. Iran's ballistic missiles could destroy oil and power
You hear
facilities in the
that?
Gulf. It would take years, if
Every
not
time
decades, to
Iran
rebuild
shoot a
this.
missile,
Which brings
guess
us to
what
the
happened,
final
y'all?
possibility. The
We
Gulf
shoot it
states
down.
push for peace. Now this too is happening according to reports. The
Just
UAE and
listen,
Qatar are
y'all.
privately lobbying for a quick ceasefire. They're asking American allies to find an off-ramp for Donald Trump. If true, this is ideal for Iran. This was the whole point of attacking the Gulf states. Iran wanted them to put pressure on Trump, to push Trump for a ceasefire.
Listen,
Trump may
y'all,
or may not listen to them.
and Trump
He
ain't
said he's willing
playing.
to fight a long
He not
war.
playing with no threats
It
to
certainly
United
that's the
States.
dilemma
You
for these
threaten
Gulf
United
states. They
States,
cannot shoot down missiles forever,
you gonna
nor
be
can they do
seen.
even
He gonna
bigger
come and
Iranian
see you.
attacks. And of course, they can't do
That's what
nothing.
happened to Iran.
So they may have to pick one of these options.
Iran threatened
Whatever
us
they choose,
and said when they
if they
finish
clap
making their
together,
nuclear
these attacks
bombs,
from Iran have united the
they
Gulf
gonna wipe
states like
United
never
States
before
off the
for
earth and
any
they gonna
good
wipe
purpose.
Israel
More
off the
likely to be
earth.
a joint
If
one.
y'all don't know what Israel is, that is Jews. So United States is cool with Jews. So we helping them. They want our island. So we helping them. And plus they threaten us. So we bombing all their shit. And we didn't and guess what? We didn't kill Iran president and all the leaders. So they don't have no president or no leaders. They all killed. So their army, marine, and navy, guess what? They independent. They don't have no leader to tell them what to do. So basically, they lost. So we taking over. We didn't bomb all their shit, all their defense stuff, all their satellite dishes on the ground. So they don't have no satellite dishes showing nothing. We done bombed all their shit on the ground and then bombed all their nuclear plants and everything. Check it out, y'all. This, check it out. Keeping it real.
Iran was attacked on Saturday.
Here we
It was
go. Listen,
attacked
y'all. Here you go.
first by attacking
This what we
Israel and
did.
US
Listen.
assets, then by targeting Gulf Arab
I'm gonna be
states,
quiet.
and now it has begun
Listen,
hitting
y'all.
the Europeans. Iran has struck a British air base in Cyprus, and it has fired drones at a French base struck, and now it has been US assets, then by targeting Gulf Arab states, and now it has begun hitting the Europeans. Iran has struck a British air base in Cyprus, and it has fired drones at a French base in the UAE. Plus, air defense systems have been activated at multiple European facilities in the region. Long story
Listen,
short,
y'all.
Europe is
This
being
is
dragged
going
to the
on
floor.
right
European
now.
assets are under
Right
attack,
now.
and European
This is
leaders are
going on
struggling
right
to
now,
respond.
y'all.
Because this
United
is not
States
the
of
war they want to
America
get
is
into.
attacking
But if they have to,
Iran.
they will
So
have to respond.
so far we didn't
So
kill
far, we've heard from their biggest players,
Iran
the UK,
president
France, and
and their
Germany. We've
leaders.
seen them
We
responding.
killed all of
Releasing a
them.
joint statement over the
So
weekend, the
their
states
army and
began with a
marine
direct
and
message
navy,
to
they
Iran.
don't have no
Stop
leader.
your attacks
So
or we
they
will strike
independent.
back.
They on their own. They don't have nobody to
Strong
tell
words.
them
It
what to
appears
do.
that the big three in
Check it
Europe are
out,
putting
y'all.
up a strong and united front. But in
I'm trying to
practice,
give y'all
European
news where
nations
y'all
are
won't be
heading in
asleep.
different directions.
Y'all want to
Take
know what's
Britain, for
going on.
instance.
It's a war
London
going
has
on
made
right
a
now, but
request
we
to
don't got nothing to
Washington.
worry
The
about. We
US
kicking
wanted
their ass.
access to two British
Listen.
bases in West Asia. The Americans wanted to use these bases to launch attacks on Iran. The UK resisted first, but then it agreed, and it called them defensive strikes.
The United States has requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose.
Listen,
We have
y'all.
taken the decision
This is
to
going on
accept
right
this
now.
request to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region, killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not been involved.
He said it's for a defensive purpose. Well, here's the problem with that framing. The United States is the one that is driving this escalation. This is not a defensive operation in any sense of the term. So effectively, British bases will be used as launch pads for American attacks. France, meanwhile, has taken a different direction. France has deployed Rafale fighter jets over the UAE. This is to protect French naval and air bases from Iranian attacks. And then there is Greece. Athens has now ordered a military deployment to Cyprus. Greece is deploying 2 frigates and 2 F-16 fighter jets. What about Germany? Germany has decided to wait and watch. Germany says it will act only if its own soldiers come under direct attack. But the risk of an escalation is no longer hypothetical. Tehran has made it real today. Today, Iran issued a warning to European states. Its foreign ministry released a statement. It said, any action by European countries will be regarded as an act of war. And in response, Iran says it will target European cities. Iran is threatening to target European cities if European countries respond or take any action that they'd hoped to avoid. The threat assessment for them has changed, almost started pulling out their nationals. Its nationals out stations. Made a statement. She announced an emergency meetings. This includes the F-16s and the threat that is growing alienated. Our next report has more.
Iran is facing a question it has not faced in 35 years. Iran is facing a question it has not faced in 35 years. Iran is facing a question it has not faced in 35 years. Who leads the Islamic Republic? Faced in 35 years. Who leads the Islamic Republic? Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead. The man who held absolute authority over the military is dead. The man who held absolute authority over the military, the judiciary, foreign policy is gone. Over the military, the judiciary, foreign policy is gone. And the name being spoken most in the corridors of Tehran is not a new one. It is Khomeini, not the founder, his grandson. Hassan Khomeini is 53 years old. He holds no government title. He has never served as a minister, a judge, or an administrator. He has never served as a minister, a judge, or an administrator. He has never served as a minister, a judge, or an administrator. But he holds something no appointment can manufacture: the name of the revolution itself. Appointment can manufacture the name of his grandfather, symbol of the stands at its establishment. He is seen as a relative moderate. He has close ties to former presidents Mohammad Khatami
because he can, because he thinks America
not confrontation. His track record reflects this. In 2021, Iran's Guardian Council made a key decision. This is the body that vets candidates who can stand in elections. The council barred reformist candidates from running for president. Hassan Khomeini pushed back publicly against the council's decision. The following year brought an even sharper test. In 2022, Mahsa Amini, a young Iranian woman, died in the custody of the morality police. She had been accused of violating conservative dress codes. Her death ignited protests across Iran. Hassan Khomeini did not look away. He demanded accountability from the state. January this year brought fresh unrest to Iran. Protests swept through cities. Dissent was widening. The Islamic Republic was visibly under pressure, not just from outside, but from
fires and blasts. It's dramatic, it's scary, and there's also a good chance that it's not real. That is the big problem with wars in the age of social media and AI. There's a lot of fake news floating around. Some videos are authentic, some are old recycled clips, and some are entirely AI generated, designed to look real. If some of these incidents did turn violent. Morning. There are visuals from Beirut, Yemen, Iraq, even Dhaka. People are slamming the United States of America and expressing their support for the regime in Tehran. The United States of America and expressing their support for the regime in Tehran. Of course, this is just one side of the story. Many in Iran and many Iranians in exile are also celebrating. But those are the top videos from the last 24 hours. There are many more doing the rounds. But like I said, stay vigilant. It's better to verify than to share the wrong thing. Because in war, do remember this, misinformation moves faster than missiles. The airspace over West Asia is shut, leaving tens of thousands of people stranded. We're talking about tourists, we're talking about students, people who cannot afford being stuck in a war zone. So what is the way out for them? Well, commercial flights are not really an option. Most carriers have grounded their fleet in West Asia. So if you're stranded, if you're a stranded traveler, here's what you should do. First of all, see what the host government is offering. Consider the UAE, for example. More than 20,000 travelers are stuck in the UAE. So their government is funding their stay, meals and flights. The UAE government is paying for all of it, and we must add that this is a laudable gesture. So do make sure that you're in touch with the local authorities because they know the ground situation the best. Secondly, look at what your own government is saying. Go to social media, track the Indian embassy, for instance. If you're in Qatar, search for India in Qatar. You will find the embassy's page. If you're in the UAE, Arabia, that's how you will find the embassy. And these guidelines are: in the UAE, India is asking citizens to avoid unnecessary travel. In Saudi Arabia, you're advised to remain vigilant. Similar notices have been issued by embassies across the region, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, and in Qatar. Also, an important reminder, some governments have banned the filming of missile and drone interceptions. Kuwait, for example, has warned against it. So if you see a military interception, take cover. Do not film it. If you do, there could be repercussions down the line. follow the local guidelines to the T. But what if you want to leave? Is there any way out of West Asia right now? Only two major airports are operational at the moment, the King Khalid International Airport in Riyadh and the Muscat International Airport in Oman. Today, the Dubai airport will also resume partial operations. Authorities say a limited number of flights will be taking off from Dubai, but do not go to the airport unless the carriers call you, unless the airline has called you. As for Riyadh and Muscat, be mindful of the journey. You may find some flights to your country from these airports. But first, call up the carriers and confirm if the flight is still on. Only then should you set off for the airport, either in Riyadh or in Muscat. And of course, this cannot be a solution for everyone stuck in West Asia. Because one, it's very, very expensive. Only limited planes are flying right now, so tickets will cost a bomb. And secondly, getting to Riyadh or Muscat won't be easy. Doha to Muscat is asking for... Across global markets, the selling is broad and sharp. Europe opened in negative territory today. The pan-European stock 600 fell by 1.8% shortly after opening. This index tracks 600 of Europe's largest listed companies. Let's also look at the American market. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by over 500 points on opening. That's a drop of 1.1%.
He has completed a wave of strikes across the Lebanese southern area against assets of the Al-Qaeda al-Hassan, which is associated with financing the Hezbollah terrorist organization. And from the reports coming out of Lebanon, it looks like Hezbollah operatives and their dollars went up in flames. And I really mean their salaries, not just, metaphorically. They went up in flames. The entire street after the strike on the bank was filled with dollar bills that flew out and scattered in the air from the blast wave. The president of Lebanon saying that pressure Israel to stop the strikes against us. And he added, we do not want Hezbollah to operate from within our country's territory. So there's a lot ahead of us. So let's dive into the details. I'm Yair Pinto, and with me is Mati Shoshani, and we are boots on the ground, bringing you the whole truth about what's happening in Israel. This is day 4 of the War of the Lion, against the head of the Middle East axis of evil, the Revolutionary Guards of Iran. So Mati, the war is happening very fast, and every day, throughout the past 2 years, we've seen every morning, again, we're amazed at the combat capabilities of the IDF, from the beepers to striking leadership of Hamas abroad, and then now striking the head of the snake, the Ayatollah regime, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And on the other hand, right now, the entire Middle East and the world as well will go through a strong shock because of this war.
Down to a minimum.
And you, in 3 different
So
fields,
I think you have automatic exposure on, and that's
tell
kind
us
of messy
how
with,
this war is
with everything
changing
that-
in the Middle
You want me
East,
to turn that off?
and
Okay.
what else
See
is ahead
manual.
of us. Good to have you with us, Mati.
It's the
You're
manual.
looking good.
Manual, and now turn down all the exposure.
Okay. Hold on, Gita, I can hear you in the ear. Please stop. Guys, sorry, we're having a technical issue here. So, guys, listen.
So, guys, we have some technical issues. Can you stop talking, Gita?
Gita, please.
Card El Hassan, that's a Hezbollah financial institution used as a quasi-bank by Hezbollah. The military says that network stores pays operatives, transfers Iranian funds, and helps purchase weapons. Now, as we mentioned, the strikes came after Hezbollah launched several rockets at northern Israel. That's the first such attack since the November 2024 ceasefire. Now, when asked about a possible wider ground offensive, IDF spokesman Brigadier General F.E. Defrin said all options on the table. He confirmed the Chief of Staff visited the northern border and he approved operational plans. In Beirut, Lebanon's government has taken the extraordinary step of banning all Hezbollah military activities, declaring that the decision of war and peace rests exclusively with the state. Hezbollah condemned the move, calling it a swaggering decision. Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam said Hezbollah must hand over its weapons and cease operations outside legitimate state institutions. Let's go to our correspondent, Alec Pollard, who's out on the streets of Tel Aviv. Alec, and Israel, we can now, I think, call this a two-front war. Israel and Hezbollah are back at war. How far can this go?
Currently, Khaled, if it's an indication what happened last time after the October 7th attacks, then it could go very far. Although it should be noted that so far, the Hezbollah actions have been quite limited. They did fire a salvo last night for opening this front, and the IDF responded with attacks in Latakia and Beirut against Hezbollah commanders there, and now also possibly an incursion 40 minutes ago, which is heating up, but not the major
by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. And we thought we had a deal, but then they backed out. And they came back, and we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You got to do it the right way. The Iranian
can't deal with these people. Now, as we reported, there have been several alerts in central and northern Israel today from incoming Iranian Hezbollah missiles and drones. But Israeli security officials believe the pace of Iran's ballistic missile attacks is likely to taper off in the coming days. Now, according to Channel 12 News, a senior official said, quote, we expect to see a decrease in launches from Iran following IDF activity. Earlier, the military assessed that Iran has been trying to carry out larger, more coordinated barrages, a strategy that Iran has been from Iran following IDF activity. Earlier, the military assessed that Iran has been trying to carry out larger, more coordinated barrages, a strategy that has led to longer lulls between attacks. The IDF saying it has struck some 150 ballistic missiles and launches since the start of the conflict, aimed at degrading Iran's ability to sustain fire. Meanwhile, the health ministry reporting that 960 people have been treated in hospitals here since fighting began on Saturday. Of those, 150 are currently hospitalized in intensive care. 4 people listed in serious condition, though 2 were not directly wounded by missile strikes. 24 in moderate condition, 119 in good condition. There are rising fears today of a potential global oil crisis as the regional war expands and any energy infrastructure comes under direct attack. At the center of concern is the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow waterway through which roughly 1/5 of the world's oil supply and about 20% of global liquefied natural gas passes each day. Saudi Arabia shut down its massive Ras Tanura refinery after a reported Iranian drone strike. The facility, capable of processing over 500,000 barrels per day, is a critical export terminal for Saudi crude. Eyewitness video showing workers evacuating as smoke rose from the site. Qatar Energy also halting LNG production following attacks on facilities. Meanwhile, shipping through the Strait of Hormuz has been disrupted. At least 3 tankers have been damaged. 1 sailor killed and an estimated 150 ships left stranded in the area. Oil and gas prices surging Monday as markets reacted to the escalation. An analyst warning that if traffic through the strait is constrained for up to 4 weeks, Brent crude could spike above $100 a barrel. And the key question, how long can Gulf producers maintain output especially in Asia, and whether whether the countries in Asia have a reserve to weather a prolonged destruction. Well, joining us now for more on several of these issues, we have Sarit Zahabi. She's president of the Alma Research Institute, and Reserves IDF Lieutenant Colonel Avital Leibovich. She's now director of the AJC Jerusalem office. Thank you, ladies. Avital, let me just start with you. IDF saying they think perhaps we've reached of these Iranian missile and drone attacks on Israel. I'm sure, based on what we know, your assessment on that, perhaps Israel being a little overconfident in that regard?
I mean, look at the numbers, Kalev. We know that Iran entered the current operation with more or less 2,500 ballistic missiles, the same ballistic missiles you just reported about that hit Israel earlier today. But Iran is basically signaling that it's trying to stop the war. They're not interested in a war. So, first of all, they divided the amount of these missiles all across the Gulf countries, even targeting their most trusted ally, Oman, which actually brokered the negotiations with the Americans. So by dividing the large amounts of missiles, of course, then we get less missiles here in Israel. This does not mean that they don't have the capability anymore. It's just they're very careful with their calculation. So I do want to say that they still have the capacity, they still have the will, but they are actually considering how many missiles to send to which country. And listen, targeting 10 countries at a time takes a lot of efforts, a lot of resources, and that's the reason why we're seeing a decrease. They still have the capacity. This operation will not end tomorrow morning. We're in a historic momentum, and it will take, I believe, at least 2 weeks until we can get some reachable, serious, sustainable goals.
All right, and of course they also have their proxy forces, especially Hezbollah. So let's look at the northern front. How concerning is that is? And what about Israel moving, according to Defense Minister Katz, some ground forces across the border into South Lebanon?
Look, we didn't finish the job last time, and we ended the previous war while Hezbollah was still holding 25,000 rockets and about 1,000 drones. Capability that it is now using against us, clearly. The reason that IDF forces extended their presence in the Lebanese side of the border is truly to create a buffer zone that will not enable Hezbollah either to launch anti-tank missiles or to launch terrorists to infiltrate the communities. This time, the decision is not to evacuate the communities. We are in a very different situation than what we used to be back then in 2023, when we were attacked from both fronts, from Gaza and from Lebanon. And today we came to this campaign much more prepared, also in the north. And we decided not to evacuate the communities, and that's why IDF is creating kind of a buffer, extending, reinforcing the forces on the battle line, on the borderline, inside Lebanon, to make sure that communities are not being damaged and that Hezbollah is not capable of launching precision-guided missiles such as anti-tank missiles towards their homes and paralyze the life in those communities.
Right. Avital, I want to come back to you. You raised these attacks on the Gulf. We see Iran targeting both the energy facilities there, trying to boost up the price of oil and gas, maybe hit the world, and especially the U.S. economically, attacking the U.S. embassy in Riyadh. Really looks like a strategy that's really sort of tried to pressure President Trump, maybe turn the tide or increase the tide of political opinion in the U.S. against the Iran war. How effective could that be? Is President Trump going to stand up to any potential pressure?
Well, it all comes back to the same thing. Iran does not want this war. Therefore, they're doing whatever it can to trigger some sort of a movement that will
have to stop the war. For example, trying to go to a regional kind of war, like they're threatening from day one, basically. But what's happening is just the opposite, because these Gulf countries are coming together. I mean, 2 days ago, they had a meeting coordinating their next moves. Now, the American targets in all these countries is not a big surprise, obviously, and I'm sure that the majority of them, if not all of them, are quite empty. So maybe on film, on a clip, it looks very dramatic and good, but in reality, the operational achievements of the Iranians are very, very limited. Now, I know, and I'm hearing President Trump, and he knows the operational plans, which, by the way, the Israeli teams and the American teams have worked on relentlessly for many, many weeks, coordinating every single detail. Think of analogy of a big orchestra with numerous players of different kinds of music instruments, and they all have to play in harmony, and that's exactly what you're seeing. So according to the music I'm hearing from the White House, it's still going to be a long time until this operation will reach its goals. And if there will be a situation which diplomacy returns to the table, I'm very hopeful that the fire will continue while the talks will take place. In other words, that the operation will not stop, and the diplomacy will begin instead of that. It has to be in the same time. And again, my estimation is that it will last between 2 and 4 weeks, at least.
2 to 4 weeks. I'm going to come back to you on that, but I do want to go to Sarif and go back to Lebanon. We do hear Lebanese government officials, the Beirut leadership, speaking tougher against Hezbollah than they have in the past, but that's just talk. Is there really a change in policy there in the Beirut government where they're going to try really to force, even use military force if necessary, to disarm Hezbollah as they're demanding?
A change of policy would be expressed only in deeds. I am tired of endless talkings by the Lebanese government that I've been hearing in the past 20 years. Enough is enough. It's time for deeds. And if they will designate Hezbollah as a terrorist organization, if they will close the bank and we will not have to bomb them as we did today, if they will not enable Hezbollah to run in elections, if they will close the schools and the hospitals, and if they will prevent rocket launchings against Israel, so maybe I will take them seriously. Until now, I don't see this happening. It didn't happen until today. On the contrary, the Lebanese armed forces collaborated with Hezbollah in the past year or so since the ceasefire to conceal the military activity of Hezbollah in South Lebanon, and didn't systematically disarm Hezbollah in those places. And rockets are being launched as we speak today and yesterday from those areas that the Lebanese armed forces declared that are empty from any illegal weapons of Hezbollah. So I'm sorry for not being impressed from those statements.
I understand. That's your cynicism it's well earned there. Avital IDF announcing a major strike in Tehran. They're saying they struck another senior figure of the Iranian leadership. We'll be getting details, I'm sure, in a bit. The question is the impact of these strikes. Is there, how likely do you think there is going to be some figure in Iran, either in the military leadership, that's going to stand up finally and say, we have to change the direction of this regime? Or at what point is so much of the leadership eliminated that, as President Trump says, he's going to go to the Iranian people again and say, take to the streets?
Look, for the past 48 hours, the Israeli Defense Forces is concentrating on Tehran. Tehran is a huge city of 40 million people. There are numerous Revolutionary Guards, Basij, and Iranian army targets there. No senior and minor commander are immune from these attacks. They are all part of this terror mechanism, and therefore the IDF is trying to hunt them one by one. Now, eventually, The ultimate goal, part of the ultimate goal, is to destabilize Iran. Iran is just trying to project the opposite, right? They're appointed a committee that will nominate a replacement to Khamenei and to other commanders. So they're trying to project stability. And the IDF is actually doing exactly the opposite, destabilizing the regime, further weakening the regime. But you mentioned President Trump now and before, and I do want to raise a very important point. I'm concerned that in the next coming days, we'll hear more and more criticism in the U.S., even by Israel's friends, about the price that the U.S. needs to pay so many thousands of miles far away from its home. And it's important to emphasize that this war is representing American interests just as it's representing Israeli interests. And Witkoff, just a few hours ago, explained that the Iranians admitted that they have 460 kilograms of enriched uranium, which is sufficient for 11 nuclear bombs. And this is, of course, a global threat. So it's very important to mention, because I foresee the upcoming criticism, and I also would like to take the opportunity and pay my respects for the 6 fallen soldiers in the American forces, which also participated in the last 72 hours of this operation.
And finally, Suri, let me ask you if there would be either regime change or change of direction for the regime in Tehran. What would that mean for Hezbollah? Could Hezbollah survive anything like that as a movement or certainly as a military force?
In order to keep the monster named Hezbollah small, the biggest issue is Iran and the Islamic Republic, but it's not the only one. Because if the Lebanese state will enable Hezbollah to rehabilitate its power and will not act against it, it will survive. It will survive as a smaller group. It will have much more difficulties, but it will survive. And I think this is one of the reasons why you see those harsh IDF attacks in Lebanon, because even if the regime will fall in Iran, we don't want to have on the other side of the border a group that is holding 25,000 rockets. It's always dangerous. It doesn't matter whether their boss is gone or not. Lebanese state has to finish the job. This is very important. Just like in Iran, what we expect from the Iranian people, we expect the same from the Lebanese people, to give prospect to their own country. And even if Iran will fall and Hezbollah will have more difficulties, we need to make sure that they are not recovering, that they are not manufacturing weapons, that they are not building schools, that they are not educating more children to hate. And this is on the Lebanese government itself.
The Beirut government is going to finally stand up to the commitments, of course, that it made in that ceasefire agreement last year. Vital Leibowitz from the AJC Israel, Jerusalem, and Zarif Zahabi from the Alma Institute. Thank you for joining us on this special day on ILTV.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now a special segment. We're going to be joined now by Joseph Gitler. He is the founder of Leket Israel, which is the country's largest food rescue organization, which has shifted into emergency mode to ensure that vulnerable Israelis continue to receive food during rising tensions during the Iran war. And Joseph, thank you so much for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you for having me.
First of all, the country is in emergency mode. It's at a standstill. What has Leket Israel's emergency response looked like on the ground since the Iran war began?
Well, unfortunately, because of the last few years, we have a playbook in place. So we've pivoted our operation once again. Our emergency is starting to feel like the normal, unfortunately. And so what we've been doing is using, of course, home front guidelines, which have forced us to cancel mass volunteering that we have usually on a daily basis. But our very brave team is out there doing what they can to rescue food as we normally do. But because things are very limited right now, the emergency plan calls for us to purchase meals and distribute them, especially to homebound elderly. And we are also sending thousands of digital cards to those in need where our partner NGOs are not operating normally. And so if they can't get them food, we have to find ways to get them food in other ways. And of course, keeping people safe at the same time, which makes things very, very tricky.
Joseph, let me ask you, are you seeing greater demand for assistance from families, and I would say especially seniors, people very difficult to get out of their houses in this situation as these tensions rise across Israel, and we see these air sirens, air alerts taking place?
Sure. Unfortunately, every time there's an emergency, we see a peak, usually in the beginning. We're seeing it now, we're feeling it now. People are turning to us, people are calling our offices, and it's at the same time that we have access to the least amount of food. So we are out there, especially as you mentioned with the elderly, who really it's extra dangerous for them to leave their homes. We're making direct deliveries of cooked meals, of fruits and vegetables, of frozen soups to their homes to make sure that they can eat properly while not putting themselves at extra risk.
Right, and maybe talk about some of the logistical challenges Leket is facing. These are not normal situations. A lot of businesses are closed, a lot of transporters at a standstill here in Israel. What are the challenges you're facing now?
So it's a really tough challenge. What we're trying to do is find places where it's a little bit quieter so we can send our teams in to make sure that fruits and vegetables that are available to us are rescued and delivered. And people are willing. It's an amazing thing to see. We've seen this since the beginning of the war after October 7th. There are just people in the state of Israel, no matter what happens, they are willing to go out to help their neighbors in need. And we're seeing that again. People are disappointed when we tell them that we are not allowed to have volunteers in our distribution center and out in the field. They actually don't care. They say, let us help. And so the spirit is strong despite the 2+ years of war, and we're confident we'll be able to take care of the people in need, and with the help and support of people, not just in Israel, but around the world, we'll be able to do what we need to do in this situation.
Now, as you're speaking, Joseph, we just showed it again. Maybe we can bring it in. We have that QR code for those people that would want to contribute to Leket. And so let me ask you, what's your message to those people? There's the QR code. In these difficult, trying times, what message do you want to send to those donors and those volunteers who support Leket's mission, maybe some new ones that are going to be recruited here?
So first of all, we're going to do whatever it takes for those people in need. I think most important now for those who are supporting us, we're sending digital credit cards to people by text message, by email, for those whose normal partners are not able to support them and can't bring them the food that we rescue. So we're just sending them cash so they can order food on their own. And so this is a large project in the millions of dollars, and whatever support people can provide for this would be very extra helpful in this dangerous time.
Worthy cause, and especially in these very difficult times. It's the Purim holiday, so I want to, Joseph, wish you a Purim Sameach, a happy Purim, and of course to all those wonderful people who donate and volunteer for Leket Israel in this special time. You know, Mishloach Manot, maybe that's a very special kind of food package. Maybe Leket can give on this holiday. Thank you for joining us, Joseph Gillen.
Thank you again. Happy Purim to all.
Now, we've been mentioning these Iranian strikes across the Gulf region. This is maybe the biggest surprise of the conflict so far, how much Iran has been targeting Gulf states. We have a special interview, a special guest coming to us, I believe from Bahrain now. He is a political consultant. Ahmed Khuzai. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Ahmed, are you with us from Bahrain?
Well, you pronounce it perfectly, just the way we say it here back home.
Very good. Well, thank you so much. First of all, best wishes to our brothers and sisters in Bahrain. Let me just ask you, what's just your general reaction, because Bahrain is subject of a direct Iranian attack, certainly at a level unprecedented. What is the situation there now, and how is it Bahrain responding to this Iranian aggression?
Well, just like you said, this is unprecedented. We've never, ever fought a war. We have never been assaulted the way we have been over the past 3 days. And basically, we have never had a sounded siren since the Gulf War, basically until last year when Iran hit Qatar. But then this year, it has been really intensive. On the first day when it started on Saturday, there were expectations that it is going to be just basically a single hit on the base, just like what happened before, and that was going to be it. But then it started rambling on and on and on, unstopped until today. So the Iranians are trying to push the Gulf states to persuade the Americans and the Israelis to stop, but what they are overlooking is the fact that the Gulf is getting to the end of the rope and is talking right now and negotiating about the hit back.
Right, and hit back, and perhaps it would be not unexpected that countries like Bahrain and the UAE, part of the Abraham Accords, would hit, but really almost, I would say, surprising, shocking that countries like Qatar, which had been mainly its main ally in the Gulf, a nation like Oman, which was even trying to negotiate on its behalf, these attacks on Saudi Arabia have been hit. I mean, what do you think the thinking is in Tehran to even lash out at countries that really have been, I would kind of say, almost its friends in the Gulf?
It is. The problem is when people don't understand how the Islamic regime in Iran operates, they would be surprised. Yet to people like you in Israel, you understand them well. In Bahrain as well, we understand them well. Their mere existence for the past 46 years was to annihilate Israel and take over Bahrain, which is one of the main causes what brought our both nations together to start with. The second is they are announcing to everybody through their media is that they are targeting American interests in the Gulf, which is not true. And you just said it yourself. They started hitting Qatar and Oman as well. That being said, we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about residential areas, and we're talking about, and we've seen it, in airports, in Bahrain, in the United Arab Emirates, in 2 airports, and in Kuwait at the same time, at the same day. This is not American interest. They are targeting Saudi Aramco, which has nothing to do with an American interest. So that brought us together. Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia received the hit and said, no more. If they do it again, we have to retaliate. Which makes it, as you said, unprecedented, but basically it is something that is important. It is something that is necessary for our existence today.
Right. By the way, I'll add to that, hitting hotels in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, clearly not American interests. They're trying to hurt the economies of those city-states there. Let me ask you about retaliation. What kind of form could that take? Are you even talking about direct military action? I mean, Saudi Arabia, for example, would have that capability, that capacity if it came to. You see it coming to that?
It may, especially that there are lots of negotiations, lots of meetings with our allies over the past 2 days. The Peninsula Shield forces, some of basically of their military pieces arrived to Bahrain early this morning. I have to add one more thing, is that Iran is not only hitting through missiles and drones. They have activated effectively over the past 3 days their proxies in the region. And when I say that the proxies, I'm including Bahrain into that mix, because out of all what's happening to our country over the past 3 days, you see locals who are supposed to be defending their own country lining up with Iran. These are the proxies that they have planted over the years, and now they have been activated. And that's, to me, even more dangerous than the missiles themselves.
Right. Now, whether or not there is a regime change or a regime change of course in Iran, how do you see maybe potential lasting impact of this conflict there in the Gulf? I mean, do you think this really could change the orientation of some of those countries? Mentioned Qatar and Oman, for example, maybe push toward the formation of what a lot of people in the U.S. and even here have talked about, seeing some kind of joint defense pact or even defense NATO-like force that would include those countries in the Gulf and other so-called, what we call the sort of the moderate Sunni Arab states?
That's what I just mentioned earlier. We have something that's called the Peninsula Shield that was established right after the Islamic Revolution in Iran as a defense mechanism to retaliate just in case of anything. Today, that anything happened. And I can see that at least on the short term, for this matter, for this war, Qatar and Oman are coming in line to the mainstream of what the rest of the Gulf states are going into. In Iran itself, how will it be, or where will it go from here? It's hard to say, but it's easy to say that you cut one head and more have grown. No matter who comes in today, the RGC is the ruling force of Iran. Different names, different positions, it's the RGC. Unless we take down the RGC, the people of Iran won't be free, the Gulf won't be safe, and the broader Middle East won't feel safe for a long time. So this is our time. I don't think we'll have a better chance to take the RGC down and free Iran from these tyrants.
Right. And finally, I'm going to ask you you kind of answered this question, but I wanted you to try even a direct answer. You know, there are voices in the world, in the media, in some elite opinion sectors that are trying to frame this as just a war that the U.S. is fighting only for the benefit of Israel. And yet we see the damage is really happening on countries of the Gulf. What is your response to those voices that are being heard, for example, in a lot of Western opinion makers?
These opinions are not exclusive to the West. I heard a couple of them from the Gulf yesterday that the Gulf is being left alone and the U.S. is siding with Israel on behalf of the Gulf. This is not true. Whatever is happening to Israel yesterday is happening to us yesterday. Whatever is happening to the Gulf and Israel collectively today, we are all sharing the same attacks. We are all sharing the same losses. And apparently, the unnamed alliance that was formed right after the Accords is starting to take a proper shape and is starting to take better support, even from the people. Even if people in the Middle East are still not accepting Israel because they don't understand it, today they started to understand who's who and who's fighting with who.
Was I there? We just, again, our best wishes here from Israel to the Kingdom and people of Bahrain. Those who know their Middle East geography know that your country is really more than any other on the front line there of the Iran conflict, and we send our best wishes to you in these difficult days. Thank you so much for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you so much.
For more now, we're going to be joined by Ambassador Michael Harari. He's a veteran Israeli diplomat, former ambassador to Cyprus, and a Mideast analyst, and several postings. We also have Dan Pfefferman, a Mideast analyst, co-editor of Middle East 24. And Ambassador Harari, I wanted to start with you. So much to talk about here, but since you were the ambassador to Cyprus, one of the real surprises of this war, this conflict, was that the Iran would actually go and attack Cyprus. They targeted a British air base. They've made multiple attacks. Keep in mind, this is a European country. Iran is attacking Europe. How do you account for the Iranian decision to attack Cyprus? What are you hearing from Cyprus and maybe the rest of Europe about this really unprecedented Iranian aggression?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, as you said, this is unprecedented, and it was a big surprise, let's say, the attacks against Cyprus. But I think that we should look at it as part of the rationale, this way, the Iranian rationale. As our guest from Bahrain mentioned, the aim of Iran, which is quite desperate, let's say, in the last few days, is to widen the war as much as possible in order to raise its cost. Now, whoever is cooperating, fighting, or helping, whatever, like the Americans and the Israelis, as the UK in its bases in Cyprus, it's a legitimate, let's say, so-called target from the Iranian. Clearly, this is substantial escalation. Absolutely. I mean, what I hear from friends in Cyprus, people are quite worried. This did not happen, let's say, in the last 50 years or more than that. But this is, again, we should see it as part of the Iranian rationale in order to widen this escalation and to raise the cost, to exert more pressure, especially, of course, on President Trump.
Right. And Dan, I don't know how much you heard of our interview with our guest from Bahrain. We're someone who travels frequently in the Gulf. We have extensive contacts across the Gulf. Again, I would also say unprecedented situation. A bit of surprise in terms of just the intensity of the Iranian attacks against Gulf states. Even countries, as I said before, like Qatar and Oman, that we're seeing as friendly, maybe even allies in the past to Iran. I mean, what are you hearing from all your friends and contacts in the Gulf? And do you think this is really going to change basically even some strategic positions or thinking that people have had in that region for years?
Sure. I've been to Bahrain many times, and lovely people, and lovely country there in UAE. The Iranian calculus, as Ambassador Harari said, is to try to expand the conflict, try to raise the escalation, the costs of those countries, and build pressure within those countries to pressure Israel and the United States to end this war. That essentially is their game. What I'm hearing from people on the streets is go get them, right? You hear people at least quietly cheering for the United States and for Iran, especially countries like Bahrain, as Dr. Uzai previously mentioned, are extremely threatened on an existential level by Iran. Iran frequently mentions Bahrain as an extension of its own. It claims it certainly claims a lot of energy resources in the Gulf, and it has a threat maybe not to wipe it off the map as it does with Israel, but certainly to conquer and to take it over. And so they view the Iranian regime with great suspicion, and of course they're on the front lines. And so the regimes, on the one hand, are supportive, at least maybe in essence, of weakening this regime, if not taking it out entirely. But on the other hand, they have to balance the threat, the entire path, the entire kind of existence that these regimes are based on right now is that they offer stability, they offer security, and tourism. This on at the moment, getting a rocket on as we speak.
Okay.
I had 10 minutes. It's coming from Iran.
Right, sure.
They're trying to raise the costs to pressure the Americans on the ground. I'm hearing support for weakening and possibly even removing this dangerous regime in Turkey.
Right, we're going to get back to it. I just want to say yes, we have also gotten that alert that a possible siren's going to be going. If that happens, we may go off your screen for a minute, but we're going to try to keep going, broadcasting from inside our safe room. I'm going to ask Ambassador Warren and Fetman, if you could just stay on, even if you get cut off for a minute, and maybe we'll continue. We'll just have to see if those sirens go off here. Ambassador Warren, you also have an extensive amount of experience dealing on the Lebanese front. I want to get your reaction to the developments there. Both Israel's now is conducting some ground operations reportedly in South Lebanon, and also the Beirut government talking tough, but are we really seeing a change in attitude there in Beirut towards Hezbollah?
Well, I think that, Hezbollah reaction was in a way unavoidable from that point of view. It wouldn't, let's say, not Israel reaction as well is very much understandable, but I would emphasize that we should look very carefully and importantly, let's say, on the Beirut government statement of yesterday. This is very strong statement, very, I wouldn't say, I don't want to exaggerate, unprecedented, but it is. So I hope that the Israel reaction will be very much calculated, one, in order to leave room for the government in Beirut to keep on its statements by peace.
Right. And Dan, you mentioned the U.S. resolve before. There is a statement now from President Trump that I would like to read, get your reaction to. President Trump is tweeting or saying, Iran, their air defense, Air Force, Navy, and leadership is gone. They want to talk. I said, too late. I want to ask you about the U.S., the political resolve, both in President Trump and also in Washington and in the U.S., as someone who also frequently travels in the U.S. and tries to make the case for Israel. How you assess that and how you assess, for example, President Trump's comment just now?
Sure. In the spirit of Purim, I have to add, maybe some of these here. You can see them through the blur function.
We can. A moment of levity. We appreciate that.
Listen, we have to keep it light here. My son just took them away. Look, I think what the president is doing, what the United States is doing, is essentially right, and they have the resolve. And so far, what we've seen from the Trump administration is playing it smart, frankly, using military power effectively without committing boots on the ground, which is the mistake that previous administrations have done. The biggest mistake, though, that I can see, and I can understand why this administration would do it, is that there was zero buildup and zero kind of trying to get the public on the side of the administration. So you see 25% of the American public, the vast majority of Democrats, but even a significant portion of those who identify as Republicans are not in favor of this operation. And I can understand, what Trump is trying to do, essentially by keeping it under wraps, by keeping it a secret, by maintaining the element of surprise, or at least, keeping the Iranians guessing. You leverage that kind of guessing power on the Iranians, but then you're losing domestic support at home. So what the president is trying to do now, certainly this administration understands the threat of this regime, of taking out the Iranian regime. It's previously in the summer, its nuclear capabilities, now its ballistic missile capabilities, while Israel hammers away at the proxy capabilities, while the United States has now taken out a good portion of the Iranian maybe this is something that will massively serve the interests of the United States directly and of U.S. allies in the region. There might be a bigger play here as far as choking off oil exports to America's main rival, China. Now that the United States essentially controls Venezuelan oil and now has at least a grip on what's coming through the Straits of Hormuz and maybe having an impact on Iranian oil. So there might be bigger elements at play here. We've constantly been surprised by the American administration. I think the administration has the breathing space so long as there will be, if there will be American casualties, it'll be a problem. It'll be used against this regime. Of course, this is an expensive endeavor. Just to keep that many forces in the Gulf area is an expensive endeavor. But so far, they seem to be playing it smartly.
All right, and Ambassador Harari, I want to get back to the issue of Europe. We touched on briefly, talked about just Cyprus in and of itself. We do have the UK now, headlines today that they're going to reinforce its bases, especially that base in Cyprus that was attacked. The UK also changing its position now, giving permission to the US to use its military bases in the region and elsewhere in the world for the U.S. effort against Iran. Chancellor Merz, who's been on his way, I think, to Washington now to consult with President Trump. Do you see, especially after these attacks on the Gulf, these attacks on hotels in Dubai where you have European tourists, the choking off, trying, as Dan said, choke off the supply of oil and gas that going through the Strait of Hormuz, maybe a shifting change in Europe, at least among the governments, towards the conflict with Iran?
But clearly, there is a big difference between the UK position and the rest of Europe. I mean, the US relations are unique, strategic one, so it is not surprising that the UK is positioning itself much more closer, let's say, to the Americans. The rest of Europe doesn't feel very comfortable, to be honest, let's say, with this war. Still, they are very much against the regime in Tehran. So they will try, I suppose, the German Chancellor to understand from President Trump what may happen next. What is they thinking back in Washington of the day after. But they mentioned energy, which I think it is very much important here. I mean, Dan was right to say that President, well, sorry, there is a siren.
Iran,
Japanese siren too.
Yes, so
run off to the shelter.
No, I will, okay, run off to the shelter. I'm telling our viewers now, we are hearing the sirens here in the Tel Aviv area. We're just outside Tel Aviv in Rishon LeZion. I don't know if we can try to keep broadcasting. We're going to try as we go into the shelter. Okay, we're getting up. Stay with us though. We are going to try and see what we can do, even under these circumstances. Okay. Okay, so we are here, as I said before, the siren is sounding here. We are starting to make our way to the shelter here, where we, in our studios of ILTV, which is in the Ynet building in Rishon LeZion. I could show you, usually the office is bustling here. You can see it's empty, excuse me. That's our producer, Gil. I see, okay. We're moving now to the shelter. Again, there's been several of these, so this is, at least in this area, we've heard about the fourth one in the past couple of hours. There have been damage done from missile fragments hitting homes in parts of Israel and central Israel and also in northern Israel. We're moving down to the shelter here. We'll try to keep reporting for you as it comes along. Okay, so we're here. Okay. One second. We are here in our shelter here in the town of Bahrain. Okay, I don't know if the viewers can hear me. If you can hear me now, we are here. We haven't heard any of the interceptor booms that we have heard. Over similar sirens. As we reported earlier today, it is the estimation of the Israeli authorities that in the coming days, the pace of missile attacks on Israel is going to decrease as the stockpile of ballistic missiles is diminished by both by these firings and also, of course, by military operations being conducted by Israel and the United States. But there was an estimation going in here that the Iranians have anywhere between 2,000 to 4,000 ballistic missiles, and even with the attacks on Israel and the attacks we've seen also in the Gulf, that there are still the Iranians may still have at least certainly hundreds, if not thousands, of such missiles. It's impossible to know because we simply don't know the amount of damage that has been done to the Iranian missile stockpile. We do know that both the Israel and the United States said that overnight that they have stepped up their attacks on military infrastructure in Iran. That would include both launch sites, facilities, trucks that are used by the Iranians to launch their missiles, storehouses for these ballistic missiles and drones. Many of them are kept underground, which is why we've seen the U.S. Say that it has been utilizing its B-2 bombers, stealth bombers that can carry 30,000 pound bunker buster bombs in order to really strike those ballistic missile storehouses that are held underground, and of course even the factories that manufacture these ballistic missiles. There is also the danger of drones. These are low-flying drones that could actually take hours to come from Iran, but because they're flying at low altitudes and actually flying at lower speeds, that makes it even sometimes more difficult for air defense systems to intercept them. Israel has reportedly started, at least in northern Israel and the northern border, starting to use its Iron Beam defensive systems, which is a laser-based defense system, which is supposedly for doing it. I'm going to ask if anybody, any of our staff, if they are following the news, if they have any updates that they can supply to me about whether there have been in this strike, if there have been any hits in area, or Israel's air defense system has been very effective in knocking out all of these missile strikes, but unfortunately, it is not hermetic, it's not 100 proof. We saw that a couple of days ago in that one lone ballistic missile that managed to get through Israel's air defense systems in the town of Beit Shemesh, killing 9 people. Some of them were even in a shelter, suffering a direct hit. Do we have any updates? No updates as of now. We're still now waiting for the all clear here Just also want to remind the viewers some of the headlines of today. The northern front, Israel's northern front, heating up with attacks by Hezbollah, rocket and drone attacks against the border. Israel has stepped up its retaliatory actions against Hezbollah, striking facilities, not just in South Lebanon, but in Beirut as well. The Defense Minister Israel Katz announcing today that Israel has even begun some limited ground operations in southern Lebanon, across the Lebanese border, as well as reinforcing its troops along that are in forward positions along, and maybe in some cases even just over the Israel-Lebanon border. That's in order to prevent any cross-border incursions, even by Hezbollah terrorists trying to cross the border. We've seen some strong statements by the Beirut government, the central Lebanese government, telling Hezbollah to cease all its military activities and giving up its weapons. In fact, that's the strongest we've seen those statements from the Beirut government. But as we heard, if you've been listening, some of our analysts saying that's a lot of talk, and so far we haven't seen any action here. All right, well, we're going to end this broadcast here, but as you can see, a lot happening in Israel. Please stay with ILTV on the hour as we bring you live coverage on day 4 of Israel and the United States' war against the Iranian regime. Thank you for joining us. Here from our shelter is Caleb and David on ILTV.
The war against Iran is shifting into a higher gear. United States military forces are carrying out non-stop strikes in Iran, and the United States continue the barrage of attacks against Iran's ballistic missile program, and naval forces at sea continue to sink the Iranian Navy, which apparently has very little left. The Israeli Air Force is in another wave of eliminations, and Iran's parliament building was attacked. In addition to cyber attacks and takeovers of Iranian television broadcasts for several hours that Israel did in Iran, this morning, Hezbollah, the terrorist organization on the northern border with Israel and Lebanon, just joined the campaign. And in response, the IDF immediately eliminated Hezbollah's leader in the Lebanese parliament. And at this moment, the IDF continues to strike in Lebanon and across Iran. Donald Trump announced the operation in Iran will continue between 4 to 5 weeks. In this, Tehran's strategic mistake is, why is Iran attacking the Gulf states and not just focusing on Israel and the United States? Iran continues to launch missiles at Arab countries in this region, following the fire towards the Gulf states, and an Arab fighting force is attacking all around Iran. One attack took place. One against Saudi Arabia, and Salman was acting triggered in response against Iran. It seems that in the coming days, the situation in the Middle East will worsen. We have seen IRGC president Ali al-Jihad declare he will not negotiate with the United States. And we see hysteria in Lebanon, with massive traffic jams all across the country. And the report is saying Israel is considering an unprecedented step against Lebanon because of the Hezbollah terrorist organization attacks. In Israel, there was a promise. In the next 2 days, the surprising things will happen in Iran that have not been seen yet. So I'm making a note. With me is Mike Shoshani. And we are in the back. new-based strikes by Israeli airforce has begun in Israel and we report tonight. In the idea, they are identified changes in Iran's firing patterns and unprecedented open skies in unlimited manner. So this is subjected to the situation assessment. So we'll see what happens with that. But in the past hours, in Israel, a series of barrages were launched from Iran and missiles struck Beersheba, Israel's biggest city in the south. The Arab movement. Okay. A special report reached to us that the Israeli Mossad is playing with Israeli regime's head. The Mossad organization released a statement today in Persia. The central factors of repression have been removed. The Mossad continues to broadcast to the people in Iran the speeches of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Donald Trump on the local television channels. The internal struggle at the top of Iran is disrupting management of the war. In less than a day, Iran is turning from end to end, again and again, in critical decisions. The conclusion is unavoidable. It appears that the hard argument is taking place amongst the top leadership that survived the eliminations. How to continue, they don't know, but our senior correspondent for the Middle Eastern Affairs, Michael Shoshani, will explain to us the big picture regarding how Iran will continue this war. And Hezbollah fired rockets and drones, UAV, suicide drones, for the first time in about a year and a half. And the IDF responded with strikes all across the country. The commander of the Northern Command said that residents will not be evacuated. In the communities, they were updated. This will continue for a few days. Lebanon drones are packed with civilians that must flee north. First fire is that from Lebanon that a ceasefire took place, and Hezbollah launched rockets and a swarm of UAVs for the first time in a year and a half. This is another front that just opened in response to Khamenei's annihilation. That's according to the Hezbollah terrorist organization that is a proxy of Iran. In response, the IDF struck in the Dakhla area in Beirut. We prepare for a multi-arena scenario. In the Moshav of Ramot, Naftali, Israeli community in the north, homes blockade. One of the UAVs was intercepted by the new laser defensive system, OATAN. We will bring all the updates very short. And it's just as important to say something about Hezbollah. In the IDF, we are preparing for you. That's what the IDF is saying, and it's not just words, because 16,000 reservists have already been drafted back into the IDF, and many additional units are on standby. At the same time, our Air Force and our Navy have already moved into attack mode, all while we continue striking targets in Iran, with an emphasis on commanders' control centers and the missile array. So, this is what's happening on the ground, and as we say in our neighborhood, look, when we go up north. And our last topic for today will be Iran versus Saudi Arabia. Bin Salman with a finger on the trigger. And in Tehran, there was hope that the strike, if it was, would subdue the neighbors. But in practice, it established a united Arab-American front and oil prices are soaring. What's happening on the ground is very simple. Iran fires at the Arab world and it freezes. And Israel is responding with force. And now, I want to ask our senior correspondent for the Middle Eastern Affairs, Mati Shoshani. Mati, the situation is escalating. Growing worse moment by moment for the Iranians and for the IRGC especially. And the Middle East is burning. We are all in a mourning state over the losses from the Iranian missiles here not far from where I'm standing in the Jewish and And on the other hand, it is clear to all of us that we pay. for a long time. So where do you see things going, and what are the next steps of Israel and the United States?
Thank you. First of all, I want our viewers to know that the title senior correspondent comes from my age, not from my real name. But to your point, I feel like I needed to let you, so I'm so happy. To your point, here's the thing. I'll start from the end. The Iranians are miscalculated. They miscalculated big time. We've been watching for 3 days now. There's an ongoing series of mistakes by the Iranian regime. The lead-up to that is them refusing all the offers from all the options of backing up the nuclear program, backing up the ballistic missile manufacturing. They refused, they also did it in a way that was repeatedly disrespectful, delirium, and also threatening to the President of the United States. It shows you that even in the lead-up to this moment, they were miscalculating the actual steps. Second thing is, there were several ways in attack that just punched through the defense systems. And it's important to note that they had a long time. Operation Rising Lion last summer, that was June of 2025. They had all the time in the world that they needed, almost all of it, to update their defense doctrine, to update their systems, to better equip, to better hide, to weed out the holes in their intelligence system, and all the holes that they clearly have against the Israeli and American intelligence within the system. And they failed to do that. That's indicative of a corrupt dictatorial regime. It's unable to find the truth, and it's unable to do the right thing for itself and for its people. And now they're reaping the fruit of a very rotten, very broken doctrine and theology that is relevant for up to this moment. And what that is a long series of tactical defeats that will ultimately lead to the biggest strategic defeat, which is the removal of the Ayatollah regime from Iran. You stated this in opening comments earlier, that we're already starting to see the signs of miscommunication, disagreement within the leadership of the Ayatollah regime. That's exactly what we've been waiting to see. The cracks in the cohesive body of dress-wearing, radical Ayatollahs. And the reason for that is because they realized that a bit too late, they made a huge miscalculation. It's a miscalculation of their neighbors would do, miscalculation
And they say that missile.
and a very big miscalculation about their own.
Man, we don't.
And here's the biggest issue.
Bomb on them.
They trusted that they would be able to threaten or throw their weight around the region, and it didn't work. Let's be clear here. They managed to, in a few short days, to take what was a small coalition, Israel together with the United States, and just quietly supported by their neighbors to become an alliance, as you mentioned just a minute ago, an alliance of almost every Arab country in the region. They poked the Saudis, they poked the Iranians, they poked the Qataris, they kept going and going and going, not thinking for themselves, oh, these people are going to retaliate. Not only that, think about the intelligence side of things. The Saudis have a substantial army. They're a very well-equipped, well-trained country. They bought the best of the best from the Americans to multiple other suppliers of goods. And they're not the pushover. They're not the kind of regime that can just be tossed around or threatened or publicly humiliated and expected not to retaliate. Just yesterday, the headline was that the Crown Prince, MBS in Saudi, allowed, this is the wording that we use, allowed the army to retaliate to the attacks by the Iranians. So again, a very long series of miscalculations, very long series of mistakes inside Iran, the leadership level, that led to this moment where something multiple tactical, multiple strategic defeats, both in the way they're perceived and what their army is able to do, time to put the power into hand. That brings us to today. We're at the end of day 3, towards the end of day 3 of this second Iran war. Here where Israel has carried out multiple strikes. I ran the numbers last night. there was over 2,500 munitions that were dropped in the first 24 hours of the campaign by Israel, with the majority of them in the United States. So far, counting that with the many other people that are joining in, we're talking the thousands and thousands of munitions that were launched. On the other hand, they were able to punch through or get through as an attack on Israel and other countries in the region. It's a very small percentage of what we expect. The majority of their infrastructure has been removed. The majority of the launches, as you see on the screen right now, have been eliminated to one degree or another. And that brings us to today. Today we were only able to get a very small number of ballistic missiles out towards Israel and towards other countries. They look at this as symbolic victories, but they're not. We have, think about the numbers here, many hundreds of jet fighters flying back and forth over the skies of Iran. And from what I know, correct me if I'm wrong, there was one
our fight. Our fight.
How it crashed,
We're bombing.
that was lost in the campaign.
Oh.
And if you think about this, even in the world of training, there are so many jets, hundreds of aircraft flying every day.
We bomb hard.
It's been a flawless, seamless operation so far. And the Iranians have really overstepped it, really miscalculated the response. One last thing that I think everyone needs to see on that. If you guys haven't seen the videos of the crowds in Iran chanting, I think they're saying Bibi June. They're essentially, the Netanyahu Prime Minister there has become sort of the symbol of attacking the Ayatollah regime in Iran. And people are chanting in the streets of Iran and in other demonstrations in favor of Israel. Yair, I'll send this back to you. When in history have we seen the people of an enemy nation who are being attacked actively by another nation chanting in favor of the nation attacking them? That doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen for a reason. Because the Ayatollah regime is so corrupting, so broken, that its own people are chanting in favor of the downfall of that regime. That's where we are today.
Yes, exactly, Mati. Now I think I'll update your title to Rabbi Mati Shoshani with us. Thank you so much for taking the time off of your military reserve duty and standing with us, giving us this update. And I know you have to go. So we'll see you again later on this day.
Thank you.
And we are here in Israel live to bring you all the reports of the ongoing war between Iran, Israel, and the United States. The whole company. So if you want to help us spread the truth and share it, make sure to hit the subscribe button. And if you're curious about daily life in Israel, also look for me, Yair Pinto, and Mati Shoshani on social media so that you'll never miss another episode of Boots on the Ground. Okay, and today a missile struck Be'er Sheva in southern Israel just a short while ago. They are wounded at the scene. And after about 9 hours of relative quiet, the fire from Iran resumed just this morning with multiple sirens alarms. I had to go up and down to the bomb shelters multiple times with my children and my family. It's not easy. And the missiles were intercepted in Israel's skies. And the question is hovering over everything. Is this a pattern change that signals a bigger wave already in the coming days? Or are we on the third day of the campaign against Iran in Operation War of the Nile? So over the last day, this war is raising to another level on 3 parallel axes. Deep inside Iran, the northern front against Hezbollah and the Gulf arena. This is happening with damage to countries that were not supposed to be part of this war from the get-go. So we will start with the picture of what's happening in Israel. In the past hours, barrages were launched from Iran towards several areas in the country of Israel. In the IDF, they are identifying a change in the firing pattern. If until now we saw more drips, small and uncoordinated barrages, now there are attempts for more synchronized fire from several commands in Iran simultaneously. In practice, that translates into slightly larger barrages and fewer isolated sirens. But in the IDF, they also assess that the Iranians have a real difficulty producing barrages of dozens of missiles at the same time, the way that they would want to do. And alongside the continued launches in Israel, they are talking about opening the skies in a limited manner, subject to a situation assessment. This is another option that might happen. We don't know. But the atmosphere is of maneuvering between two needs: to restore the basic movement, but not to preempt the risk. A little reminder, the defense is not airtight. The aerial systems are not airtight because some missiles do reach the land and explode. And this is guidance that repeats again and again, whether it is launches from Iran or also from Lebanon. Now, we move to the main operation, the strikes in Iran. Here, the story of the third day is an uninterrupted sequence of strikes, both American and also Israeli, with each one operating on different layers of the Iranian system. The Americans continue with a barrage of strikes against Iran's ballistic missile program, and the emphasis, as emerges, is on storage depots, on launch sites, and on damaging the ability to create a continuous firing sequence. At the same time, the forces at sea continue to hit the Iranian Navy, and yesterday, various Iranian vessels were destroyed and sunk by the United States. And today, there is already confirmation from satellite imagery showing Iranian ships that were sunk in port. The American message is clear: to strip Iran of its maritime deterrence capability and to close the door in the Gulf area. In the American air arena, there are several important points from the last day. First, the United States continues this morning the use of stealth bombers of the B-2 type to strike the ballistic missile facilities. Second, there were also reports of B-1 bombers that took off from the United States and struck in Iran based on flight tracking. And the third, there was an unusual incident in Kuwait that, thanks God, ended well. A United States fighter aircraft, an F-15E, crashed over the skies of Kuwait during operational activity. According to the United States Central Command statement, this was a friendly fire incident. Again, this was a friendly fire incident inside an active combat arena that was saturated with missiles and UAVs, and the pilots ejected were rescued. Basically, they ejected in time and were saved on the ground. And these are the kinds of events that illustrate how crowded, how tense, how dangerous the airspace in the Gulf is. And today, there appears to be a first operational use of a new American weapon. According to the details that are published, this is a system developed to inspire by an Iranian weapon called the Shihad 136, after being reverse engineered from its Iranian system that was obtained and then studied. The meaning here is not just another munition, it's a statement. The United States takes Iran's methods of warfare and returns them to it on steroids with advanced technology and other capabilities, and with American precision and serial production. And now to Israel. The Israeli Air Force is operating in waves. During the day, it was reported that about another sortie and about a broad wave of strikes in the heart of Tehran that was directed by the Israeli intelligence and Amman. At the same time, there were reports of powerful explosions, not only in Tehran, but also in additional cities: Bushehr, Abdan, Mashhad, Ahvaz, Izeh, Habarar, and more locations. Here, we need to say carefully, not every report from the networks is fully confirmed by real time, but the overall picture is clear. It is sustained pressure on the depth of the country across several sectors inside Iran itself. In terms of the type of the targets, Israeli line on the third day is focused to strike on concentration of regime and control infrastructures. They spoke about a ring of fire around Tehran, significant strikes on the regime headquarters, the internal security headquarters, the police, and also the mechanisms that are identified with suppressing the protesters. Alongside that, there is damage to the air defensive arrays and to the missile sites in western Iran, and also one especially symbolic event, the strike on the parliament building in Tehran. This is not only a target, it is a consciousness message to the Iranian regime, live to the world. And into the consciousness arena enters another factor that shakes the system from within, the Mossad, the Israeli spy agency, a body that no agency in the world today compared to. It published today a statement in Persian directed straight to the public in Iran with sharp warning. The central factors of repression have been removed, and the messages continues. We continue with determination on the path to toppling the regime. Others are fleeing in panic. At the same time, Iran's national television broadcast system was briefed, and on local television messages and speeches of Western leaders like Bibi and Trump, they were aired in Iran as part of a psychological warfare meant to show the Iranian public that the regime is cracking. In less than a day, as described, Iran flips again and again on critical decisions. The conclusion is that they are trying to highlight a fierce dispute is taking place amongst the top leadership that remained after the elimination. They are debating how to continue from here and what price they are still willing to pay. And here, we need to connect this to another dimension of the third day, the eliminations and the damage to Iran's intelligence system. The IDF announced it eliminated senior officials in Iran's Ministry of Intelligence, including figures defined as leading overseas terrorist operations, and as those who engaged in internal repression of Iranian people and the protesters. This is a qualitative shift. Not only launchers and raiders, also the brain that operates the arms. Now, we move to the arena that joined us this morning, Lebanon. Hezbollah entered the campaign for the first time since the ceasefire in November 2024. Overnight, there was fire from Lebanon to the north, and later, this morning, there was already alerts, also in wider areas. And according to the reports, rockets and swarms of UAVs were launched. And in one incident, damage to homes in the Upper Galilee was reported as a result of the interception of the UAV. And some of the incidents ended with no casualties when the launches fell in open areas or were intercepted. And the IDF responded quickly. The IDF spokesperson described a wide strike against Hezbollah targets immediately after the fire, with an emphasis on the senior commanders and on some of the last remaining veteran senior figures in the organization. At the same time, evacuation warnings were published in villages in southern Lebanon and also for a building in the Dahya neighborhood in Beirut. Strikes in the Dahya neighborhood and also explosion sounds were reported. And in that same window of time, there was also a report of the elimination of the head of Hezbollah's faction in the Lebanese parliament, Muhammad al-Ghaib. In addition, the IDF confirmed the elimination of Hezbollah's head of the intelligence headquarters, Hussein Baklab. And in practice, the strike took place in Beirut. These are not open area strikes. These are strikes aimed at the heads of the system. In the IDF, they also do not rule out expansion. It was said explicitly that the forces are prepared for any possibility. in the defensive systems, they spoke about an operation that could be broad and comprehensive, including the possibility of a ground entry if necessary. And alongside that, the strikes in Lebanon were also carried out with the help of the Navy. Another signal that Hezbollah opened a door and Israel intends to operate in all dimensions. In the IDF, we are preparing for Hezbollah. Tens of thousands of reservists were drafted. Units are on standby, and the entire system is in attack mode in the north and also in Iran at the same time. But the third day does not remain only between Tehran and Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, and also between Beirut and Kiryat Shmona, the Israeli city and the Lebanese capital. The arena is expanding to other places, to the Gulf. And this is the part that brings more countries into the picture. There was a report of an Iranian strike against oil facilities in Saudi Arabia. According to the reports, UAVs hit or tried to hit Aramco facilities in Ras Tanura in Saudi Arabia. They reported intercepting UAVs and a fire caused by the shark oil. And according to the versions, there were no casualties in this attack. And this is a turning point because such a strike shifts the war from an Israel-Iran track to a track of Iran versus the regional order. When all facilities go up in flames, the whole world is looking. And at the same time, there are signals of Iranian pressure also against the additional countries. There was a report of a suspicion of an Iranian UAV attack in Cyprus with sirens at the airport in Paphos and a call from the United States Embassy to stay away from the compound. Later, it was reported that 2 UAVs aimed at a British base in Cyprus were intercepted. And then, Greece announced it would send ships and fighter aircraft to protect Cyprus. Meaning, also the Eastern Mediterranean is beginning to feel the shockwaves. Here, the British are also entering the picture, the United Kingdom. The Prime Minister of Britain announced that he approved for the United States to use British bases for the purpose of limited defensive action, intercepting and destroying missiles at their source, in depots or launchers in order to prevent harm to the country. Britain emphasized it is not joining an offensive strike, but it is entering deeper into the defensive envelope. And in the Middle East, it is enough to enter only for defensive purposes to actually become part of the big plan. And against this comes also an Arab-American political response. The United States and 6 additional Arab countries published a joint statement that sharply condemns Iran's indiscriminate missile and UAV attacks, which hit civilian areas and endangered civilians and infrastructure. The message here is clear. Whoever fires in all directions and harms the sovereignty of the neighbors creates against himself a regional front. Qatar, according to the quotes that were published, is already signaling something completely different. A spokesperson for its foreign ministry said that Iran must pay the price for attacks against its own people. This is an unusual statement because it draws a red line. And if it translates into action, the Gulf could move from a stage of anger and statements to a stage of response. So, what is this developing in the coming days? Right now, we see 3 options moving in parallel. First option, continued attrition in Iran through layers of capability, missiles, air defense, internal control, and intelligence systems. Less one blow, more pressure that makes it hard to manage the war. Second option, expansion in the north. Hezbollah already fired, Israel already moved to a broad offensive. If this continues for a few more days, as was conveyed in the communications, it may become a full campaign into Lebanon. And third option, ignition in the Gulf. If Iran continues to touch the oil, the bases, and the shipping lanes, it pushes the Arab and the Western countries towards another step, even if they do not want that at all. Up to here, the third day, and it is no longer just another day of the fighting. It is a day that marks the expansion, both in targets and in players, and also in price. And the question that remains open is simple and hard. On which morning will we wake up to the next big barrage? And will it come only from Iran or already from 3 different fronts simultaneously? We will continue to report on every development on this issue, so keep spreading the truth, share, follow us. Leave us a super thank you, leave a comment, let us know you are praying for us, praying for the people of Israel, and also praying for our allied forces, for the United States servicemen and women. Leave us some comments, make some noise in the comments. And of course, make sure to hit the subscribe button so that you never miss another episode of Boots on the Ground. Now, this war broke out again between Israel and Iran for the third time already. And across Israel, families are running to shelters. Children are hearing sirens instead of school bells. Soldiers are leaving their homes to defend their nation and other nations in this region. This is real. This is happening right now. And Israel needs all of us right now. Remember, the Bible is calling us to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. And today, that means urgent, bold, and faithful prayer. It also means taking action. Israel must know that millions of believers are standing with them, not just in words, but in support. TBN is calling on you to step up to stand with Israel. Your gift helps bring truth from the ground, spiritual strength to believers, and real support in a time of war. So if you want to stand with Israel right now, go to tbn.org/standwithisrael. Again, that's tbn.org/standwithisrael. Pray with us, stand with Israel, and give as generously as you can. Do not wait. Do not assume that someone else will respond. Be the one who stands up. Visit tbn.org/standwithisrael and show Israel that they are not alone. We are not alone. So let's stand with Israel. Let's pray for the peace of Jerusalem, and let's act. And now, let's continue with the latest diplomatic developments. An Iranian UAV struck the Aramco oil facilities this morning in Ras Tanura. This is located in eastern Saudi Arabia. And this is not just another symbolic launch. This is an attack aimed directly at the regime's exposed nerve. The region's exposed nerve, which is, you guessed right, energy, oil, the economy, and the stability of the Gulf states. And the question hovering over everything right now is simple. Is Iran looking for a white flag to stop, or has it simply lost internal control and is reacting from the gut? Behind the scenes, the struggle at the top of the Iranian leadership is starting to show through the decisions on the ground as well. In less than a day, contradictory decisions are made. Then they retreat from them, and then they change direction again. At this stage, the conclusion is unavoidable. In the leadership that remained after the elimination, a hard argument is taking place about how to continue. Do they try to survive and return to negotiations, or do they raise the tempo to prove that the regime is still breathing? On the American side, President Donald Trump is drawing a tough line, but with a defined time tomorrow, with a defined time window. He estimates the operation will last about a month and explains Iran is a big country. In his most recent statements, after the deaths of the first soldiers, the American soldiers in this operation, he said bluntly that he does not assume that they will be the last ones. Then, he moved to direct messages to the Iranian people and the security forces. He called on Iranians to topple the regime, and claimed that many commanders in the army want to surrender. He also delivered an explicit threat to the Revolutionary Guards: lay down your weapons and you will receive immunity, or you will be unalive. And at the same time, regional messaging is aligned around Riyadh. In Saudi Arabia, they confirmed that the Crown Prince spoke with Trump and received full backing for how the kingdom chooses to respond. He also acted immediately with his neighbors, talks with Qatar, with Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates in an effort to build a front and prevent panic. Saudi Arabia is emphasizing one point: its airspace was not used for strikes against Iran, and therefore, from its perspective, a hit on its territory is crossing the line. And inside Iran, even the admissions are coming out. Foreign Minister Arakshi apologized for the launch of a missile towards Oman and admitted that units in the Iranian army are isolated and that commanders in the field are carrying out orders that were given in advance. This is a heavy hint about what is actually happening inside the command and control systems. When communications lines are breaking up, what remains are drawer orders, meaning the orders that were given before the war progressed, and far less ability to manage the war in real time. Meanwhile, the latest strikes are focusing on regime targets of the Revolutionary Guards and the besieged. And according to assessments, there is heavy damage there to the force that is supposed to suppress an internal uprising. In Israel, they are also broadcasting that very soon surprising things will happen in Tehran. It is not clear whether this is a strike, a covert action, or a move aimed at disrupting the regime from within. And right now, this looks like a war that is being fought on two fronts at the same time, against Israel and against the United States from the outside, and against a governing crisis from within. And the question for the next report is already ready. Who will win first? The pressure in the streets of Tehran, or the decision at the top of the Iranian leadership on whether to raise its hand from gambling on escalation? What do you think? You think that this regime will be toppled from within, or by surrendering? We will be here to bring you the whole truth and all the information from Israel. So keep spreading the truth, share this content with as many people as possible. And if you want to see what's happening in Israel, also look for the TikTok and Maki Shoshani on social media platforms. Again, if you haven't subscribed, make sure to hit the subscribe button right now. Leave a comment, tell us how you're praying, who you are praying for. If you're praying for the Iranian people, if you're praying for the United States soldiers, Navy, pilots in this region, if you're praying for the people of Israel, if you're praying for all of the above, please do that. Let us know. We want to hear from you. The household, remember, this is a spiritual war. So let's conclude with a prayer. And as we pray, let's pray for the people of Israel, let's pray for the people of Iran, let's pray for wisdom to our leaders. Let's pray for God to make His way in this region. Let's pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Thank you for joining us. Keep praying for the peace of Jerusalem.
Absolutely.
This is Heightened to come to you with another update of the war between Iran, Israel, and the United States of America. And the biggest question of all is, was the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, eliminated? Was the commander of the Revolutionary Guards in Iraq terminated as well in the Syrian-American preemptive strike against the Revolutionary Guards in Iraq? Massive drama is unfolding. The assessment is growing. Ali Khamenei was hit and terminated in Tehran. After the execution of a wide-scale attack in Iran, countless reports are coming in regarding the regime's condition, regarding the targets that were struck, and of course, the threats from Iran have begun to arrive. This is with some of the reports speaking about a strike on the supreme leader and the Iranian president. Here, on boots on the ground, we are reviewing all of the details. I'm the Heightened with me is Mati Shoshani, and we are boots on the ground live now with all the details. President Donald Trump of the United States announced we largely attack on Iran. We will destroy their missiles. The President of the United States referred this morning to the military operation that the Americans launched together with Israel and Iran. We will ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. It is important to understand that Iran's president, Pezeshkian, were among the targets for the strike. An assessment in Israel said that the commander of the Revolutionary Guards was terminated in this strike. A senior American official stated that the United States and Israel coordinated opening the strike, and this is only the beginning. In Israel, they revealed the deception against Iran. The strike came as a surprise, and as I'm speaking to you now, we hear sound alarms of incoming missiles coming our way. This gives us a few minutes before the wider siren will start in the area. So, they revealed the deception against Iran. The strike came as a surprise. The IDF waited for senior regime officials to convene to meet together to review the behind the scenes of this attack against Iran. The Middle compound was destroyed. It is not known what became of him, but we have a report that he was hit in the strike, but they're not confirmed yet. In Israel, the officials confirmed that Ali Khamenei was amongst those targets of the strike. And Iran issued a direct threat towards Israel and towards the United States of America. There are no red lines. After the threat towards Israel, Iran gave unusual notice to its presidents flee this area. So the Gulf states are preparing for the worst. Iran launched another an unrestrained missile attack. And it seems that Israel and the Air Force feel at home in Tehran. The sequence of strikes continue in the western Iran side. The combined operation, the event will continue for at least a week, while all eyes are on Iran. And Israel is preparing on the Lebanese border, on the northern part of the country. And the city of Tehran cheered and rejoiced. Footage from Tehran shows the reaction of the Iranian people to the dramatic strike. So, I'm Yair Pinto, and this is Boots on the Ground Live, bringing you all the updates on what's happening in the Middle East. Operation Roar of the Lion set out on its way in a combined attack on day 10 of Trump's deadline. Israel and the United States began this morning with a preemptive strike on Iran. The campaign is the result of a severe strategic and diplomatic failure by the Iranian leadership, which misjudged President Trump's patience. Iran finds itself in an unprecedented situation in the face of close cooperation between the IDF and the United States, while it is isolated in terms of the Shiite axis and may also lose the quiet support of the Gulf states due to attacks on American bases on their territory. In the IDF, they clarified that the goal of the operation in Iran is to strike the regime and remove the existential threat over Israel. In full cooperation with the United States, and at the same time, tens of thousands of reservists were mobilized and forces were reinforced across all sectors. So, how did the strike begin? Months of precise intelligence collection, full coordination between Israel and the United States, and the building of a detailed target map enabled the opening blow. The IDF opened another wave of strikes in western Iran in an attempt to reduce missile launchers towards Israel. Iran announced that it launched Operation True Promise 4 and attacked bases in capital Kuwait, Bahrain, and the Emirates. Foreign Minister Arachi in Iran to the Gulf State statement, do not allow for territories to be exploited. Explosions were heard in Dubai and in Abu Dhabi. An Asian civilian was unalive by sharpened. It is our right to respond. That's the statement. In Iran, doing unalive at the headquarters of the co-created militias. Houthis threatened to strike the Red Sea. The assessment in Israel is that the commander of the Revolutionary Guards was eliminated. Who entered the war as a lie? This is what the statement says in Israel. And Muhammad Atul entered his role in place of Hussein Salami, who was eliminated in Operation Amkilafi. And according to the assessments in Israel, he was terminated in opening blow. So in Iran they deny it, but a source close to the regime told Reuters several senior commanders and political figures were terminated. Israeli sources state Ali Naziani was in the process. Mati Shoshani, our senior correspondent for Middle East affairs, is with us. So Mati, we both know that this is history, live. But do you think there was success in eliminating the supreme leader of the Revolutionary Guards in Iran, Ali Khamenei? Mati, where are you coming to us from? I cannot hear you. Okay, I can hear you now. Good. Yeah, so
Today it's more like they didn't have that reserves. Wasn't expected to be back this fast. Like you said, this is a very, very unique community. I started this very early in my community given desert. Only to watch Israeli Air Force planes flying over to see the first barrage of this community. Since an article about the deserts as a Israeli society. The important point is that's the question that's really involved. We're not sure now. I doubt we'll be sure anytime soon what exactly happened. We were hiding, we were injured, we were taken off facility picture. Keep it in the nail on the head of the initial research. The accuracy of that man's attack, this man's attack, is imaginary. We started out the morning with a pinpoint attack. All the basic missile launchers, many of them you've seen the footage. And the pinpoint attack on many of the IRGC facilities, Iran and various facilities around the Iran. Additional strikes on the facilities of Iranians were trying to be done to install and then intercepted multiple waves of Iranian ballistic missiles. We're not doing this for this unlike the operation this is about this way. Here we're working hand-in-hand with the Americans. The targeting is absolutely accurate. It's very, very well built. It includes slowly restoring the air defense.
I gotta put that in the other side though.
Very important as we get back to rising line back in the is a
right?
leadership of both the IRGC, the religious leadership,
oh man.
and some key facilities and figures in your
Nah, I did it right here.
we were anticipating a much more substantial
You ain't gonna get that.
response.
Got it.
And it hasn't come. We've heard the alarms.
Told you, man.
Time and time again. But the very few missiles that are making it through are being intercepted by Israel. What's abnormal here, what's different here, is that the Iranians are really trying to poke their neighbors in Iran. The UAE,
I told you that I was gonna get that.
they tried to do it several times, but with very limited
Told you.
success. This was
Told
they
you.
went all out in this company. And my stance is that those are only going to face a number of people who will be aware of the long play. We'll be eliminating a very large number.
Told you I'm gonna get it. Now I'm gonna get the corner pocket right here. Corner pocket. Got it. Now where I'm gonna get this one at right here. I'm gonna put that one right here. Oh man.
But again, we've shown our supremacy in the air, we've shown our supremacy when it comes to intelligence, and we've shown that both sides between the Israeli forces.
I messed up. I should have got the I should have got
These people deserve something else. They deserve a revolution. They deserve freedom. They deserve to be removed
I should have got
from the punishment and the radical television. And this is the only that the President Trump will really have at this moment's life before his political reserves. He says to the world, I'm doing this for you. Netanyahu said the same thing in different words in the past. I'm doing this for you. And then the people around
bingo.
totally refuse it.
I won. Yeah, boy. I won. I won. I won. I won. Yo, I'm the expert in shooting pool. I can shoot. I can shoot.
Well, we just received a notice in our phones.
I can shoot pool.
An incoming
Real
missile
good.
is on its way,
Yep.
and we should stay close to protected
Shoot
areas.
pool.
That's why I know that I'm outside
I
and
shoot.
I'm with
I can
protective
shoot
vests
pool.
because I know that I will
Real
keep
good.
recording even if the sirens are here. So
Told I
makes my
got
wife
that
a little
one.
bit more happy that I'm standing here. But this is the situation,
Man.
and the reports that we are receiving.
How you get that?
This will last multiple days. We do not have official confirmation.
How you get that?
I can hear that also here. I can hear that also here.
How you get that?
Quite a distance. The air is full of the crackling, the popping sound of the Iron Dome intercepts and the David Sling.
Man.
And I want to say this again. We can't see it because there's still light outside. But once the dark comes down,
How you get
I
that?
see there'll still be more rockets coming down. You can hear first the intercepts and see them outside of the atmosphere in low orbit over.
That's why he
over
missed.
Some ballistic missiles go out.
That's why he missed.
They're intercepted there. You hear
Nah,
about 3
okay.
minutes later, I think something like that. You hear the
That's why he
explosion
missed.
sound that's outside of the atmosphere. And then there's a secondary
Side pocket
from
right there.
Iron Dome. Right now, what we're hearing is that crack and pop sound that's way up in the sky. If it was dark, you'd probably be seeing the flashes of it, or would have saw the flashes. But now it's coming down, and I think it's incredible that we get to stand here, Yair, me and you, without any concern to our safety, just because of that technology that protects us. They're incredibly.
Oh man.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Israel and the IDF has
man.
that the anti-defensive
It ain't go back
the
right, man.
defensive systems are operational at
man.
bigger and higher.
I should have hit the I should have hit the pool ball over.
And this is also.
Yup, I should have hit that over like man.
We are here to stay.
But I heard it.
Investing in these technologies and also now.
I hit it in the wrong part.
To protect them against rockets and attacks. This is
I should have hit it. I should have hit it over like man. I should have made it where my My cue ball, draw my cue ball back. Yep.
And I want to say thank you to everyone who's praying for us and supporting what we're doing.
Now he missed that one right there. He missed that one right there. He missed that one. Yep. Bang. And now. Now I get that one. Bam, I got that one. I won again. That's 4 in a row, man. That's 4 in a row. 4 in a row, man. Yep. That's 4 games in a row. Yep. This will make 5 if I win this one. If I win this game, that'll make 5. Will he make 5? Oh, he missed, so it's my turn. Yep, he missed, so it's my turn now. It's my turn. He missed. He missed. He missed. He missed. Now I got one. Now I get this one right here. See? Now I got all them. I got all them. Now I'm gonna get. Let's see which one I want to get. I want to get this one right here. I want to get this one right here. Bang. And then I send this ball right here. I send this ball in the corner pocket. No, what I do, I hit that ball and knock that ball in the corner pocket. Man, I missed it, man. Well, I ain't missed it, I hit it wrong. Yeah. I hit it wrong, man. Well, he ain't gonna get that one right. He ain't gonna knock all them balls in. He gonna miss one of them. Watch. He gonna at least miss one ball, man. One ball he gonna miss, man. He not gonna get all the balls. He gonna leave this one.
Behind the scenes, a long operational plan was built.
He gonna leave. He gonna leave miss one ball. At least miss one ball. At least.
The moment that window opened, the operation began. The strike was carried out simultaneously at several locations.
Oh man, dang, I lost it. Dang, I lost again, man. Well, I lost that time. Only lost one time, so I play again. If I lose like 3 games in a row, then I quit. I quit if I lose 3 games in a row. I quit.
moving, and someone who also holds a senior role in
See, I get low bars or high bars.
after the previous campaign, and also Ali Lafijan, who's mentioned
I think I'm gonna take low ball. So I take low ball.
we are not sure because on the one hand, Iran claims
I take low ball.
and sound, and that a
Bang.
series of other senior figures are also safe and sound. And the other hand, scenario in Israel appear, according to which a secure
Now I got
in Tehran
dang man, I'm gonna get the ball right now. Dang. Dang,
housing location for senior officials
dang, man, I'm gonna
expensive damage in the early strikes. In this scenario, it is said that if Khamenei was dead at the point of the strike, it is possible that he was buried under the rock, and it is not certain if he survived. This is only a scenario where it's not confirmed, and we are not certain that this is what is happening now. But it's not a determination.
he gonna miss.
Opposite did stand the Iranian.
He ain't gonna get all them balls in.
Also, another report according to which Khamenei
He gonna at least miss one. He gonna miss. He gonna at least miss one ball, man.
he's not staying in Tehran, he's out.
Then when he miss one ball,
Are running in Tehran. And the bottom line right now is what? Drama is enormous. But there is still no final confirmation. Regarding the top of the Revolutionary Guard, there is a clear assessment on the Israeli side. Israel, they assessed that the commander of the Guard Revolutionary Guards, General Mohammed Bakhur, was terminated already in open blow. Bakhur entered his role in place of the previous commander, Hussein Salami, who was eliminated in the past as part of another operation. Iran, they deny this as well, saying, don't pay attention to rumors. But at the same time, another report appeared from an Iranian source close to the regime, according to which several senior commanders in the revolutionary
he be taking all day, man.
were terminated in the strike.
I ain't playing people like that,
Even
man.
when there is no official
They take all day, man, to shoot the damn ball,
there is
man.
an indirect admission that there is high level damage at the senior top. What was the objective of the operation? It's conveyed to the Israeli side. The objective was a significant strike against the regime and the removal of existential threat over Israel in full cooperation with the United States of America. It was also said that the goal is to strike the regime on the foundational pillars and create an infrastructure that will undermine its stability.
Since the start of the latest Iran conflict, even just in the past few minutes. Qatar, meantime, says it shot down 2 Soviet-era Iranian bombers today. Many other Gulf states are also taking fire from Iran. Chief One Correspondent Lance is in Tel Aviv tonight.
Brett, good evening. The war has now expanded to Israel's northern front with the Iran-backed terror group Hezbollah launching rockets into northern Israel overnight. In response, the Israelis striking targets across Lebanon. Israeli sources tell Fox News that 30 Hezbollah operatives were killed and significant damage was caused to the Lebanese capital of Beirut. We're also learning that Hezbollah still has up to 12,000 missiles and rockets in its arsenal. Israel's former defense minister telling Fox News the regional war that's developing is a historic opportunity for the Iranian people if the U.S. and Israel keep pushing forward.
The coming weeks will shape the coming decades in the Middle East when this part of the world, and I believe
Oh, man.
should be done.
I pressed the wrong one. I ain't mean to press that one for all them points, man. Dang. I gotta win now, man. That's a lot of points, man. I lose, man.
Israel is now targeting Iran's ballistic missile launchers in response. The head of the IDF Military Intelligence Directorate says the conflict has only just begun.
We are not finished. You must continue to set these targets and mark them. Anyone who chooses to engage in such actions against the state of Israel, against the residents of the state of Israel, against our future here, we will find them and we will eliminate them.
As we speak, there are sirens sounding in northern Israel. Just minutes ago, we saw interceptions and some missiles being intercepted out at sea from Tel Aviv. As this conflict is developing, the Israelis are doing what they can to take down the incoming fire.
Right. As we told you a moment ago, President Trump gave a progress report today on the Iran operation. White House correspondent Aisha Hazi has that part of the story tonight.
We're already substantially ahead of our time projections. We projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
In his first in-person remarks since launching strikes on Iran, President Trump says the campaign is well ahead of schedule. Explained to Fox News' Brett Baer how U.S. intelligence led to taking out 49 top Iranian leaders in the first few hours. Trump says if they hide, it's a lot longer than 4 weeks to get them all, and they would have been hiding. We were shocked when we heard what was going on with the meeting. You know, we knew exactly what was happening. 49 leaders, the top leadership. That early success, however, raising questions now about who will lead the Persian country. Trump telling Fox potential new leadership in Iran has indicated they want to talk, and he eventually will. When asked by Fox if there's someone on the ground who will rise up, Trump answered, yeah, I feel there is. I feel them. And some of them are no longer with us, to be honest, because it was 49 leaders that were taken out.
We would love for the people of Iran to use this as an opportunity to rise up and remove these leaders. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons.
Trump continues to double down on why he pulled the trigger in the middle of nuclear talks. He says Iran ignored his warnings to stop building a nuclear weapon and continue to grow its ballistic missiles program.
The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe, and would soon have missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America.
Meanwhile, the U.S.'s closest ally pulls further away. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer rejecting Trump's criticism for taking far too long to let the U.S. use its air bases to attack Iran.
Oh,
Adding
my
today,
battery going
the
low.
British Air Force will not join air operations because his government does not
Oh,
believe in
man.
regime change from the skies.
And will not
My battery going low, man.
unlawful action. They are entitled to better than that. We were the ones
My battery.
but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so.
And Brett, tonight the president is pushing back on criticism, as he told you over the phone, that there was no post-war plan for what would happen on the ground. He said that's simply not true. There is a plan pointing to Venezuela as a template. Brett?
Aisha Hazi, just around the block here.
Chief Congressional Correspondent Chad Berger. Chad.
Harris, good morning. DHS is now in its third week without money. There's concern about a domestic terrorism attack sparked by the war. Republicans want to get Democrats on the record opposing money for DHS. The House votes this week.
This is, by the way, another very compelling reason that we need to fund the Department of Homeland Security immediately. The Democrats are highly irresponsible to keep Homeland Security unfunded while we're in the middle of a war against the world's worst state sponsor of terrorism.
Republicans worry that the conflict could activate Iranian sleeper cells, which entered the U.S. through the once porous southern border. Republicans argue
My
that
battery going low, man. My battery going low, man. So, my battery going low, man. Yeah.
Senate this week to possibly stop the war. Democrats and some Republicans say President Trump lacks constitutional authority to send troops into battle without a congressional blessing. Lawmakers wonder how long the conflict may last.
Well, that remains to be seen whether it's to be limited or not. I don't even understand the justification.
Oh man,
for what's taking place. What we do know
battery's going low, man.
of an all-out war in the Middle
My
East.
battery's going low.
Now, Jeffries and other
The battery's
congressional
going
leaders
low.
with their first briefing about the war today. The
I
War
got
Powers Act allows the president to
I got
initiate
put
warfare
a
as
new
long
battery.
as he
I mean a
informs
battery.
Congress within 2 days.
That battery.
Republicans don't want to hamstring the president. Harris?
Chad Pergram, you're on.
I want to
Thank
put
you very much. Hello. Dan Hoffman is a
this
former
right
CIA
here on
station
there.
and a Fox News contributor.
I want to
and
put
joins us now.
that
Dan,
on.
welcome to you. On those details, the New York Times with this headline: the CIA helped pinpoint a gathering of Iranian leaders, then Israel struck. In it, it reads the CIA had been tracking Ayatollah Khamenei for months, gaining more
I wanna
confidence
put-
about its location.
You know what I
its
want to do?
patterns. According to people familiar with the operation, the United States and Israeli governments, which had originally planned to launch a strike at night under the cover of darkness, made the decision to adjust the timing to take advantage of the information about the gathering at the government compound in Tehran on Saturday morning. Just studying the details that we're learning about all of this, Dan.
That thing.
If there's one thing I learned from
And
having
there
studied in war zones overseas, it's the extent to which we've developed this
But I don't wanna
extremely
put-
sophisticated
I don't wanna
trade
put the,
craft at CIA, where we were able to find and fix, and with the U.S. military's awesome precision,
I don't want to put the
kinetic strikes.
the Western
Our targets, whether they are
the other
terrorist targets or leadership targets
thing in there,
Iran.
man.
In this case,
But I gotta take that off
I
though,
would say
man.
from experience, CIA probably
I gotta
had
take-
human sources
I gotta
as
take
well
that
as signals
off
intelligence and overhead reconnaissance.
and put that
They
on.
produced the analysis that showed that there was going to be
That
this
one right there
gathering.
going there.
Really awful tradecraft on the part of the Iranians to meet in
Oh,
a
man,
location
I
in the
gotta put that
presidential
in.
office. That's a high value target for us, one that we would have been watching anyway. And
That one,
for the
man,
Ayatollah to be there, and the head of the IRGC, among others, that was just a bonanza for our targeters. And good on the military
But
and
that-
CIA
that-
for having this fused capability that we've seen
I gotta put,
since 9/11 with extraordinary results.
That
So
was
we'll
like
say more from Brett Baer
in the
as he
in my
on the channel following his meeting with President Trump. Here's more.
But I
from
want
that.
to take that.
When
I
they
want
met,
to take
they
that
met
light.
for breakfast. They
That
assumed
light
it was
out
good for a lot
and
of
put
reasons. Number one, they didn't think we knew, but you never attack in the morning.
And
Had
put
to
the
do with
other
things
light
and
in.
sun and a lot of things. It was amazing that we knew everything we knew.
It's incredible to hear some of the details that are emerging. I want to get your reaction to that, Dan.
Damn, man.
There's no rules for when
I
we
wanna
attack
put-
or don't attack,
I
daytime
wanna
raids,
put-
nighttime raids. Sure, we prefer to do things under the cover of the darkness, but the two words I heard at CIA
I wanna put
most
the
often,
other light in.
especially in war zones, were it
Mm-mm.
depends. And we'll roll with it. And in this case, the benefit of launching those strikes, albeit a more difficult strike during the daylight, was extremely it's just fantastic for the
But
war
look,
to
this-
decapitate so
this-
much of Iran's leadership with this one strike. And the other thing that I would just highlight here
This
is that
right
Iran
here,
has typically relied on
I got
Russia
put this
for strategic intelligence
that
from
right
the
here
United States. And I
and
just
put
wonder at this case whether the Iranians might not be too pleased that the Russians didn't give them any warnings
But I don't
about
know
U.S.
if
capability and intention
this gonna
to
go
strike
again.
Iranian leadership.
Dan, I want to hear
In this
this.
case, it was good on our military planners to have exercised such excellent tradecraft and kept the secrets.
Yeah, Dan, we've got some more details coming in just now. I want to first play out General David King. Here he is talking about just the historic nature of this strike. Listen here.
This marked the culmination of months and in some cases years of deliberate planning
this
and
right here,
refinement against this particular
Hey,
target. From precision strikes against key military infrastructure to persistent intelligence and targeting integration, it was historic not only in the operational scope, but in the level of joint infiltration displayed across every element of
Now I
the
got
task
it
force.
done, man.
Okay, Dan, the new details that I'm just getting
Look.
in here via
Look,
our
man.
Jen Griffin, brand new details on the strikes and the length of the war.
Look, I got it done
And,
right there. Look,
also,
I
she's
got
got
that
the
one.
details on the friendly fire.
Oh.
I'll get to this first, though.
Oh,
She
man.
is reporting that via
I got it
multiple
done
sources,
right.
conversations with whom she has had, the president is now talking about 4 to 5 weeks or longer for this war to last. Is that the best estimate is that the Iranians had produced and stockpiled about a month's worth of ballistic missiles. They were producing about 100 missiles a month before the war started 3 days ago. That's not including the drones, which are actually proving to be the hardest for the U.S. military to defend against, because they fly under the radar, and standard missile defense systems, which are built for incoming ballistic and cruise missiles, cannot stop them.
See, that worked when I
At the start of the conflict, the U.S. military's best estimate
when I pressed the button.
2,000 long-range ballistic and 2,000 shorter-range cruise missiles. So far, they've fired about 500 missiles, Dan. A combination of the above.
When I pressed the button, it worked.
A lot more stockpiled. A few years ago,
Yep.
she notes, at the start of the Ukraine war, they started ramping up with the help of the North Koreans. A lot to take in there. Get your initial reaction, Dan.
I pressed that.
Yeah, this is another responsibility for the intelligence community. It's not just sniping.
But I want to press.
Leadership
I want
targets,
to
but it's also
see.
Conducting inventory of
Dang,
Iranian capability, whether it's ballistic
I want to
missiles
put
or
that
enriched uranium. And in this case, the U.S. military is going to rely on those intelligence assessments
I want to put
of where the ballistic missiles are located, and then take appropriate action. Just for historical reference, I would highlight the Gulf War back in 1991. We don't want to stop the conflict too soon and allow Iran to retain
But see,
the
look,
ballistic
when you
missiles
put that
that they could
when
use
you
to
put
harm us down the road.
Got it.
when you
And
put
just
that
wanna
light
add
in
that
there,
in terms of the friendly
that
fire
light in there.
incident, she reports it's under
It
investigation.
ain't really
by CENTCOM, which they're not commenting on, but initial
it ain't
indications
really
suggest
come
it was
on.
a Kuwaiti missile defense system whose radar was set on automatic.
When you put
and
that
there was a
light in
breakdown
there.
Communications.
Cause you put the wrong.
Dan Hoffman, great to have you on. Thank you
You
so
put the
much.
wrong one. The wrong one in
All
there,
right, John.
man. The wrong one.
Jesse, let's start with you. You know, Iran could have, after Operation Midnight Hammer, said, okay, you got us.
The wrong one in there.
Obviously, the pagers,
See,
the
look.
nuclear program, they could have said, all right, let us take a beat.
How
They didn't. They continued to press on the
How
gas.
I'm gonna get this in there,
And
man?
this led to this moment, and now they don't even exist anymore.
How I'm gonna get
So
this
when I saw
in?
the news we were going to war, I
How I'm
kind
gonna
of
get this
uneasy
in?
feeling in the pit of
Plugged
my
in
stomach.
here.
This is a very
I'm gonna get
ambitious
this
operation. It's unpredictable.
plugged in
It's
there.
extremely dangerous, but I have to just trust the commander in chief.
My finger-
He has an excellent track record with
finger
foreign
did-
policy, and
My
so
finger
far
is
the
not,
operation has been incredible.
My
And
finger
our
is
military is far,
too
far
big, man.
superior. You're exactly right. The Ayatollah should have taken the deal
I
after
can't get
Midnight
it.
Hammer.
I can't
Instead,
get
he
it
was
in
playing
there,
cat and
man.
mouse with
Finger's too big.
And as they say,
Damn.
Donald Trump did not come here to lay up.
Right.
He inherited a mess.
Yes,
He
you
saw
got
a
it right
window
there.
of opportunity. He set a deadline and he took action. And hopefully he's successful. And if he
I don't
is,
got it right
Americans
there,
for
man.
generations will benefit.
See, look.
So who takes power now in Iran? I have no idea. Is it a hardliner? Is it someone like the number 2 in Venezuela
Damn,
who you can
man.
do business with, or are the people going to rise up? It's hard when you don't
See,
have
look, man, I
weapons and you
can't-
live in a police state. So
I
Trump
can't
will try to
see the,
shape what happens on the
the
ground
thing to
from
put
the
it in.
carriers, and I'm sure the CIA is going to be passing a lot of
It's
cash
right.
around.
How does this affect the American
It's
people?
right there
Well, the
too.
market opened lower, and then it snapped
Right
back
there,
and
man.
closed about flat. Oil prices are up, gas prices at the pump, they're gonna jump.
Dang,
and
man.
mortgage
I
rates are
can't.
already ticking up. So in the short term, you're gonna see a
My
little
fingers
inflation.
is too
But if it's a successful
big,
operation,
man. I can't.
prices are gonna go way, way down, and the stock market is going to rip.
I can't get in it because my fingers too big.
To just decimate Ukraine, so it's going to push them
See,
towards
look.
peace.
Oh, I got it.
Saudis aren't going to be able to suck up all that cheap
I got it, man.
Iranian oil, and we'll have full
Yeah, I
control
got it.
over the oil-rich Middle East, and then we can pivot to the
Yeah.
Pacific and stare down Beijing. But until then, just pray for the boys.
All right,
pray for
man,
the
I got
president,
it.
and hope everything goes well.
And you'll have the vice president on tonight.
Yeah.
And for the men and women and the girls.
And the girls. And
Nah,
so,
this right
so
here.
when we just had that update from Trey Yates about what
Take
Israel
this.
is trying to do.
See this right here.
What do you
Stick.
think about that in terms of the technology they have
Stick
today,
down
what they
here
didn't have
like
before,
that.
and the intelligence? And do we have air?
See?
And
that
Israel
one right
have
there.
air superiority?
Now I got
in our
that.
country yet?
I got that on. I got that.
I think there was
Got that
I think
together.
Trey might have been one that made it today.
So.
Maybe it wasn't. That said, listen, they're going after the launch capabilities of missiles. They can have 100 of them in a cave, but if they can't launch them, they're effectively useless. And so this strategy here is incredibly intel driven. And I kind of want to harp on what you were just talking about. In my opinion, this is just me.
I got that
nuclear
plugged
weapons
up.
is a great way to make this politically palatable on the world stage. This is about China. It starts and ends with China. I mean, every leader we have in our military right now believes their job. The entire Marine Corps was restructured for this a few years ago, going into 2030.
I got that plugged up, so now
what President Trump has done, and you hit on
all I gotta
it,
do is
if you have
get the
resources
brain.
and wealth of the Middle East on your side, and
Get
we
the
enter
brain,
into a
that's
world
all,
war,
man.
whether it's North Korea, Russia, and China,
Get the brain
it's a
and
tremendous asset. Probably in this day and age,
plug it
more
all
so
up
than even
and
Europe. When you've
put
taken
the
out in a month's time more than 20%
battery in there,
upwards of
the
20%
battery
of
pack,
China's
the
import
battery
goal,
in there.
when you've taken away
That's
China's
all I gotta do
doorway
now.
for influence in the Middle East, which is
Yeah,
Iran. And not only that, but the biggest problem that Russia is going to have is who's been making their drones and missiles. When we talk about missile manufacturing, it's not just the missiles that Iran manufactures to stockpile to hit Israel with. It's the missiles that Russia is using to hit Ukraine with. This is also a big purchaser of technology and
Hey, you know what's
from
weird?
China. And so I truly believe this is
How in the
all
hell,
part of
when
President
you know when them
Trump's chess game with China.
jet
I think
airplanes
there is an immediate
land
threat
on the
with
carrier,
Iran, but I mean,
I wonder how in the hell that
listen, this is
that
the
thing.
best time. The
It
fight
seemed
might
like
have been in 5
it
years,
seemed like
but
that
what
thing in the
world
back
do we live in where we don't wait those
that
5
grabbed
years
the
until it really
cord on
hurts
the
us?
carrier. It seemed like the thing that stick out of the plane. It seemed like that should break off.
They're going to take a lot of arrows for this, but it is truly, it's
It
almost
seemed like
similar
it should
to
break
how
off from
we
the
have
forward,
said, listen,
from
it's
the
gonna hurt a little bit,
jet
we're bringing
airplane going
manufacturing back. We're
forward.
gonna use these
So
tariffs,
it
you're
seemed
gonna
like
probably
it
have
should
to
break.
for a year or two, but it's gonna set us up for success.
But it
I
don't,
believe
man.
this is a part of that same ideology when it comes to
Cause the
leading this
plane
country for the
is
next
so,
100 years. What do we always come
or you know what? It seemed like it should
This is a 100-year plan.
Yeah.
And the
it
smartest
seemed
thing
like
other
it should
politicians could do is buy
it
in
should
on
break
because it will
break a
absolutely
loose
lead to
from what it's connected
security
to.
for the next 100 years.
You know what it's connected to in the plane.
So you said, Joey,
But it's
this is the best
it's
time
connected
to do it.
to the
And I
frame,
think that
more
the
like it, the
problem that the
frame.
American public has with what's
More
going
like
on,
it.
and these are people who vote like me and people who vote like Jesse, is that our
Yep.
government has not made
More
that
like
case
it
to
is
us.
connected to
And
the
Secretary
frame.
Rubio was out there giving a press
Yep.
conference, and I think he
And
was by far and away the best
and that's
representative
what
of the administration to do it, had the most level of
That's
clarity,
what,
and that's because he admitted it finally that Israel
and that's
decided
why
to
it
do
won't
this,
break, because
and
the
we went
frame.
along for the ride. We have heard
Because
so
the
many
part
conflicting
that
stories,
is
and that's why you
connected
have
to
the strong MAGA
the
supporters
part
of
that
Lincoln
is
Tubbs,
connected
the Matt
to
Walshes of the world saying, excuse me, wait a
it's
minute,
strong.
this is confusing,
So
and now what we signed up
it
for
won't
the peace
break.
president, right? No boots on the ground. Now we have 6 dead service members. But we heard about Iran's
And
nuclear capacity.
it's
We
probably
heard about what's
made,
going on with
the
ballistic
part that it
missiles.
go
We
to,
heard they're going to attack
it's probably
us.
made
But
of
the truth
steel.
is that Israel was going to go in, and then
Name
they
the
were going
steel,
to attack us
name the
because
steel.
of what our ally was doing.
It's the difference between
Decisions that are
steel
being made are
and
being
stainless
orchestrated by
steel.
Bibi Netanyahu. We have a strong partnership with them for sure.
Stainless
That's
steel
why Jared Kushner and
is
Steve
stronger
Witkoff are central players in
sure
there,
than
because they are the Bibi whisperers,
regular
as it
steel.
were. President Trump is all
It's
over
way,
the map.
way,
And
way,
what
way
he's
stronger.
saying is going on here. I mean, I was following, he called like every reporter
Yes,
in his
sir.
phone, however he keeps his Rolodex.
Yes,
And we had everything
sir.
from 2 to 3 days. I want freedom for the Iranian people.
Hey, look.
4 to 5 weeks.
Look,
Like every report, what he's saying is going on here, because they are the Bibi whisperers,
hey, look at,
as it were.
look at these,
President Trump is
look at,
all over the map.
look
And
at Iran
what
army
he's saying
man.
is going
Look,
on here. I mean, I was following, he called like every reporter in his phone,
Iran army
however he
man,
keeps his Rolodex.
they
And we
running.
had everything from 2 to 3 days.
They
I want
running
freedom
trying
for
to
the
get
Iranian
away,
people,
look.
4 to 5 weeks.
And he put,
We
and
had
they,
new people that we wanted to fill.
United States drop a bomb
Killed all of our best
right
options.
in
So
between.
what next? And
And
we're all left here
it
sitting
blew 'em
wondering
all
what's
up.
next. And bringing us back to where I started with
That's crazy,
Netanyahu,
man.
this is his plan. They were the ones who decided they wanted to take out the Ayatollah. We didn't decide
Can you
that.
imagine
So while
getting,
we may sit here and say
can
we
you
don't want
imagine
regime
getting
change,
hit
Israel
with
does. And Israel is the
a
one
bomb,
who's out front here, otherwise they wouldn't have
a
taken it
bomb,
out.
hit the
Just real
ground,
quick, and I know you didn't mean
hit the
to
ground,
anyway,
and then,
but
and then
it's the first time I'm gonna mention
the
6
warhead
heroes on this show
detonate.
right now. I don't want it to be from
Can
a
you
political
imagine,
standpoint. I want it to be
imagine
from,
feeling
we
that
honor you,
alive?
and we know that that sacrifice will mean something. I
That's
know you
crazy,
know that, but it's
man.
important for me to say it.
That's fine, and I
It's
don't,
good, man.
I made sure, or I was
I
trying to
couldn't
make
be
sure
in
that I
no
communicated
army,
in that way,
man.
because we
I wouldn't
engaged
want to
and it was
be,
meant
man.
Charlie, there was no
'Cause it's too,
disrespect.
As you and I
it's
think
too,
are the same
it's
members
too,
of the
hell
team
no.
today. But you've covered several of
You
these
got
topics,
motherfuckers,
and there's been complaints
you got
from
your enemies
either side
on your,
about does the president actually
on the
have the
wars and
power to do
fighting and
that?
shit.
And over again, it's like, yes, he does.
Then you
But
take
doesn't- he's not
the chance
required
and
by
you
law
gonna
to
get,
necessarily explain it in a
you
particular
gonna
way
get
for any
hurt
particular
and
group.
shit.
But some of the Democrats who are
I
complaining
couldn't, I
that he
just
doesn't
couldn't
have the
do it,
power,
man.
they didn't feel that way when Barack Obama.
And then,
in
and then you hear all that explosion,
have been supporting an open border
them,
for the last 4
them
years
bombs,
prior
them
to
bombs, man,
last
that
year.
shit,
So
that shit be loud as fuck.
It's kind
Them
of
bombs, man.
obnoxious to even.
And they don't have no
Every
earmuffs
president
on.
since Thomas Jefferson
Cause
was
they
believed
can't
that
wear
the president
earmuffs
has the
then.
authority to do this
How they
for
gonna hear?
their party.
How they
The
gonna hear
question
their
to me,
partners
I
or
think,
something?
is
So
about
they
the
can't
timing,
wear
whether or
earmuffs.
not the time, because every president of our lifetime
They can't
has,
wear earmuffs.
believed
So you,
that Iran was a
you
terrorist
listening
force
to
in
all
the
them
world,
damn
and
bombs.
has attacked Iran indirectly.
All them
either
bombs
through proxies
exploded
or
and shit,
going
man.
after allies. Donald Trump, in
Yeah,
typical
look
Trump
at that,
fashion,
man.
walks up in
Look at
and
that,
says, "You know what,
Creole,
actually,
man.
I'm not gonna fight
A
proxy.
bomb hit,
I'm gonna go directly
a bomb
and
hit the
cut off the head
ground.
of the snake."
And it
Now,
left
I have a
a
lot
big
of,
ass hole in
let's
the
say this,
ground.
I have a lot of, like, I'm very
Damn,
nervous.
man. Look at
I
that,
don't
man.
like this, I don't wanna be
That hole
in a
deep
war.
as hell.
I don't wanna have boots on the ground, I don't wanna lose,
That's
soldiers.
deep.
But, you can't
Hell
say
yeah,
that
man.
that's
That's
a
deep,
wild
that's
departure
deep as
from
fuck.
every
Yup.
single president of either party of our lifetime.
That's deep
It's
as
not.
hell,
He's
man, that
just
hole,
being
man.
very direct about it. And I think he's been very clear about what he wants. And as Pete Hegseth said today, it's this is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change. That's true. He is, but the president.
Hey, that's deep, that's deep as hell,
of a
man.
nuclear weapon. And
That
every
damn,
time he
that
talks
hole
about
in the
the
ground.
environment, he talks about the N-word, nuclear. That's what he's worried about when it comes to the environment. It's what he's worried about when it comes to
Man, that hole is
and,
deep
you
as
know,
hell.
you look
That
at
hole
how
in the ground, man.
Iran has responded.
That's where that,
and you
that's
have
where
to-
that missile
to
hit. A missile and hit the ground. And we got bunker busters.
that's a total
We do. We
global,
got bunker
game
busters.
changer.
We got
literally,
bunker busters
on
for them
Saturday, Friday night,
for them
Saturday
goddamn mountains.
morning, they woke up two
That's how we
countries were at war with them. By
that's how we got
Saturday, they were at war with 9 countries.
I don't know his name, so I just say
That's also very scary.
I just say
it's proof
Iran, man.
Of the need to
Iran
make
president.
sure they don't ever get a nuclear weapon.
That's
But
how
it's
we
also
got him.
terrifying because a country
He was in a
that has
bunker,
absolutely
a
nothing
bunker,
to lose and is willing to do this to
a
themselves,
bunker
to the population,
underground.
is a country that has to be taken
And we got
very
him,
seriously.
man. We
And
got
I think the Lord that is
we got bombs
President
that'll
Trump
go
and
in the
taking
ground.
together that is making these
They'll go
decisions
in the
and
ground.
not
Real far.
Obama or
Real
Joe
far,
Biden
man.
or somebody
And
else
then when they
who
get
doesn't
to an
understand,
opening
what's at
a
stake
opening
by
area,
the president.
then they'll detonate.
Following the launch of Operation
They'll
Escalation,
detonate.
Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane announced
Blow
the
and
deployment
blow
of
up.
additional
So
U.S. forces to the Middle East.
so if you in the
National
ground,
Security
man,
correspondent Jennifer Griffin with the
you gonna
latest
get
force there.
you gonna get
Well, the B-1 bomber is a
messed up,
supersonic
man.
heavy bomber, one of 3 strategic bombers
If you in the
US
ground,
arsenal,
you
which
and
can carry a payload
if you
of
in a bunker
75,000
in
pounds,
that
have now entered the fight and were used last
bump
night
that
to target Iranian ballistic missile
bomb
launchers, which
that
are responsible for the
that
scenes of burning buildings and chaos
bunker
across the
what
Arabian
that
Gulf, with Iranian
bunker
missiles
buster,
reaching as far as
the
Cyprus,
bunker buster
drawing the
bomb,
Brits into the fight.
and
The UK has now
it comes
granted
through the
permission
ground.
for the U.S. to use Diego Garcia,
It's gonna come through the
base in
ground.
the Indian Ocean. President Trump
And
at
then
a
when
Medal
it
of
comes
Honor
through the
ceremony
ground,
at the White House moments
when
ago
they get to an
outlined
opening,
the goals of this war.
when ain't nothing around,
First, we're
then
destroying
it'll
Iran's
detonate.
missile capabilities, and you see that
And if
happens
you
on
in
an
there,
hourly basis.
just imagine you
Capacity
in there.
to produce
You don't got no
brand
air.
new ones, and pretty good ones there.
Well, you got air. 'Cause
Second, we're annihilating
got a,
their neighbor. We've knocked out already 10
you got a
ships.
vent.
They're at the bottom
You
of
got
the
a
sea.
vent,
Third,
so you
we're
got your.
ensuring that the world's #1.
But just
sponsor
imagine when the bomb
terror
go off,
can never obtain
the
a
pressure,
nuclear
man.
weapon.
Just
He was
imagine.
joined by Secretary Hegseth
Just
and General
imagine the
Dan Kane, who
pressure,
said
man.
at a press briefing this
The
morning
pressure of
at
the bomb.
The U.S. and Israel now have air superiority
That's it, man.
over Iran just 48 hours into this war.
That's a lot of pressure, man.
Strikes, swift, precise, and overwhelming.
Or should I say,
has resulted
the
in
wave?
establishment of local air
No,
superiority.
it's the
This
pressure.
air superiority will
Cause when a
not
bomb
only
go
enhance
off,
the protection of our
it let
forces,
off
but
pressure,
also allow them to
pressure,
continue to work over
exploding.
But 3
It
American
let off pressure
F-15
and let off
Strike Eagle fighter jets were shot down today by friendly fire.
Hey, look.
Kuwaiti Allied forces fired at the American plane.
They shot down
and
one of our
forced 6 American pilots
one of our
to
jets.
evacuate. They are all safe at this point.
But he
I don't
parachute
want to
out.
talk specifics because that
He
would
parachute
take the
out, so
meaning
he
off.
still ain't
We have
got
more
the.
tactical
He
aviation
parachute
going
out,
into
yeah.
theater, just based on the time it took.
Cause
to
them
get out
jet
there.
airplanes,
I
them
think
jet
we're just
airplanes,
about where we want to
they
be
got
with total combat
ejected
capacity and total combat
ejected
power
seats
for Admiral
on them,
Cooper.
where you press
US
a
Central
you
Command
pull a
pushed
lever
back
up
on Iranian propaganda that
on the
suggested
right
its
side,
missiles had
and when
hit
you
the
pull the
US
lever up,
USS Lincoln aircraft
you would
carrier, quote, the
it'll
Iranian
eject
regime's
you out
text
the plane.
messaging machine
Cause
continues
when you
to
pull the
claim
lever
it
up,
sunk a US aircraft carrier.
it'll
The only carrier that has
the
been
window
hit is the Shahed Bagheri,
the window
an
that's
Iranian
above
drone
you,
carrier.
when
US
you
forces
pull that
struck the
lever
ship
up,
within hours
it'll
of
break
launching
that window out.
Operation Epic Fury.
And then at the
President
same
Trump said the
time,
US military has sunk 10
you would
Iranian
shoot up in the
battleships.
air
He also said this war will last at least
real
4
hard as
weeks,
hell,
possibly
man.
longer, and did not rule out sending ground troops. The
And that
Pentagon says the operation
sometimes
is
that hurt.
not about regime change.
Sometimes it hurt the
still in charge.
it hurt the
Neither
guy that's
President
flying
Trump
the
nor
plane.
Secretary Hegseth
Cause
can rule out
that
sending
man,
ground troops to Iran.
when that thing
Lastly,
shoots you
nearly
up in the
all
air,
US bases in the Middle East
man,
have been targeted and
it's
hit
a
in
lot
some
of
way
damn
by
force.
incoming Iranian missiles.
So when you
told
get
the
when
Iranians
you
have fired 500 ballistic missiles so far and 2,000
if you you ain't sitting in your chair right,
impacts
so far.
The force
according to
of
Central
it,
Command. Three
it's
Americans
gonna
were killed at a tactical operations center.
it's gonna hurt
A
your
fourth
back.
succumbed to their wounds.
Yup,
and at
it's
least
gonna hurt.
5
It's gonna hurt
Americans
your back
seriously
and shit.
injured in that Iranian
It's gonna hurt your
strike
back.
since the war began Saturday.
Yup.
John.
If you ain't sitting in your chair right, it'll
Moments ago,
hurt your
Centcom
back and
confirming
shit.
fourth U.S.
Yup.
service member has
Hurt your
died
back,
in the
man.
attacks against Iran, revealing
Mess
quote,
your
the
back
fourth
up,
member
boy.
saying this, the fourth service member
A lot of
was
these
seriously wounded during Iran's initial
a lot
attacks
of soldiers, man.
Major combat operations continue in our
They have
response effort is
back
ongoing.
problems.
Retired four-star General Fox
Back
News
problems
senior strategic analyst General
when
Jack
that
Keane
plane
joins us now
ejected.
to break down the operation.
They
General, from what
eject,
you can
man.
tell, what have we accomplished so far?
That mug eject, man.
Yeah, well, first of
A
all,
lot of force, man.
let's just mention we honor that service member, and our heart goes out certainly to his family and the friends. And
Hell yeah, that's a lot of damn force.
This is really all about.
A lot of damn force when you put that on there, man.
Wounded here. And we're going to
Yes,
be
sir.
very certain that their
Yes,
sacrifice
sir.
is not squandered.
Yes, sir.
We're going to end this with Iran once and
I'm
for
trying to
all.
get this
The president is determined
this
about
damn
it,
hangnail,
and the
man.
military has got a plan here.
This
that
thing
I've been privy
irritating.
to understand, and
It
it
be
is
hurting,
very
man.
comprehensive. And we're going to stick with that plan
And I can't-
till the conditions of these military
I can't
objectives
get
are
it,
met.
man.
So far,
It be
the
hurting.
plan is exceeding all
When it touch them, it be
expectations. The
hurting.
leadership targets that you have
Yeah,
so correctly
it called
identified
it called
here and taking
I don't know what the hell you
down,
call
and
that.
also second and third tier
What the hell
leaders,
you call
you
that
know, that are
thing?
not on your board.
That thing that
continues, and it's been
that
very
be
successful.
on your
The other thing is ballistic.
over by your on the side of your
Iranians have
your nail and shit. What you call that?
This is the
I don't know what you call that thing. I don't know what you call that.
This is the thing
But
the
anyway,
Israelis are most concerned about.
that shit hurt,
And they
man.
also use them obviously
That
against U.S.
skin,
bases in addition to
it
swarming
hurt, bro.
drones on those bases.
It hurt when it
The
touched
fact
something.
is that
When
48
it touched
hours
something,
in,
it hurt, man.
the amount
So
of
I'm trying
ballistic
to
missile attacks
trying to get
have
it
been
off and
reduced by
shit, man.
50%. That is a
Trying to get it
staggering,
with the scissors,
success that has taken place
but the
here.
scissors, it seems
The
like the
Navy
scissors is too big.
that they have is small,
Scissors is
but
too big and
capable. And what we have been most
they ain't gonna
concerned about
get it, man.
is
Scissors
them
too big.
putting mines in the Straits of
Scissors
Hormuz,
is too damn
which
big.
can shut down oil traffic,
Dang,
and that
man.
would be
Scissors too
a
big.
major accomplishment for the Iranians.
It ain't
We have
gonna
pretty
get it,
much
man.
destroyed most of the
So I
ships
wonder
that
if
would
I
be
just
involved
take it
in
off
that
like this.
activity, to include much of
Just
their
take it
headquarters
off
that
like
have been pulverized.
like that,
So
right
that
there,
is a
like that,
major
man.
accomplishment
Like that,
as
just
well.
there.
So significant
Look,
progress
this thing
is
coming
being
up.
made here. The
Oh man,
targets
stay
today
right there,
and in
man.
the future, in a 24-hour period, we are generating close to 2,000 airstrikes. And
Yeah, we
these are
did
coming
2,000
not
airstrikes.
only, from airplanes
Dang, that's a
and
lot of
cruise missiles, but
that's a
from
lot of damn strikes,
the army
man.
that is spread out over
2,000
multiple
airstrikes.
Gulf countries, not well known.
That's what we did.
But they are shooting HIMARS, which is
2,000
on your board.
airstrikes.
They're shooting ATACMS as well, and they're shooting a replacement for ATACMS.
That's a lot of damn
Precision
strikes, man,
strike
and a
missile,
lot of damn bombs
or
too.
PRISM, which can go
2,000,
250 miles.
2,000, that
So that is in addition
2,000 bombs,
and
man.
cruise missiles that are being launched
2,000
from
bombs,
the air
that's a
as
lot
well
of
as
damn
from
bombs,
the sea,
man.
both underneath
Yeah,
the sea
man,
in
that's a lot.
submarines and on surface ships as well. That is going to continue.
I
Massive
can't get this
strikes
damn hangnail,
against
man.
ballistic missile capability and drone capability.
This
All
little
found
piece
its
of
reasons
skin right
to
here,
get
man.
these things
This
down
shit hurt,
to as low as
and I
possible.
can't get it, man.
And make certain
It
that these
hurt.
penetration rates, which is now
It
down
hurt when it touched
10%
something, man.
into Israel.
This
And
little
that
ass
is quite
skin,
significant.
this little ass
14%
thing right here on the side of the thing.
during the 12-day
It's
war.
like on the side of my
So
nail,
obviously we're saving as many lives as we
and
possibly can.
my
And
nail broke,
we
man.
are
I
going
mean,
to
it
continue to do that
tore
until
off,
that
you
mission
know,
is
and
accomplished, to strip them
and it's on the
completely
side of the
without
nail, and
capability. And obviously,
when it touched on it,
what
hurt.
recovery they're doing at nuclear sites
shit
are also
hurt,
being
man.
attacked. But the entire
And I
infrastructure
can't get it, man.
to
Damn.
sustain this regime,
Oh
the
well.
governance to sustain
Oh
the
well.
regime,
Fuck
obviously
it. I
leadership
just deal with it.
has been decapitated. But working
I
your way
just deal with
through
it. Fuck it.
the National Security Council, the legislature,
I just deal
all
with
the
it.
interagencies that help sustain the governance of the country.
No,
That
I wanna
is
get it
all
off though.
on the target board.
What?
To include the IRGC, the
I know
National
something. I
Militia,
could put
the police infrastructure.
I
Not
could put a
just the
Band-Aid
people,
on
but all the
it, man.
infrastructure, communication
A
systems.
Band-Aid on
that
it.
support
Damn.
systematically,
Oh yeah, that's a
methodically
good idea.
strip it away. This
That
is
way it
very
won't. That way it won't touch
comprehensive
nothing.
plan. It's one of the
Cause
most
a Band-Aid
impressive
be on it.
air campaign plans
Ah.
I've ever been privileged to be aware of.
Put a Band-Aid on that
It's
one.
quite significant what
Band-Aid
is
on
taking
there.
place here. And we've
Put
got
a
to
Band-Aid on there, sir.
it's condition based. We
Sir,
stay at it
sir,
as long
yes,
as
sir,
it takes to
yes,
accomplish those
sir.
objectives. If we can do it shorter time,
Put a Band-Aid
of course
on
we take
there.
that. But it's going to take longer, as the president said.
Band-Aid on
It may
there.
take 4 weeks. And
Hey, you see
based
this
on the
skin right
conditions.
here?
And
Hey, I
at some
wonder
point, these
what they
guys may
use
start
to
waving a white
push
flag
this
at us. They want to talk and negotiate about
push this
nuclear
skin
weapons.
back.
We should not.
The
Bullets
skin
and
that
missiles,
be on
we
your
should not.
oh,
Proxies,
the
we
skin
should
that be
not.
on
The
top of
only
your
thing we
nail.
should talk to
What
the
they
regime
use?
about now
What
is
they
their
use to
surrender.
push it back,
Their
man?
complete capitulation and what
Push
will
the
the terms
skin
be.
back because
That is
it's
the only
growing
negotiation
over.
that we should be involved
It's
in.
growing over my
Talked to the
nail,
president last
man.
night. He says, I'm going for victory.
The
And that's
skin
exactly what
is,
you just
man.
said. General Jack Keane, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Look, it's growing over my skin. Look. What if I just cut it? Cut it with the
professionals did a tremendous
just
job.
cut it right here like that.
A job where they were moving quickly and
Oh
bravely
man, that worked.
to make
Just
sure that
cut it
lives
right
were
here.
saved.
That
There
worked,
were
man.
lots of acts of heroism
That
on
worked,
Sunday
didn't it?
morning. I also want to say a special thank you to
All
the
you
victim
do, man.
services of the Austin
All you
Police
do is
Department for the
put
role
this
that they
down
play.
on there
They are doing
and push it
their
back.
typical outstanding
Push
job.
it back with your
I thank our
whatever you
federal
have on
partners
there.
on behalf of the city of Austin.
Push it back,
All
man.
of them.
Oh, I know what I can use. The
Reiterate,
screwdriver.
our
The
appreciation
screwdriver
of their
and this.
professional work.
I
And
can
of course,
use
this
this, look,
investigation is still
and
ongoing.
just push it
But
back,
we
man,
deeply
like that.
appreciate their being involved.
Oh
I know
yeah,
that the
that
people
worked
of
too.
Austin, Texas, continue
Yeah,
to
man, that
hold
worked.
the victims of
Just
this
push it back like
horrible
that.
tragedy in their
Yeah, that
thoughts and
worked, man.
prayers. And
That worked.
that leads
Yeah,
me
that
to
worked
also
good,
like to say
man.
a special thanks to the healthcare workers
Pushing it back
who
like
have
that,
played
man.
such
See,
an important and prominent role
I push it back.
in
Push it
addressing
back
the
in there,
needs
man. But,
of Austinites after this
so I
tragedy.
push it back.
I'll have a few more things to say, but I want to bring up our chief of
This nail
police,
right here, it looks ugly.
again, I deeply appreciate the work that she has done. And
I mean,
she's
this
handled this matter. And so, Chief,
that
Thank you, Mayor.
whatever you call it.
The last
Whatever
34
you call
hours have
that
been some of the
thing,
most challenging in my
right.
career. This has
I
been
don't know
difficult
what
for
you
our
call
community,
that, man.
devastating to the impacted
It
families,
needs to be pushed back.
and
though.
challenging to our APD
Please,
family.
I don't know what you call this skin.
And the evidence
The
response
skin
to
right
the
here
APD.
that I'm
throughout this
pushing
alarm.
back with this screwdriver.
We're still in the early hours of this investigation.
What you
This
call
is a
that, man?
complicated and large crime scene. Our
It got a
priority is
name.
finding
It
answers
got a name
and
that
the
you call
motives
it.
behind this crime.
I wonder what you call it.
I want to thank everyone that has supported our communities and this
I don't know
response.
what you call it though.
Families will need this in the days ahead.
I don't know what you
I also
call
want to
that,
thank victim
man.
services
Call
that
it.
have come, in addition to APD's victim
I don't know
services,
what
that
you
includes
call that.
FBI, the Travis
I
County
put it
District
on there
Attorney,
like that though.
and multiple calls of people
And that
wanting to
right
help.
there like that, man. But that hurt though, man.
I cannot
That hurt.
imagine the grief,
That hurt. That hurt when I pushed.
pain, and loss these families are feeling today.
When I pushed that
From my
right
heart
there, man, that
is with
hurt,
them.
man. Yeah.
Savita, Sean,
It hurt.
and Ryder Harrington.
Oh man, that's it right there.
To the impacted
That's
families
it
that are
right
still
there,
waiting for answers,
baby.
we are here for you.
Alright,
A family resource center is being stood up.
that's it. On the
As we know,
thing,
numerous
that's
people have been
it,
affected
man.
by this, and we're daily, hourly getting calls of people
Alright, hold
that
up.
have been victimized by this.
Let me
The department will be
get
releasing
some of the
information
other side.
soon on what
No,
that
that's
looks like.
it. Yeah, there's the thing here, ain't it?
When I arrived
Oh,
on the
where is
scene, again, it was complex
Where's my
and very
own,
large.
my own
The
thing
work
at,
being
my-
done by the
my
Austin
tax
Fire
revenue?
Department, the Travis County Emergency Medical Service, and APD was quite
Where?
impressive.
Where's my back?
Once the initial scene was secured, we reached out to our federal partners to assist in this resource-intensive scene and to address concerns of potential terrorism. We are working in tandem with the FBI, conducting numerous
Oh, there
interviews
you go,
and
right
gathering
there.
evidence. If you can imagine, we have over 150 witnesses to this
Man, I can't
event
wait over
that we
here,
are
man.
working with the FBI.
Well, I don't need it, shit.
And we are also investigating an officer.
I don't need it. I don't need it, shit.
As I have
Yep,
committed
I don't
in the
need
past,
it.
in any
I don't
officer
need it.
involved shooting, we will be releasing info as quickly as
Nope.
possible. Later
I
this
don't
week,
need it.
potentially Thursday, we'll be releasing
I don't
video on
need it.
camera of this
I don't
event,
need
as
it.
well as information on the suspect, including criminal
need
history.
it.
Again, we are making,
I
and I
don't
want you to know that we are
need
making tremendous, significant progress in this case, but it will take time.
Tick tock
In
and you
closing, I'm
don't
gonna take
stop.
again, a
And
minute,
tick tock
as the
and you
mayor,
don't
echo the
stop.
mayor, and talk about just the
Tick
fantastic
tock.
work that the Austin Police Department, with the, Travis County Emergency Medical Services,
Tick tock.
did here. Multiple lives were saved.
Alright,
Here
I'm
in
tired
Texas,
of
we are
doing that.
fortunate to have the Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training, Center, and that's the Alert Center through Texas.
It catch up to the thing right there, man. Right here. It catch up. There you go. That man right there, we killed him.
This is Ayatollah Khomeini.
That man right
He's
there,
preparing
that's
to
the
radically
president.
change the history of Iran.
That's the president of Iran.
It's not easy to talk about the greatness
United
of this
States
figure.
of America. United States of America killed
There
him.
had been no one like
And
him
killed
for 800 years.
killed all his
And there would be no one else like him for another 1,000 years.
killed all his leaders. The leaders
Both
that
men historically embodied the people's opposition to the Shah,
you know all the leaders that
all-powerful monarch who had reigned
all
over
the
Iran
leaders
for
that
nearly 40 years. In
the
exile
leaders
for 15
the leaders
years,
that
the Ayatollah was finally returning home for the final battle
do what the
alongside
president
his
says.
people.
I mean not
A
president.
revolution in the name of Shiite Islam.
They do I don't know.
A new era was
What
about
do
to
the
begin in the
what
Middle
do
East.
I wonder what do the leaders do? They do all type of stuff. Well, we killed them. We killed all the leaders. All the leaders that's behind him, we killed all of them. All of them, man. And look, they celebrating. They celebrating like hell down here. Look at all them people, man.
In
Dang,
1978,
man.
hundreds of thousands of Iranians took to the streets to
Man,
challenge
that's thousands of Jews. Cause that man Iran he didn't like Jews. He don't like Jews and he don't like America.
And it's corrupt.
He don't like America and he don't like Jews.
Not only in money.
And he said when he finished building his nuclear bomb, he said he was gonna wipe he was gonna wipe Israel off the map and United States. So Donald Trump Donald Trump said, what? You gonna do what? Oh shit, we gotta do something to him then. That's when Donald Trump said he not allowed with no nuclear bomb or a warhead. And Donald Trump kept telling them to come to the table and let's talk about it. And he said, I ain't coming to no table and I ain't giving up my nuclear bombs, my nuclear factory. He said, I'm not giving it up. And you gotta do what you gotta do. So Donald Trump said, okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do what we gotta do. We just gonna bomb your ass. So
come to embody the imperialism
the first person they went after was him. He ain't even know that though. You know what? He ain't know.
The United States.
He ain't know that we've been following his ass, and we know where he was at. And they just send a bunker buster and go right to him in the ground. That's what Russia, China, and North Korea. That's what they don't know. Cause Donald Trump killed all them presidents, man. He killed a lot of presidents, man.
We undertook some
He killed,
projects with
and they know where they know where Putin, China president, and North Korea president. They know where they at. And when they I got a funny feeling they gonna get them. Cause Donald Trump, he ain't playing, man.
Stood out as a natural ally.
That's what I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Ukraine.
It's hard to imagine now.
Well, no, I take that back. Because Ukraine told Donald Trump that why we just don't wipe Putin out. And Donald Trump said, we ain't gonna wipe him off. We just gonna talk to him and see if he comes to the table. Come to the table and work it out. So he ain't do it. So that's why Donald Trump mad at him. Cause he's disappointed at him because he usually work with him.
In very sensitive areas.
And he ain't working with Donald Trump. He told Donald Trump, I'm not stopping war to our own Ukraine. Because Ukraine is part of Russia. And when I stop is when Ukraine president turn Ukraine over to Russia. Then I stop. Until then, I'm not stopping. So Donald Trump, he keeps telling them to come to the table. Well, every time he comes to the table, he says the same thing. He basically doing what Iran president did. The only difference, we ain't talking about no bombs. I mean, no nuclear bombs and stuff. What's your name? Putin. He just said we ain't gonna do no deal. We ain't gonna do no deal. The deal is Ukraine
and Washington, Iran under the Shah was an
Ukraine
partner. The key piece in the great Middle East
come back to Russia.
Realized the extent and strength of an opposition that was destined to
and Ukraine president said no, I'm not coming back. We a separate country from y'all, and we have freedom and all that, and y'all don't have freedom and stuff. No, I'm not coming back. So Russia keep bombing them, man.
Because he's the military chief. Well,
and I'm gonna tell you something. If Putin don't stop the war, man, he is gonna get in trouble.
People,
Good. The reason why I say that is because Donald Trump's gonna come. He gonna get involved like he did Iran. Iran talked all that shit. They talked all that shit, man. Talking about we can't beat them and we gonna bomb your carrier, your carrier that your jet airplane lay on. We gonna bomb all your stuff in the water. We gonna bomb your submarine and all that. And Donald Trump said you ain't gonna bomb nothing. Anything, you need to come to the table, work stuff out with us, because you're gonna end up getting killed. That's what's gonna happen. We're gonna eliminate you since you don't know how to act with people, and you over there killing your own people. And he is. That nigga killing his own people, man. They having a protest. Right? And he gave the okay to the army to shoot them down. And that's what they did. They were shooting them down. They was capturing them, taking them to jail, and they was hanging them. Can you imagine you out protesting for your rights or something because you don't like the president or whatever they ain't like, and they captured you all because you just, what's your name? All because you protest and stuff. So they captured you. They captured you. And then they hanged you. And that's what he was doing. He told them that we're not gonna put all them people in jail. That's too many people to take care of. Just hang them. And they was hanging them, man. And they was gunning them down. And then look, this is the sad part. They dug a hole in the ground, a real nice deep hole. And they put all their bodies in the ground on top of each other. They just threw them in the damn hole on top of each other. So they all piled up together. And then he pushed the dirt back over it with the backhoe thing and left. And then he has something to do with the he support ISIS. ISIS, that place, I might be saying it wrong. That place that it called IS. It called ISIS. And they terrorist people. They terrorist people and they suicide bombers. Well, he support them. He support them doing this shit. So, come to find out, he was part of the World Trade Center. That man right there, man. He was part of the World Trade Center and all the suicide people that's gonna get on the plane and hijack. He was part of it. And he was part of that 480 or whatever you call that jet airplane, American jet airplane. It was I think it was like 10 years ago or something like that.
All these objectives combined into a single battle.
I forgot what that thing was called. Oh, called a rocket. Somebody shot a rocket at United States airplane, and it came out the sky and crashed and killed everybody on it. It was a lot of people on it, man. A lot of people, and everybody ain't survived. He was part of that. Now let me tell you another thing that he's part of. Why Donald Trump went after him and killed him, and wasn't allowing him to have no nuclear bombs and stuff. He was part of sending terrorist people over to the United States across the border. A lot of them people that came across the border, they was suicide bombers and shit, man. And he was part of it. And guess what else he was part of? But they still investigating that. See, they saying that he was part of with Putin and let me see, Iran president that we killed, him, Putin, Iraq, and Joe Biden and Pamela Harris. They saying they was part of trying to kill Donald Trump. Them 3 times. They said he was in on that. That's one reason why Donald Trump killed him. Because he tried to kill him. So he got revenge. Basically, that's what he got. He got revenge. And everything else that's involved. But yeah, he gone. They killed him, man. And they killed his they killed all his what you call them people that's with him, that's with the president. Damn, what's that word you call them, man? You don't call them owners. Let's see, you got the president. You got the president, and you got, what do you call it, follower? No, you don't call it follower. Leader. That's what you call them, leader. Iran president got killed, and all the leaders got killed. I think it was 5 or 6 of them, something like that. Well, all of them got killed. All his leaders was where he was at. They was all together planning something, and they found out, somebody told that he was in this, he just came out of his bunker, and he was in some building in the White House, but their capital don't call the White House. I just said that, but he was in their I'm gonna say castle. He was in their president castle, and they was at, you know, that big table or some shit. Somebody said, and they bombed it. They bombed that motherfucker, man. Blew up the whole goddamn building, man. The bomb was so powerful. The bomb was so powerful, too. The whole building collapsed. Look at them. Them was all Iran president people. I mean, them people with the guns and stuff, them the people that like him. And they mad cause America killed them.
Its 33 members, the last Israeli
they mad.
Needed to find a way out of the country.
Yup, they mad.
Nobody went home.
It's only a couple thousands of them. Majority of the people, they happy. Now they partying like hell in Iran, man. They partying, man. Iran and all the other stuff that he's the president of, all the other cities or whatever that goes. Like Donald Trump is the president of the United States of America. Well, he's the Iran. He's the president of Iran. the whole Iran. So everybody celebrating, man. Everybody in all the cities, man. They all celebrate. See them people right there? They like him, man. See, all them people right there, they mad. See, they sell it. They what's your name in his death?
There was a driver, 2 Iranians with Kalashnikovs. The bus moved on. They thought it was a revolutionary bus.
Donald Trump should have got all them. Cause they ain't no good. They enemies too. See, look, there you go. Look, all them right there. See all them people right there? They like that president that got killed. And them people right there, them was the people that was killing innocent people, man. They was part of it.
Then all of a sudden, it stopped.
See, we gotta watch it now, man. So we killed that leader over there. We killed their president, and we killed a couple more people over there.
They wanted to carry out the final check. I don't know what for.
And they allowed to do something to America.
Then we took off.
So we gotta get on our P's and Q's.
Meanwhile, the Israelis' great enemy, Yasser Arafat, leader of the PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, was arriving in Tehran. He was welcomed like a true head of state.
See that? The president, that dude right there. We ain't killed him though, but that dude right there was one of his A dudes. One of his dudes that liked him. And Iran president put him on missions and shit. He one of them. I'm glad they showing his face, because you know why? Because sooner or later Donald Trump gonna run into that. And they gonna go get him. Because he corrupt too. He corrupt too.
The PLO in 1969. Its stated ambition was to create a Palestinian state independent of its Arab backers.
See?
From his base in Lebanon, Arafat, alongside his Fedayeen, had been leading his fighters into guerrilla actions on the northern border with Israel.
There you go, right there.
Now he had come to seek the support of Khomeini, a man he hoped could help Palestinians achieve their independence.
Definitely, it's changed completely the whole strategic policy in this area.
There you go. Look at him laughing.
Completely.
Yep, that man right there. See he by him? See right with him. See, look. That right there, we killed him.
Sending a powerful message to the entire Muslim world. From now on, Iran will be supporting the Palestinian cause, regarding it as an existential struggle between Islam and the Christian imperialist West, godfather of the Jewish state.
Godfather. They call him Godfather that we killed. Hell no. Well, shit, to be honest with you, he was, shit. That nigga was a real thug. That nigga was killing people like crazy. But it ain't gonna do nothing. You know what? Only thing gonna happen, it's gonna be somebody that move in his place. Move in his place and run Iran a little different. That's all that's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. They ain't gonna do a lot of stuff he did, but they gonna basically be the same way. Yup. But that's why Donald Trump said. That's why Donald Trump said we gonna get the right person for Iran. If I don't like them, they ain't gonna be the damn president. That's what Donald Trump said. He said if they ain't on the right level, they ain't being the president. Because Iran people over there that's with Donald Trump, they said we want a good president and we don't want no other president, or we gonna keep doing the same shit we doing. So can you please get us a good president? So that's what Donald Trump doing. He trying to bring in a good person.
Khomeini then took a spectacular initiative. Instead of the Israeli diplomat,
That's why Donald Trump killed all his
With this gesture, the Ayatollah was severing all links with Israel.
I don't know why I keep forgetting that word, man. His it ain't followers. His
strategic alliance
damn,
between
fuck.
Israel and Iran was now unquestionably a thing.
See, look, there go all his people right there. Some of them can't see all their face, but a lot of them is there. Like, I'm gonna put this thing. This is one right here. See right here? That's him. That's the president. That's one of his people that stand by him and all that, and work shit out, make shit work, and figure shit out to bomb USA. Here go another one right here, him right there. I can't see the rest of their face, man. I know. I'm about to go to something else and show y'all shit. Hell with this shit. Let's go somewhere else. They showing some sighting and shit. Y'all won't be bored, man. Let's see what we got here. Cause I don't pick anybody. I pick real shit, man. I should go there. There go our plane right there. That's the plane that was bombing the shit out of them. Right there. Our new plane. Well, yeah, it's new because we upgraded it. Let's go here. Let's go right there. No, let's go here. No, that ain't nothing but a bunch of talking. Let's go here where Donald Trump looking mean. Look at that face on Donald Trump, man. That face, man. Let's see what they talking about. No, I want to see some bombing. No, let's see what they talking about. Let's see what they talking about, y'all.
Welcome to NTD Newsroom. I'm Don Mott. President Trump laying out a timeline for Operation Epic Fury. That says the president vows to avenge the deaths of the 4 American servicemen killed in action. And Israel expands strikes on Beirut.
Yeah, this is what I want to show y'all. Show y'all some real stuff. That other thing, they just talking. Let y'all see what happened. See all that bombing, y'all? See all that bombing we doing? Look at that.
Diverting vessels away from the Middle East amid the ongoing conflict in Iran. Some operators choosing to go around the Cape.
Look at Iran. Got them boats in the water.
U.S. Central Command.
Look at that bomb right there we did.
11 ships of the Iranian regime in the Gulf of Oman.
And you know another thing, see that right there? We bombed all his ships. You know all the ships that be in the water that got guns and all that on it? All that? We bombed all Iran ships. That's one of them right there you see. We bombed all of them. That's one of them right there.
Police in Austin, Texas, trying to find out the motives behind Sunday's shooting that left 2 people dead. What they know about the suspect and the victims so far.
Oh, this man gonna talk about Iran, then he gonna talk about other stuff. I want something that's just talk nothing about everything about Iran.
Global headquarters in New
York City. Look at New York City, man. Look at that shit. They got a lot of goddamn buildings, man. Damn. That shit right by the water. Dag, man. Look at all that.
And Thank you for staying with us. President Trump saying U.S. strikes in Iran.
Okay, we'll just listen to this, and then when they get off of it and talk about something else, then we'll go on.
The Medal of Honor to 3
No, hell with
servicemen.
that. Let's get down. Let's get down to business, man. Shit. Let's go here, man. We're here. What's this? 2026. Yeah. Let's go here. Where everybody go, man? Oh, everybody ain't like that. Everybody ain't like that, man. Let's see. What y'all want to watch? Y'all want to watch this? Oh no, what's that word right there? Funded? No, I got to pay for that. Hell no, I ain't paying for shit. What's that? You go up. Let me see something, y'all. We gonna watch something, y'all. See, what's all this right here? Then you got to pay for that too. Man, what's all this right here? Hold up, y'all. We gonna catch something. We gonna catch something now. Here you go, right here. Iran under attack, right here. There's a Iran under attack. Here y'all go. Here go.
Donald Trump says
Here go the good news, y'all.
was the last best chance
Here.
to stop the country's regime, as the U.S. military confirms 6 service members have now been killed.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large
6 people killed. The head boss of behind the president. We killed 6 of them. We killed Iran president, and we killed all his leaders. All of them, man. That shit crazy, man. We killed all Iran leaders, man. They gotta get all new people. Here y'all go right here, man. Oh yeah, y'all. I know I got a big TV. That TV ain't shit. I just got that. I just got that for temporarily so I can have something big to watch. But I'm ready to get
Strikes close the world's biggest oil and gas facilities in some Gulf
that
states,
TV ain't
sending
shit right there,
prices
y'all.
soaring.
I just got that for temporarily. I order one. I order a TV.
Involvement in the war will be for defensive operations only.
This government does not believe in regime change from the skies. The Prime Minister
Yeah, I order
explicit there about his view, the government's view, and explicit too about his disagreements.
I did order it, but shit, it cost too much. So see, I wanted to get an 80 inch, but I had to order it.
We heard explosions,
But
we heard the hotel today.
I ain't gonna get an 80 inch.
Black smoke, we saw drone interceptions.
I'm gonna get one bigger than that though.
As a third day of war draws to a close.
Damn, what's the bigger too? Damn, man, this war got me all fucked up. I forgot the size of TV I'm about to get. Damn. Let me see, man. Let me see that right there. I don't even know what size that is. All I know, it was big in the store and I got it. I don't even know what size that is. That's fucked up. I just bought it because it's big. Let's speed this up, y'all. We all want to watch this shit. We speed it up, y'all.
Reiterates the war with Iran is designed to eliminate the threat from a terrorist regime, and going to war was the last best chance to stop Iran posing a threat to America.
Yep.
In the last hour,
that's why Donald Trump kicked his ass, killed them, and killed all his leaders. I told you, that's one thing you don't do, buddy. You don't threat America. You threat America, nigga, our Navy and Marines, they coming to get your ass. They coming to get you, Jack. Our technology, man, we got high powerful technology, man. And we got real good people that'll find your ass. They found out where he was at. Well, really, it wasn't hard. It wasn't hard finding him because all his people, they ain't like him.
with many
They wanted him to
Israelis
go.
reporting
They
there
wanted a
today.
new president, so
Lebanon has been drawn into the
somebody in the
conflict. The White
crowd
House
told
ministry
where he
there
was
is
at.
saying at least 52 people have been killed in Israeli strikes. Israel says it was simply responding to attacks by the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. And Iran has continued to hit back at states
Can y'all hear
and
that?
bases allied
Can y'all
to
hear
the
that
US
real
across the
clear?
Middle
It
East.
ain't too loud, is it?
In Cyprus, 2 drones heading for RAF Akrotiri
Don't worry,
were
y'all.
intercepted
In a minute,
following a
y'all
drone
will
attack
see the
last
whole
night.
TV. It'll
Iran
be
has
cool in a
also
minute,
targeted
cause I'm about to
energy
get a
sites, including this oil refinery
I'm about to get
in
a
Saudi Arabia
tablet
and a major gas
holder.
plant in Qatar. Global oil and gas
That way I could
prices have
see. Right now I
risen
got my
sharply.
tablet
And in Kuwait,
leaning up
3
against my
US fighter
laptop,
jets
pointing at the
crashed after
TV.
being mistakenly shot down by friendly fire.
But
All
in a minute
6
I'm gonna have a
crew
tablet holder
ejected
and a
safely.
phone holder.
Well, Jeremy Bowen, our international editor, has our first report tonight on day 3 of the war.
Here you go, y'all.
6 missiles struck
Look at it.
Sanadaj
Look
in
at that
Iran's
shit.
Kurdistan province. Official Iranian media
We ain't
say
playing with
densely
them. We ain't
populated
playing with you,
neighborhoods
boy.
were hit. The American
Look at that. Watch we get that. Boom. See that? We was picking them off left and right. Watch we get that. Boom. We was picking his ass off, man. Look at that shit.
On fire inside the seawall in the port
Look at
of
that.
Bandar
And we got their boat. We bombed all their ships. And they ain't touched not one of our ships.
Children were among those treated after the Gandhi hospital.
Tell you, man, it's hard to mess with the United States, man. We got so much technology, man. Look at that shit what we did, y'all. Look at that building, y'all. Look at that shit, y'all. That's what we did.
In Kuwait, 3 American F-15
But they got one of our planes. No, okay, y'all got one of them. Y'all only shot down one, but y'all ain't kill our man. Look at him right there. You see him? You see him on the parachute coming out the ground? Look at that. Y'all ain't killed him. Where he at? Look, they ain't killed him. Look, he ejected out the plane. He's still alive. Y'all messed up our plane. Y'all messed up one of our jet airplanes. That was only one. Look, there go the man right there, boy.
He believes this war of choice
He the one. Everybody should stop hating on him and thank you him. That man right there, man. He saved us. He saved us. Because let me tell you something. Iran president that we knocked out, that man had a plan. Y'all know what his plan was? To take the nuclear bomb that he making and shoot it over here in America and wipe America off the map.
Second, we're
And
annihilating their neighbor. We've knocked out already 10 ships.
And he was gonna wipe out all of the what's them people called? People be walking around with shit on their head.
A nuclear weapon.
Man, I forgot what they called.
Across the Middle East, the Saudis'
He don't like them.
refinery Ras Tanura was shut down by an Iranian attack.
Damn, man, what them people
Iran is
called?
targeting
Jews.
Arab oil states
No,
across the
is it
Gulf,
Jews?
trying to disrupt and outflank America's
No,
power,
is it Jews?
hoping the Saudis
I
and
don't know,
others will
man.
put
I'm all
pressure
fucked
on
up.
Donald Trump to end the
I'm
war.
into this shit, man.
But making Gulf Arab states who did not want the war into targets.
Bam! Look at that shit. That's us, y'all. That's us right there. Look at that. Look at that. And see, look, I'm gonna tell you something. United States ain't like all these foreign countries. You know, they ain't bombing all the buildings right there that you see. Like they be doing, tearing up their whole city and shit, and don't got nothing to do with nothing. We only bombing where they at, and that's it. See everything else standing. See that? Everything else standing. But them, man, they bomb the whole neighborhood, every goddamn thing, man.
examples
We
in
don't.
Bet Shemesh near Jerusalem of civilians killed by an Iranian missile. Israel's air defense system is strong, but not infallible. It has a finite supply of interceptors. Iran is calibrating its attacks to try
Look
to
at that
force
missile.
Israel to burn through its defenses.
Look at that.
In Bet Shemesh, Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister,
Look at all them people, y'all.
restated his war aims.
If this regime, this terrorist regime of the kind we've never seen in the world, if they get nuclear weapons,
Yup.
it means to deliver them.
Hell yeah.
Ballistic missiles, intercontinental
Yup.
ballistic missiles, they will threaten all of humanity.
You hear that? That man know it too. See that man right there, that's one of our allies. That's one of our people that work with us. And he telling the truth. If Iran president would have finished building his nuclear bombs and shit, he was gonna nuke America. He was gonna nuke the Jews. I mean, what is it? The Jews? The Jews. Damn, man, I done forgot what. Damn, I think it's the Jews. No, it ain't the Jews. It's the other people. Well, he was gonna nuke them, and he was gonna be a terrorist dude, cause he already terrorist. Iran president, he basically a terrorist. He don't like America. He said he was gonna wipe America off the map. He said he was gonna wipe the I think they is Jews. I think no, it ain't Jews. It's another name. I don't know. It'll come to me, but let's get back to it, y'all. Let's rewind it. What he said. Listen, what he said, and he know what he talking about, cause it's true what he's saying out his mouth.
Nuclear weapons and the means
Yup.
to deliver them.
Yup.
Ballistic missiles, intercontinental
Yup.
ballistic missiles, they will threaten all of humanity.
Hell yeah. Them missiles that he just said, them missiles is no joke. Them is some serious ass bombs and missiles. Them missiles go fast and they can go anywhere. But before he do it, we tore up his whole nuclear plant that make nuclear bombs. We bombed all that shit. And we killed him and his people that be beside him. We killed all of them. But let's get into it, y'all. Pow! Let's go.
In Tehran tonight, the regime's loyalists are back on the streets. They built an important core of support.
Yup.
Over the weekend, they filled the main...
See that, y'all? See all them people right there? All them people is proud of Donald Trump. All them people right there. And that ain't all of them. Half of them is on other streets. But all them people right there is celebrating Donald Trump. For they call it freedom. Because that guy, the president that we killed, he don't care about them. He don't care. You see what he was doing. He was gunning down his own people protesting. He was shooting them and killing them, man. He killed thousands of people, man. And then put a lot of them in jail and hung them. He was hanging them on bridges and shit, man. That man was crazy, man. And then they happy as fuck, man. We killed all their leaders, man. Now they got to get all new leaders, president, everybody. Donald Trump killed all of them. They was all together in a building somewhere, and we bombed it and killed all of them. So they don't got no leaders no more. They don't got no president no more. So that means their army can't be, what's your name? We killed all their army leaders. Basically, guess what? They don't have nobody to run their army. All them people is for themselves. They don't have no leader. All their leaders is killed. We killed all of them. All of them. And all these people happy, man, because probably all of them say they got halfway freedom now because the terrible man is gone. So Guess what, y'all? You see all them people right there? They gonna be voting for Donald Trump. Cause what he did. Guarantee you that. They like that shit. Cause with nobody else wouldn't do what Donald Trump did. Man, we had thousands and thousands of presidents, man, and they ain't do shit to that man. Let that man do what he wanna do. Joe Biden ain't do shit. Let him keep making, let him keep forming nuclear chemicals and stuff. Ain't do nothing about the shit. Nothing. Donald Trump came in and said, hell no, you can't have that shit. And he said, yes, I can. I'm not turning nothing in. I'm keeping it. So Donald Trump said, okay, we gonna get you then. And they got him. They killed the president and killed all his leaders. He ain't nobody to run their country. Nobody, man. And they bombed their White House. Well, I call it the White House, but our house is called the White House. Their house where the president be at and all that, we bombed it. They don't even have no house. They gotta have a fresh one built now. But let's move on, y'all. All them people right there is for Donald Trump. Y'all see it? Y'all see all them people? All these people is for Donald Trump, and they say they'll vote for him.
Where? In the city of Isfahan. An internet blackout makes it hard to gauge.
All them people, y'all. All them people is for Donald Trump.
Has been able to contact Iranians who want the fall of the regime.
Bakeries and petrol stations are busy. The streets are not busy. The main concern here is that the US might do a deal and the authorities begin oppressing people all over again. I think the Revolutionary Guard still has power on the ground, and this is what makes people afraid.
People feel anxious and elated all at once. With every explosion, some shout with joy from their windows.
There are many security stations around the city, stopping people that they deem suspicious. We are tired, very tired. The death of Khamenei is not enough. They all need to go.
It is only day 3 of the war. This has a long way to go. A deepening debate about the legality of America and Israel's decision to go to war, probably weeks of airstrikes, and without doubt, years of consequences. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News.
An overview there of the main developments today from Jeremy. Well, in the last hour, it's been confirmed that 6 US service personnel have now been killed in action. Earlier, Donald Trump said he attacked Iran because it was the last best chance to strike and to eliminate the intolerable threat posed
Hear that?
by this sick and sinister regime.
All these foreign countries out here, don't play with United States. Because our all these foreign countries out here, don't play with United States of America. Because we'll come and get your ass. You see what happened? We killed their president and all their leaders. They don't have nobody to run their country. Killed all of them. You threaten us, you're going to get hit. America don't play.
As he made his case for why today's serving military are risking
See that? Everybody hate on that man right there, but quiet as kept, that man saved America.
Local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development.
Donald Trump always railed against the war in Iraq and other previous American attempts to effect regime change. He promised voters no new foreign wars. The Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, served in Iraq. He says this conflict is different from that invasion in 2003.
No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win, and we don't waste time. This is not a so-called regime change war. But the regime sure did change. And the world is better off for it.
When 3 US fighter jets were downed by friendly fire in Kuwait, no Americans died. The pilots ejected safely.
but 6 military personnel have been killed already, 18 seriously wounded. It's news like this that makes formerly loyal Trump supporters cry betrayal. Ex-Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene reposted pictures of what Iran said was the strike that hit a school building and said, "I did not vote for this in elections or Congress. This is not what we thought MAGA was supposed to be. Shame." President Trump did not ask Congress for a vote to authorize military action before launching this attack. And Democrats say they have not heard a convincing reason for attacking Iran.
Yeah, well, the real reason for this operation, please stand up, because it is changing by the
I
hour.
just see some
Right? It's
other
regime
side,
change
man.
one moment, it's some undefined imminent threat, which, by the way, is a lie, right? There is no imminent threat.
The Secretary of State came to Congress to explain the need for this attack, despite Iran being years away from developing a nuclear weapon.
The objectives of this operation
Now
are
he
to
said-
destroy the
now he
ballistic
said
missile
something on the
capability
other
and make
side.
sure they can't rebuild it.
Ah.
And make sure that they can't hide behind that to have a nuclear program.
Make sure they-
That's the objective of the mission. That said,
I want to wear the
abundantly clear, we would love for there to be an Iran that's not governed by radical
I don't
Shia
got
terrorists.
Donald Trump is already facing
got the
opposition
thing.
to this war at home from
The
both the
thing.
left and the right.
Right
Opposition that may grow as American casualties
Just go
inevitably
right here on the
increase.
other side.
Sarah, there do seem to
And-
be
and the
shifting
one in the front
rationale
side
for this
of it.
war coming from
And the
American
other
officials.
side right here,
Regime
yeah.
change, fears over reprisals after an Israeli attack,
And the
imminent
other
threats,
side.
nuclear weapons ambitions, and so on. I suppose all that could be true at the same time, but are the American people a little confused?
Yeah, I think they have every right to be, because they hear different things from different people at different times. When Donald Trump was
Different-
speaking here earlier
different
today,
people
he
at
did
different
not repeat
times.
his call for the
Different
Iranian
people at
people to
different
rise up
times,
and
boy.
overthrow their government, which he had asked them to do at the weekend. But then we heard from Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, who was basically saying regime change is not the objective of this conflict, but it would be a very welcome development if it happened. And the other big question is, we know
And he said
Iran
something on the
does
other
not
side.
have a nuclear weapon and was not on the brink
Nuclear
of
weapons
developing one,
were
not
on the
least
other
because the US bombed their nuclear sites just 9 months ago. So why was this attack necessary
Nuclear-
now? Well, what we've been hearing
Nuclear
from
bomb,
administration
boy.
officials today is that
Hell
it's
yeah.
necessary to take out Iran's ballistic conventional weapons, because
nuclear bomb.
if and when it did
How
develop
do
a
you see it,
nuclear
son?
weapon, it would use those conventional weapons
On the
to
other
defend
side,
it.
baby.
And we've also heard from a couple of people today, the biggest wave of attacks of this war has not even begun yet.
Alright, man.
All right, Sarah, thank you. Sarah Smith, our North America editor there, live
Sarah.
outside the White House.
Outside
Well,
the
it's
White House,
understood
boy.
RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire and the military base at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean will be used by the Americans for
Outside
defensive
of
strikes
the White
on
House.
Iranian missile sites. Meanwhile, sirens have been sounding at RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus, warning of a potential attack. The British base there has already been targeted by Iran, one drone to the runway. Security has been boosted with additional fighter jets, but families on the base have been told to leave.
And you put
Jessica
one in the
Parker
other.
has just arrived in Larnaca in Cyprus for us, and
I put
can speak to us now.
one in the
Jessica,
other side, one in the
I
other
suppose these are particularly anxious times for the folks on the base.
One in the other side.
Absolutely, it's been a pretty dramatic 48 hours here in Cyprus. So today we heard from the Cypriot government that 2 drones have been intercepted, that they say were heading towards the base RAF at Kratiri, and that's after, as you mentioned, a drone actually struck the base on Sunday night. There were no casualties, we're told, and the damage was limited. But where did that drone come from? Well, there are unconfirmed reports that the Iranian-backed Hezbollah group in Lebanon may have been behind the launch, but that has not been confirmed. What has been confirmed by UK officials is that they say But that first drone was launched before UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the US could use bases for what he's described as limited and defensive measures in order to strike Iranian missile sites. In the House of Commons, the British Prime Minister also said that Cyprus, bases here in Cyprus, were not being used by US bombers. The wider conflict and for the people to see the situation escalates.
Jess, thank you. Jess Parker, who's just arrived on Cyprus for us. Thank you. Well, Sir Keir Starmer says the government doesn't believe in regime change. He disguised and said his decision not to get involved in the initial strikes on Iran was in Britain's...
How do you say it, sir?
That is what I've done, and I stand by it, he said. Well, his statement and the comments came after Donald Trump said he was very disappointed in the Prime Minister for taking too long to accept the US request to use British military bases for defensive strikes on Iranian missile sites. Well, Chris Mason is at Westminster for us tonight. Chris.
Prime Minister today explicitly and directly set out his view on this conflict after a couple of days in which his ministers were really struggling to cogently articulate what they made of America and Israel's actions and why. Let me play you around half a dozen contributions to the debate in the House of Commons this afternoon. It lasted for around 2.5 hours. We'll start with the Prime Minister.
This government does not believe in regime change from the skies, and I thank him for his question. The lessons of history have taught us that it is important when we make decisions like this that we establish there is a lawful basis for what the United Kingdom is doing. That is one of the lessons from Iraq. And that there's a viable, thought-through plan. They're the principles I applied to the decision not to get involved in the offensive strikes of the US and Israel. They're also the principles I applied separately to the separate decision and a separate request from the US to be able to take defensive action.
On Saturday, our allies in Canada and Australia immediately backed the action taken by America against this despotic regime in Tehran. And I've made it very clear that the Conservative Party also stands behind America taking this necessary action against state-sponsored terror.
Does he not understand that after 10 years of negotiations that failed, actually the West was left with no alternative? And does he understand also that actually, in refusing to support the US, he has humiliated us on the international stage?
We have seen before what happens when an American president launches an illegal war with no idea how or when it is going to end, and we fear for what comes next.
We also condemn the deeply irresponsible and illegal attack by the US and Israel on Iran, launched in the middle of nuclear negotiations.
The best tribute to the murderers in Tehran and the Iranian regime is a maintenance of an international rules-based system. And more than that, we owe it to the people across the region to learn from the instability that we had in the aftermath of Iraq.
The question for today that people want us to ask is, when will people be coming home, especially from Doha and Dubai?
The Prime Minister said there are around 300,000 Britons in the region, and the Foreign Office is working hard to bring people home as quickly and safely as we can, he said. There is a YouGov poll out tonight which gives us some sense of public opinion on the events of the last few days. The poll suggesting that far more people in Britain oppose America's actions than support them, and far more oppose allowing the US to use UK air bases than support that. All of this on the day where perhaps we've seen the biggest public disagreement yet between the Prime Minister and President Trump.
Chris, thank you. Chris Mason, our political editor there, live at Westminster. Well, our correspondents across the region have all the latest developments. Mira Davis is in Beirut. Paula Gearing is standing by in Erbil in northern Iraq. And Barbara Pasha is in the Qatari capital, Doha. We're going to start with you, Mira, first in the Lebanese capital, which is now a new front in this war.
Yeah, Clive, this is exactly what the Lebanese government and most people here didn't want. To get involved in another costly, divisive conflict with Israel. But the key thing here is Hezbollah. Hezbollah, of course, was a key ally of the Islamic regime in Iran, and that was attacked. Hezbollah, which is still quite powerfully independent, decided it was going to attack Israel with some missiles overnight. Israel's response to that was overwhelming, attacking Hezbollah positions here in the capital, in Beirut, and in the south of the country. There were explosions all day long, intermittently, drones overhead, and 52 people were killed in those strikes. And I think Israel has decided that it can't trust the Lebanese government to deal with Hezbollah. So the Israelis have said tonight that they're going to carry on targeting specific Hezbollah figures and installations until they're happy that Hezbollah has been defeated. And to that end tonight, there's been a warning to more than 30 towns and villages in southern Lebanon to be evacuated because that Israeli military operation is ongoing.
And Orla, you're in Erbil. US troops are stationed there, making it a target for Iranian proxy groups.
Indeed, Clive, and last night there were flames in the night sky here in Erbil after an attack on a major US base at Erbil International Airport, which is just in the distance behind me. Safe to assume the base had been emptied out by then. It was such an obvious target. The drones and the missiles were intercepted by air defense systems, but an ammunition dump caught fire. Now again, during the day today, there was targeting of US locations. The US consulate, which is housed in a very large complex here, was targeted twice, and we heard a very loud bang at one stage, which was the sound of one of those drones being intercepted. No reports of any casualties there, Clive. A video has emerged on social media which appears to show a fragment of a drone that tore through the roof of a residential building and landed inside a family's apartment, and they appear to have had a lucky escape. Now, it was inevitable that when Israel and America began their attack on Saturday against Iran, that countries around the region, neighbouring countries, were going to pay the price, whether or not they agree with that war. And that is what we are seeing out. We are seeing the fallout spreading around the region tonight. Worth mentioning, Clive, that the attacks here are not being claimed by Tehran. They're being claimed by some of Iran's proxies, militia groups here in Iraq. It shows you the complexity of what is taking place.
Absolutely. And Barbara, in Doha, after Iranian strikes, there's news that Qatar's actually shot down 2 fighter jets.
Yes, quite a development. The Defense Ministry says Qatar has successfully shot down 2 fighter jets coming from Iran. It didn't give any details, but it seems an escalation because the Iranians so far have been firing hundreds of missiles and drones at their Arab neighbors. But this is the first we've heard of them sending a warplane. And it's quite extraordinary for a Gulf state to be shooting down a manned Iranian aircraft. The Qataris say that they are acting in defense, that they are responding firmly to an external threat. And this comes after another major development here, which is that the Qataris have stopped production of liquid natural gas after drones targeted 2 main plants, 2 of the main processing plants, which caused an almost immediate spike in gas prices or gas prices in Europe. And then plus there was a drone attack on Saudi Arabia's main oil refinery. So Iran's showing for the first time that it is willing to target energy infrastructure.
Okay, Barbara in Doha, Ola in Erbil, and Willie Davis in Beirut. Many thanks to you all. Well, that's all from us here in Tel Aviv, in Israel. Before I hand back to Rita, here's Victoria with what's coming up on Newsnight.
I don't know how to...
Hi there.
In the last hour, the US Secretary of State has said the hardest hits are yet
there you go, right there.
on Iran. So what happens next? We'll speak to former Conservative Cabinet Minister Michael Gove, your party's Jeremy Corbyn, and Middle East expert Sanam Vakil to find out. Newsnight live at 10:30 on BBC2 CC.
Victoria, thank you. Now, much of the airspace in the Gulf is closed, but an Etihad flight from Abu Dhabi has just landed at Heathrow, bringing home hundreds of holidaymakers and travellers. This is the current picture of flights in the region. As you can see, planes are avoiding Iran and the area around it. The Prime Minister said the government was looking at all options to support Britons currently stuck in the Middle East. Luke Deal reports now from Dubai.
British nationals are among the hundreds of thousands of travellers stranded in the Gulf Arab states, as major airports remain closed following retaliatory strikes from Iran. Many flights to foreign countries in the Middle East are impacted as the conflict in the region continues. Dawn and her husband Nick contacted BBC Your Voice. They should have arrived back from the United Arab Emirates this afternoon after a week's holiday. They're booked onto a BA flight for Saturday. They hope it will take off.
Our plans might come to nothing. Other people do.
There's an option, possibly, of driving to Muscat in Oman, which is around 5 to 6 hours away from here, and getting a flight home from there.
Isabel is stuck in transit in Abu Dhabi, stranded after her flight to Thailand was cancelled. She has accommodation, but she's very fearful and has had little help.
My family are incredibly worried. They're trying to contact the MC and Etihad because we've had no communication from either. I have signed up to the alerts from the British MC, but as of yet haven't had any update.
The travel situation here in Dubai remains extremely fluid. However, within the last hour, Emirates, the main airline, have issued a statement saying that they're going to be operating a limited number of flights commencing tonight, the 2nd of March. We're accommodating customers with earlier bookings as a priority, they say. And for those who have been rebooked to travel on these limited flights, they will be contacted directly by the airline. Meanwhile, passengers have arrived into Heathrow this evening on a flight from Abu Dhabi.
We heard explosions, we heard the hotel today, we could see columns of black smoke, we saw drone interceptions ahead. And while we were having breakfast on Sunday morning, there was black ash falling on the breakfast table.
There were quite loud explosions being heard, and quite a lot near military jets flying over. I've never heard anything like it, never been so scared in my life.
Officials at the Foreign Office are understood to be working on plans for potential evacuation routes should the airspace here in the Gulf remain closed. Luke Deal, BBC News, Dubai.
Well, the conflict in the Middle East has caused prices for oil and gas to surge. As you heard, Iran is targeting the energy infrastructure of neighbouring Gulf states. It's closed the narrow Strait of Hormuz, a critical supply route for tankers, and is threatening to set any ship trying to get through on fire. That's according to Iranian media. The largest oil refinery in Saudi Arabia was hit in a drone attack and has paused operations, and Qatar has shut down its liquefied natural gas production after it says it was targeted. Faisal Islam has been looking closely at how supplies are being affected by the hostilities and at the possible impact on the prices we pay for our energy.
Oil tankers ablaze.
The biggest oil facility in the world in Saudi Arabia targeted and closed. These satellite images show the extent of the attack. And so too the biggest gas export facility in neighbouring Qatar. The flow of energy firmly disrupted, and the possibility of what markets have called their worst nightmare. Here is what happened this morning. Oil prices jumped 10%. If sustained, that could feed through to a several pence bump in diesel and petrol pump prices later in the month. Gas prices here in Europe jumped by nearly 50% this morning after the news from Qatar, which, if sustained, could see a rise in domestic energy bills, though not until the summer. Some context is helpful though. This bump, though material, is not the fourfold increase seen in 2022, when Russian supplies were cut off amid the Ukraine war.
If we continue to see things continue to escalate, $100 oil is certainly not off the cards. But I think the key unknown is how long the disruption lasts and how extensively the broadens.
And this is why. Here you can see, even on Saturday, the flow of gas and oil tankers transporting a fifth of the world's oil through the narrow Straits of Hormuz start to slow as the US-Israeli attack on Iran begins. By yesterday, the red triangles indicating oil and gas tankers dry up, and now it's stopped entirely. And there are dozens of these essential energy transports at anchor, the red circles here, in the open Gulf, too scared to cross the 24-mile strait between Oman and Iran. All this comes at the very moment the economic weather in the UK had been starting to look a little brighter. In the Treasury, they're putting the final touches to the spring statement tomorrow, and that is principally a new set of official forecasts on jobs, inflation, and the economy in general. And if today's moves on gas and oil markets are sustained for weeks or months, then all of those figures are out of date even before the spring statement is published. But that is still an if. Energy supply to Europe is not disrupted so far, but the price we pay for our fuel and energy seems like it's a rise. Fazla Islam, BBC News.
Let's get a final word from our international editor, Jeremy Bow. Jeremy, just looking at what's going on, has the US set off a chain of events here that it might not be able to control?
I think that is a real danger at the moment. The thing about war is that when it starts, it is hard to control, especially when it's spreading so quickly around the world's most turbulent and volatile region. And especially too when the protagonists in it, the Israelis and the Americans, but less the Israelis, more the Americans, had these shifting stated intentions about what it is they actually want out of this. Trump's still saying things which aren't true, like they're about to build missiles that could have hit the US. Not true. Talking about being close to getting a nuclear weapon. Not true. These are things, though, that are still being used in justification for what they're doing. So I think we'll see an intensification of the war. That is also what they're saying. But there's also this business of how it ends, where it goes, what the consequences are. Those are a lot of unknowns in all of that. But I think what we can say, without a shadow of doubt, is this is such a dangerous and unpredictable moment, which is going to have potentially a lot of consequences for a lot of people over a protracted period.
Jeremy, thank you very much.
Syria is slamming the door in Erdogan's face and pushing Turkey aside, while Iran begins to clean up the mess from Saturday's explosion at the Bandar Abbas port and is pointing fingers at all directions. Welcome to Boots on the Ground, the weekly recap edition. I'm Ian Pinto, bringing you the truth about what's happening in Israel. And this time, I want to give you a broader picture of what's happening right now in the Middle East, with a focus on Syria and a closer look at the consequences of the explosion in Iran. We'll also take a look at Hezbollah's situation in Lebanon, and of course, check out what's happening with the Houthis in Yemen. So guys, let's run a quickly, review of the headlines that slipped by us in the big Middle East picture this week, starting with the mess that happened in Iran. On Monday, even as fires were still burning at the port of Bandar Abbas and recovery efforts had barely begun, Iranian officials declared that they had fended off a massive and complex cyber attack. However, the truth is more complex, as reports indicate that hackers broke into the systems of one of Iran's largest banks and stole personal information on 42 million customers, including senior regime officials, military officials, and also operatives of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps. So all of this comes as the fatality count in the incident in the port, in the explosion, has now risen to 70, with hundreds more injured. This is including also dozens who are now harmed and hospitalized. So satellite images of the report reveals 2 large craters where the initial explosions took place and widespread damage from the resulting shockwave and the fires that happened after for many, many hours and days. And although some Iranian officials are saying that they think it was an Israeli sabotage operation, the official response and the reason for this given by Iran's Interior Ministry is negligence. As the ignited materials were stored in violation of regulations, they did not disperse them. That's the official response. And meanwhile, Iran appears to be preparing for the possibility of more airstrikes by fortifying tunnels and other critical infrastructure, as satellite images show activity near underground complexes close to the Natanz nuclear site amidst the Iran-US talks. So Iran is preparing for attacks by Israel or by the United States or by other coalition forces. So political sources in Jerusalem say that the negotiations between the Trump administration and Iran are approaching a moment of truth, and there is little doubt that Iran will be willing to give up its red lines. At the same time, Israel warns that President Trump will be ready to soften his red lines in order to achieve a new nuclear deal. These fears are heightened by a new assessment that Iran has around 2,000 ballistic missiles that have sufficient range to hit Israel. And closer to home, Israel's intelligence echelon brings us news of Hezbollah's latest crisis. Over the past week, the IDF struck more than 50 terror targets across Lebanon, and all Hezbollah's Secretary General had to say about that was, there was no justification for the strike in Dakhia. Lebanon should apply pressure on the world. Well, maybe someone should tell him that everyone in Lebanon who isn't part of Hezbollah is very happy to see Israel destroy his military capabilities. So they're unlikely to put pressure on anyone to try and put a stop to this. And also, just a reminder for all of you, Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. I don't know how they can have demands to the world to pressure Israel or Lebanon or anybody else. And meanwhile in Syria, a surprising development has come as the regime of Abu Muhammad al-Julani has slammed the door in Turkish President Erdogan's face. And Julani has ever gone a step further. He went even a step further than that, telling visiting United States Congressman Coleman Mills that he's ready to consider joining the Abraham Accords under the right conditions. That's amazing. So we did not expect to hear that, but we were very, very cautious, because this statement is a contradiction to other statements that have come out of this regime, even in the recent last week. El-Julani has also said in recent days that Syria will not be a threat, not even to Israel. Oh, that's good, I hope that's true, but we'll see what happens with that. You know, you should be hoping for peace, but also preparing for war, especially in this situation and when you're dealing with a terrorist regime. What do you think about that? Should Israel be, ready to, give up our positions in Syria, be relaxed, or should we, reinforce the military presence there? So on the one hand, that's very, very good to hear, as I said. On the other hand, talk is cheap, and especially when you're talking in the Middle East. And that holds true for threats, promises, commitments, and pretty much everything else. The thing to watch is actions. And El-Julani's actions tell a different story. For instance, Turkey is moving to supply him with Russian weapons, including sophisticated air defense systems. Turkey is doing this for a few different reasons, starting with the hope that it will convince the United States to lift sanctions that were imposed when Turkey bought these Russian weapons in the first place. However, some United States lawmakers have said that giving the weapons to El-Julani undermines Israel's qualitative edge in the Middle East, and that will have the exact opposite effect on Turkey's relationship with the United States than what they say that they want. That's how it is in the Middle East. Never, never a boring moment. And everything everyone does or doesn't do has consequences that affect everything else in this region and in the world at large. So it's very complicated, but I'll try to break it down for you guys. So with that in mind, Turkish President Erdogan has also decided that he no longer wants to utilize Turkish Airlines designated slots at Israel's Ben Gurion airport. Basically, he doesn't want the major Turkish airliner, Turkish Air, to fly to the Israeli international airport, Ben Gurion. This is a very serious move that signals a broader, severe, or the worsening of the economic ties between Turkey and Israel. And we'll take a look at how this might affect things moving forward. So as you see, we have a lot to talk about today, and I'm really happy to have all of you joining me here in Jerusalem. I spent some time abroad in the United States, and I just landed, woke up today at 3:30 a.m. because of jet lag. So this is how it's happening here in Israel. It takes you a few weeks to get adjusted to the time difference between the U.S. and Israel. So guys, we have a lot to talk about today, and let's begin. I'm Yair Pinto. This is your boots on the ground report of what's happening in Israel and the implementation and the effect of the events here on the world, the United States, Europe, basically everywhere. This is day 573 of the war against Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis in Yemen, the Shia militias in Iraq, and all the other armed groups in this region that are operating under the orders of Iran's Revolutionary Guards, which is the head of the axis of evil in the Middle East. And a moment before we begin, I'd like to invite you to send us a greeting in the comment section, say hello, and we also appreciate every super like, any amount that you have to share with us, help us seek and share the truth of what's happening in Israel. And of course, we also invite you to click on the subscribe button so that you stay tuned to the truth in real time and never miss another episode of Boots on the Ground. So while Iran tries to project business as usual and makes tiresome rhetorical threats against Israel, this week a powerful explosion struck Shahid Raja'i port in the city of Bandar Abbas in southern Iran. And according to reports, there were 70 fatalities from the incident, with more than 1,000 other people that got injured. The regime-aligned Tasnim news agency spoke of a chaotic situation at that port, and fires continued to burn for more than 48 hours after the initial blast. Hundreds of vehicles, dozens of buildings, and hundreds of shipping containers filled with all kinds of things were damaged and destroyed. Cranes and other heavy equipment needed to load and unload ships at the port were also damaged, and the air in the entire region was heavily contaminated with toxic fumes. Okay? Despite the chaotic situation and the fact that it was impossible to even begin an investigation into the cause of this incident, regime officials almost immediately began making statements blaming each other for negligences and failures to follow safety procedures. One member of the Iranian National Parliament said, without citing any evidence, that Israeli sabotage was to blame. But other members of the regime refuted this, saying that it was an effort to deflect blame away from the failures of the port authorities. So most activities at the port were suspended until further notice, although by Tuesday morning, some loading and offloading of cargo ships appeared to have resumed in this port. What we know for sure is that the initial explosion was caused by a fire in a warehouse that held flammable materials in the Bandar Abbas customs area. And at the same time, Tasnim reported that a fuel tank at the port exploded for an unknown reason. The National Iranian Oil Company denied that the event was connected to refineries or fuel tanks and claimed that every sector of the port is operational. It is difficult to take this claim seriously, but in any case, it would seem that oil pipelines and export terminals were not damaged by the explosion or the fires. So far, no Iranian officials have admitted to knowing which containers exploded or what they contained. However, in recent months, 2 Chinese ships were reported to have docked there, and they are said to carry out the chemical sodium perchlorate. Sorry if I'm misspelling this word. Sodium perchlorate, a substance that, according to worldwide reports, serves as a key component in solid rocket fuel for Iran's ballistic missiles. Sodium perchlorate is a strong oxidizing salt considered essential in producing solid fuel, and thanks to its ability to release oxygen rapidly. This is something that is needed in rockets and ballistic missiles that reach long distances. So these properties allow quick launch and long-term storage of missiles, making the substance especially sensitive and strictly monitored internationally because of concerns for military use. And Chinese officials downplayed this and said that the responsibility for the explosion was not on their side, and that there are other uses for this material other than militarily. On Tuesday, the AP news agency published Planet Lab satellite images showing the extensive damage at the explosion site in the Shahid Rajia port. And AP said that compared with images taken before the blast, one can see a large structure completely destroyed, located near containers, and it is quite possibly the same building that's seen exploding in footage after the fire there. The satellite images also reportedly show 2 large craters of about 50 meters wide. An interior minister of Iran, Escalation, said on Tuesday that the explosion apparently occurred because of negligence and failure to follow safety procedures. This is likely to be the final word from the regime on this incident, despite the competing claims made by other officials and members of Iran's parliament. So what do you guys think about this incident? Do you think it's negligence, or is it an Israeli sabotage, or is it something else altogether? Maybe something related to the CIA and the Americans applying pressure on Iran during these negotiations. So the disaster at this port happened exactly in parallel with the third round of nuclear talks between the United States and Iran. So speculations and accusations quickly arose whether it was a deliberate sabotage aimed at harming the negotiations. But for now, there are no indications of that, and Israeli officials have denied their involvement. It is important to remember that it is quite possible that the explosion did indeed stem, as the authorities now claim, from negligence. Iran has long suffered misshapes because of its negligence infrastructure, its old facilities, and its struggles to repair owing to US sanctions, because United sanctions affect all sectors in Iran. So the economy is suffering, and also the corrupt management of Iran is causing the negligence in all sectors in Iran. So old, worn-out equipment often breaks down, even when tremendous efforts are made to keep it operational, and that's just a fact. We also had a helicopter taking the former Iranian president inside Iran for a flight and crashing, because these helicopters are very old. And getting back to the port itself, more than 2 days after the blast, Iran was still struggling to control the huge fire at the port, with flames still burning and health advisories still in effect for the city of Bandar Abbas. This city, located on the northern shore of the Strait of Hormuz, at the entrance to the Persian Gulf, through which 20% of the global oil traffic passes, is a strategically vital location. So economically, it is very important for Iran. It is the country's largest commercial port. This disaster will drastically weaken Iran's already very weak economy, and it also weakens Iran's position in the negotiations with the United States of America. Now, before we continue to the mysterious cyber attack that hit Iran this week, I'd like to ask you to keep spreading the truth. Help us seek and share it. Share our videos on YouTube and subscribe to TVN Israel on YouTube and on other social media platforms. You can also look for Yair Pinto and Mati Shoshani social media accounts. Just make sure to only subscribe to the official accounts, because there are many fake accounts, so beware. And guys, 2 days after the mysterious blast at the Bandar Abbas port, that the SNIL agency linked to the Revolutionary Guards of Iran reported on Monday that Iran had foiled one of the broadest and most complex cyber attacks against it so far. Let's take a closer look at these claims. So the Sefa Bank is one of Iran's oldest and largest banks in the Islamic Republic of Iran. It was hacked at the end of last month, and data on 42 million customers was harvested by a hacker group calling itself the Code Breakers. This included senior regime officials and officers of both the regular military and the Revolutionary Guards. The bank denies the breach, but open source media reporting has confirmed that it indeed happened. An Iranian opposition source noted that what makes the cyber attack on the bank unique is the type of its customers and their ties to the governmental and the military institutions. So publishing accounts details, personal data, and transfer records possess a serious security risk for these officials and for their personal information. The group members said that they demanded $42 million from the bank not to release the data and gave the bank 72-hour negotiations window. According to posts on the group's Telegram channel, the bank executives refused to pay anything to protect the affected customers' details, so they released the information. Iran's Cyber Defense Unit reported repelling another massive attack on Monday. And in addition, Iran is fortifying 2 tunnel complexes that lead to its main nuclear facility at Natanz amid fears of an American and Israeli strike. This emerges from recent satellite photos published by the Institute for Science and International Security ahead of the 3rd round of talks with the United States on a new nuclear deal with Iran. David Albright, the president of this institute, said that the security ring surrounding the 2 complexes under construction for several years indicates that the underground sites in Kolang Gaz, the mountain, said that so far the operational aspects of this area will start working. He said there is concern that Iran will use them to store highly enriched uranium, advanced centrifuges that are able to enrich uranium to weapons-grade level, and other nuclear-related material that it has not declared of having so far. This is particularly concerning because the complexities are being built much deeper than the foregoing nuclear plants. So Iran is basically hiding all of this nuclear equipment in the middle of the ground in tunnels. So March 29th satellite images show Iran fortifying the tunnel entrances, erecting walls along some road around the mountain top, and digging for additional walls and additional reinforcements for the tunnels and the entrances to these tunnels. Despite its obligations under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, Iran has not allowed IAEA inspectors, the International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors, to visit the tunnel complexes. And the IAEA chief, Rafael Grossi, who visited there last week and is now in Washington, said that Iran refuses to inform the IAEA about the purpose of the facilities near its nuclear sites. He said, "We asked them, what's this for? And they replied, none of your business." It's interesting, but clearly it's a place with some important activities related to Iran's nuclear program. Grossi added that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon that is very clear, okay, that they don't have, and we must not confuse people. Iran, in the past, carried out many activities that were relevant or could be relevant to a nuclear weapon development process. So we should be always concerned with this situation. And Grossi concluded that the media is expressing hope that the indirect United States-Iran talks could succeed in achieving an agreement that will lead to dismantling Iran's military nuclear program. We'll see how that goes. Let me know in the comments what you think. Do you think that these negotiations with Iran will work? Will we reach some kind of nuclear agreement that will end the fear of a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran? Let me know what you think. Just give you a few minutes. So as for that, Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Majid Ravanchi told Parliament's Foreign and National Security Committee this week that Iran has not negotiated and will not negotiate about the red lines. This is including halting uranium enrichment for its ballistic missile program. Iran and the United States announced on Saturday that the conclusion of the round of talks that they agreed to continue next week. However, Iranian sources say that Tehran is willing to discuss certain limits on its nuclear program in exchange for lifting sanctions, but ending the enrichment or handing over enriched uranium stockpiles as red lines with no compromise, meaning that Iran will not hand over the uranium enrichment to a third-party country, as was discussed before, and with Russia being a possibility for that. So President Trump told reporters this week that regarding Iran, we are in a very good position. There will be a deal very soon. We'll have something without having to drop bombs. I want to finish this. This is what Trump said. That despite the optimistic statements, Jerusalem sources say that Iran is nearing its moment of truth. It will have to state its real stance on enrichment and missiles inside the room, not only, issue media statements. If it refuses to discuss those topics, President Trump will have to decide how to proceed. And the officials also say that Iran's main goal is immediate sanctions relief, but it will not compromise on its red lines. What worries Israel is whether Trump will relax the United States red lines to secure a deal. In any case, Israel vehemently opposes any agreement that allows Iran to keep enriching uranium. So guys, here at TV in Israel, we will continue to report on all the latest developments regarding Iran. And now, I want to talk briefly about an issue that is close to all of our hearts, and that is the well-being of Israel's families. Here in Israel, the aftermath of the war has left many small businesses and artisans facing significant challenges. Shops have been closed, orders have been cancelled, and families are striving to rebuild their livelihoods. Take, for example, the story of Susan's House. This is a Jerusalem-based charity that provides at-risk youth with vocational training in the arts. When Arta placed an order of 5,000 ceramic
Welcome back to Wild TV on the Hour. I'm Caleb Ben David coming to you live from Israel. Bringing all the biggest headlines. Here is a roundup of the latest developments in this special edition on day 4 of the war with Iran. Both the U.S. and Israel are stepping up their strikes deep inside Iran. The IDF announcing it has carried out more than 60 attack waves today, targeting the regime's missile launching systems. Overnight, the Air Force struck the Iranian Central Command headquarters in the heart of Tehran, targeting the presidential office and Supreme National Security Council building, along with other key military infrastructure. Still, Iran and Hezbollah continue to launch sporadic missile and drone attacks against Israel on this Jewish holiday of Purim. Most have been intercepted by air defense systems, but missile fragments have damaged homes in central and north Israel. There was some moderate to light injuries reported, no serious injuries. One fragment struck an apartment in the central city of Bnei Brak, damaging a residence there. In Washington, President Trump warned Iran the big one is coming, and in a separate social media post, he said Iran's air defense, air, navy, and leadership is gone. They want to talk. They said it's too late. As I said before, there has been some damage to homes in Israel, including in the cities of Bnei Brak and Petah Tikva. Let's listen to what some of the residents there had to say.
We live very close, like 2 houses down, and we were in the shelter, and then boom, it just, everything went black, and then we went down, we saw glass everywhere, we came over here with rocket fell, and there was cops and medics and I don't know what.
Big chaos, and we live in very close, and the noise was very different from the other time because it was very close, and we
blew up next to us.
Well, hello and welcome to the CBN News YouTube channel. My name is Dan Andros, and this is our continuing here coverage of Israel's attack on Iran. And a lot has happened here in the past 24 hours. Last night, Israel launched a sweeping military strike on Iran after months of failed nuclear negotiations. Explosions were reported in Tehran overnight as part of what Israel is calling Operation Rising Lion, targeting Iran's nuclear and missile infrastructure. The head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard was killed in the strikes, one of Iran's most powerful military leaders. Israel's declared a state of emergency, bracing for Iranian retaliation. Iran did try to launch over 100 drones towards Israel in retaliation, but Israeli forces say they successfully shot them all down. We've got a panel here. Bureau Chief Chris Mitchell is in Jerusalem. CBN's Kelly Wright is in Washington, D.C. CBN's Raj Nair with us as well. And I want to bring in Lieutenant Colonel retired Jonathan Conrightis, former IDF spokesperson and now senior fellow at FTD, co-founder of Bottom Line Media. And, let's start with you, Jonathan. We've got obviously a lot going on overnight. We talked last night. What's the latest you can bring to us right now?
Yeah, well, hello, and almost Shabbat Shalom from Israel. A so far quiet Israel, and that is not to be taken for granted. I think Israel is bracing for an Iranian response. We don't know how strong and how lethal it will be, but Israel is definitely on high alert and readiness for that to happen. That is the directive given to Israelis by the military and by the political echelon. As we are speaking, Israeli jets continue to strike military targets with very high level of precision all throughout Iran. The eastern, northern, southern, central, and western parts of Iran are targeted systematically by the Israeli Air Force, aided by updated intelligence from agents on the ground, and of course pre-assembled and assessed intelligence that Israel has ready. So far, we know of a very good battle damage assessment. We know that the enrichment facility in Natanz, which was very important for the weapons program, not for the civilian part, but for weapons development, has been taken out of commission and most likely totally destroyed, which is good news. And we know of virtually the entire supreme command of the Iranian defense establishment, more than 20 flag officers, 2, 3, and 4-star generals that are no longer going to be directing terrorist activities or any other type of activities in the region or in Iran. Very significant. And Israel continues to operate. Now, what this means is that Iranian skies are open and exposed. The Iranians understand that they are exposed, and I think that the dilemma that they now have, the Iranian regime, is whether to cut their losses or to escalate the situation. Cutting their losses would mean to basically allow Israel to continue to systematically dismantle Iran's nuclear military program.
to hit it from the air and perhaps from the ground as well, without doing anything significant to trying to disrupt that. If the Iranians choose that, then I think Israel will stop at that and won't continue to strike other targets. However, if Iran chooses to escalate the situation, which they can and are entitled to, they have been attacked by Israel and they can retaliate. But if they choose to do so, either by striking Israel with lots of ballistic missiles or perhaps by striking other countries in the region, then I think we will see a dramatic development where Israel will move on from only military and nuclear sites to regime sites and targets, and perhaps even national infrastructure, including oil and gas infrastructure, refineries, pipelines, and perhaps ports. That is, I think, where we are now, and that's a very crucial moment, and the ball is in the Iranian court.
Jonathan, this is Kelly Wright here at the White House, and as you are probably aware, the president is currently meeting with his National Security Council, and they're discussing the Israeli offensive against Iran. Tell me, based on your knowledge, what you think the president is likely discussing with his with his national security team, given the fact that he's already spoken with Bibi Netanyahu and, of course, the ambassador to the United States from Israel. What do you think is going on inside this meeting right now?
Well, my guess would be that the topic is how is the United States, as the leader of the free world and the most dominant and important force for good in the world, how is the United States going to leverage the Israeli successful attack on Iran and then turn it into a strategic diplomatic achievement? How are we going to get the Iranians to agree to dismantle the nuclear program and to stop trying to achieve nuclear weapons? I think that will be the focus. I think that's the tone and the gist of communications coming out of the White House. I think that's excellent. That would serve American purposes. It would serve regional purposes. And I hope, following up on my last statement, I hope that the Iranians will be wise enough to take that. If their national pride, their herd ego won't let them do that, then I think they will be exposing themselves to a lot of additional challenges. And to be frank, really what is at stake here in the future is the ability of the Iranian regime to continue to oppress the Iranian people. I've gotten so many messages and so many calls from Iranian expatriates who live all around the world, in Europe and in the US and Canada, really feeling very enlightened and hopeful that this is the beginning of the end of that tyrannical regime that has been holding the Iranian people hostage and oppressing them ever since 1979. So that there's that component as well. This isn't only about nuclear weapons, this is really about Iran and its regime, and it could go that way, but I think that what the American administration wants is to try to wrap this up and turn this into a strategic diplomatic win.
And if I may follow up with my colleague real quickly, one follow-up, Jonathan. As you know, the president has already put on Truth Social, making a statement that he, for 2 months, had tried to get Iran to the table to negotiate a deal. That did not happen. Now we have this, and the president stating on Truth Social that he thinks it's high time for Iran to get to that table to negotiate, or it could be far worse than what they've already experienced. To that end, what would be your message to the Iranian regime?
Take the deal. It's the best you're going to get. You have a president who is progress and peace oriented. This is not a warmongering president. He wants peace and he wants a good deal. Good for the Iranian people and good for the world. That will prevent the regime from having a weapon. And I think that's the best possible outcome they can wish for. If they're stupid and if they don't take it, and usually the Iranians are quite smart and cunning, And if they're smart, then they take it, and that kind of wraps up the event here. If they don't, that can open a Pandora's box of challenges for the future of this regime. And I suggest, parts of me urges the Iranians to be smart. Another part of me says, go for it, and let's see where this road leads to.
I just want to interject before your next question, guys. But to that point here, minutes before heading into the situation room, this is according to an Axios report not too long ago, for a strategy session on Iran. President Trump told Axios he believes Israel's massive strike likely improves the chances of a U.S.-Iran nuclear agreement. So that information just coming out today. But go ahead.
Well, Jonathan, my question to you is this. You can make the argument this was maybe the most incredible intelligence operation in decades, at least. And a lot of our friends are asking, how did they pull this off? I actually just spoke with someone, a retired member of the IDF, and I was trying to prod him to give me some information. He's like, all this is classified. But he did kind of spill a couple beans, nothing too much. But how did Israel pull this off? This isn't just a couple bombs dropping from the air. This is stuff of movies. How did Israel pull this off?
I think this will go down in military history as something that other countries will learn from and seek to emulate. I think, you reap what you sow. When you invest resources, when you have excellent people, and that is the key, excellent, high quality and motivated and creative people, and you give them clear guidance, what they need to achieve, and you allow it to happen, then you get tremendous results. We saw it with the Beeper operation against Hezbollah, which was a turning point in the war locally for Israel, that really took the wind out of Hezbollah's sails and really changed the war. And by the way, Hezbollah today, quiet as a rug. Nothing, no rockets, no UAVs, and they are uncharacteristically quiet. And their only statement has been don't call us and don't call on us, because we are busy with other things, which is a tremendous strategic setback for the Iranians. But
see how we bombing shit?
Years, and this is not weeks and not months. This is years of investing in infrastructure, in agents, in a logistic support system. This is having a network on the ground, both to collect intelligence and then, of course, have the combat capabilities deployed in theater, whether it's drones, precision-guided missiles, explosives, or other things that will be revealed soon. And the Mossad very specially released a movie of its operatives inside Iran, preparing and managing the early stage of an attack. But this really is about investing in it for a long period of time. And of course, the other part of there's two other additional parts that are important, very important. Having an air force with extremely capable pilots, with excellent planes. And here's an opportunity for me as an Israeli, again, to acknowledge U.S. tech, U.S. weapons, U.S. weapon systems. I think Israel has the benefit of using those systems and using them well, but the F-35 and the F-15s and other platforms are excellent, and here they are again combat proven against Iranian air defenses of Russian origin. That's the second thing. And third thing, I think, would be a strategic deception or something of that matter, where Israel, and I believe together with the United States, was able to lull the Iranian leadership into a false sense of security, and that the next big event happening was nuclear negotiations over the weekend, and not an impending strike on all of Iran, its nuclear and military facilities.
Jonathan, just following up on Raj's question, I asked Chuck Holton what he thought of the operation so far. He said epic, just like the Beepers, but on a much larger scale and a wider scale. You should be proud of the IDF in so many ways. What is your analysis so far of maybe how much of the nuclear facilities have been destroyed, and can they recover?
Yeah, we're at early stages. I've heard a few assessments from the IDF. We're at early stages. The BDA is that progress has been made. I spoke about Natanz, but there are reports of almost all of the known nuclear sites or known in the public that have been hit all across Iran, eastern, southern, western, and central Iran. There's no official number as in percentage yet, but what I understand from Air Force officers is that we are in the early stages. BDA is positive and it's good in terms of the targets that have been struck. But as we all know, there are hardened targets that are buried deeply underground that need special ordnance or other creative measures in order to get to. And I think that is the stage that we're in. Without revealing anything that I shouldn't, I think that Israel is applying a lot of creativity and flexibility here in how it's operating. And I think that the Iranians understand that they shouldn't anticipate only one type of attack from one certain location, but that Israel is doing lots of things in the entire battle space, all of the dimensions of the battle space, and I'll leave it at that. And I think that in a couple of days, I think we'll have better BDA. But so far, the progress is good. For me as an Israeli, super important. All of our pilots are safe. They're coming home after the sorties. And I am extremely grateful for that, and that they're able to execute their missions and get back home.
I wanted to expand a little bit on what you were talking about with Iran and their decision-making process and their mentality, because on the one hand, you get the sense that these are sort of in the realm, a lot of these leaders, the mullahs, they're sort of in the realm of these suicidal jihadists that are on a mission from God in their mind, and they want to destroy Israel, wipe them off the map, all the things we've seen, in the past them say. But what level, you talk about them being smart, like on the scale, which one of maybe some pragmatism here of, self-preservation or suicidal sort of radical Islamic jihadists, when you put those two things on the scale, because these days, quite frankly, if you find yourself on a baseball card of Israel's most wanted, your clock is ticking at this point. Like you look at the Hamas leaders, the next guy gets promoted up. It's like the last thing you'd want is for your Facebook, hey, look who got promoted, because guess what? You just signed your death certificate. And so now we're seeing that in Iran too, with these precision strikes that you talked about. They clearly have demonstrated, Israel has, that they can pick you right out of your living room. And, there's, like Raj was saying, there's incredible operations, smuggling explosives and timing all this, coordinating it. This comes on the heel of really creative attacks like Operation Grim Reaper that we saw. I mean, this is, at what point does pragmatism, and can pragmatism outweigh sort of the radical ideologies that so many of these mullahs have?
So my assessment of the Iranians, and there are better experts of the Iranian defense establishment and the Iranian regime than me. Mark Dubovitz from FDD is one of them, but I can think of others. My assessment would be that, the Iranians are fanatics, no doubt, but they are pragmatists, and they are calculating, cunning, disciplined. They usually have strategic patience and a good ability to plan and strategize and then execute their strategies. I think we've seen since October 7, it's been quite a magnificent downfall for the Iranians. It's been one defeat after another. Hamas, one Iranian proxy, attacked Israel on October the 7th. Hezbollah followed suit, and now these two organizations are but a pale shadow of what they were before. without combat capabilities. We've seen the Iranians lose Syria. The last standing Iranian proxy of relevance are the Houthis in Yemen, and they are losing steam as well because we have hit their logistic facilities, and the US has dealt them a few serious blows as well. But when it comes to decision making, I think the Iranians are cunning, disciplined, and usually excellent at making decisions. But you know, once someone is surprised, and there's been lots of books and analysis written about, you know, local versus systemic surprise, I think what Israel was able to achieve was a systemic surprise here of the Iranian entire system, and different people respond differently to a totally unknown territory and situation. And now we'll have to see how good the Iranians are to respond when it's not them in the driving seat.
In response to that, here's what we're seeing so far out of Iran. We're seeing that some Iranians, some several hundred Iranians, have actually gone to the streets of Tehran and chanting death to Israel. That is not a good response in the viewpoint of many people living in the West saying, wait a minute, you just got attacked, your regime is being dismantled from outside, and yet the Iranian regime has put people out on the streets to say death to Israel, reminding Israel and reminding the United States of America just how tenuous and fluid this situation is. Given that, what about those people underground in Iran who are tired of the oppression and repression from this regime and really want change? In other words, Israel can attack externally, but internally, there has to be a move to actually bring down the regime to get to a place called peace.
Yeah, we're unfortunately not there yet. I think Israel is currently focusing on nuclear and military targets. Regime targets are, I'd say that they're in the chamber and they could come to the fore, but we're not there quite yet. I agree with you totally that change, like in life and many other things, real change only comes from within. And for there to be real change in Iran, it has to come from within, from the brave Iranian people that will fight their way out of the oppression of the Islamist regime. And that may happen in the future. Now, protesters out on the street or marching out on the street and screaming death to Israel, that's not a new thing in Iran, sadly. But I think that's a pretty meager natural response from them. But it's interesting to see that in the official communications of the Supreme Leader, he issued, threats that Israel would face a severe punishment of the Zionist regime, as they refer to us, but he didn't declare war. And I think that's indicative of their understanding of how bad the situation is for them, even though they have been humiliated in Middle Eastern standards. This is super humiliating. Even though they've been humiliated, even though they have not been able to retaliate against Israel in any meaningful way, they are not declaring war, and they're kind of maybe dressing it down a little bit. And I think that's interesting and indicative really of the intentions of the Iranians.
Like to explain why this matters so much to the world, particularly people here in the United States who may not understand the gravity of this situation and how much of a threat Iran has been to the Western world, because it is a seed, a hotbed of terrorist activity, training terrorism, and sending them out around the world. Something that the United States has to be cognizant of all the time, very proactive. We have to be vigilant because they only need one chance to strike America, and we could see things go awry here in terms of terrorist activities. Explain it once again so that people really comprehend why what Israel is doing is really the tip of the spear, the first line of defense for freedom, not only for Israel, but for America.
Yeah, I think Senator Cotton articulated it very well. He said clearly he stands with Israel and he sees that Israel is doing the work for the West. Israel is the first line of defense of Western civilization against what I believe is barbarism and extremism with very lethal and genocidal intentions, and that is the Iranian regime. And Israel is operating in order to defend itself, but indirectly, Israel is doing Europe and the West a tremendous service. The Iranians today already have missiles that can cover southern and eastern parts of Europe, all of North Africa, and southwestern Russia, and of course towards the east as well, Pakistan and India. They were developing nuclear weapons, and now Israel is putting a stop to that. And I think that is an excellent service in preventing the proliferation of nuclear weapons. And without being, cynical, I think Israel should have some kind of recognition from entities around the world who deal with preventing proliferation, because Israel has now single-handedly prevented nuclear weapons from 3 crazy tyrants in the Middle East, from Iraq in '81, from Syria in 2007, and hopefully, God willing, from the Iranians in 2025. And that is a service to the world. A lot of people don't like Israel. A lot of people, for some reason, love to criticize Israel and single it out and shame it and believe in allegations. That is unfortunate, but Israel will continue to do what is right, what is necessary to defend itself, and it also serves the world.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel, retired Jonathan Conricus, former IDF spokesperson, now senior fellow at FDD, co-founder of Bottom Line Media. Appreciate your time as always, sir. Really do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me, and all the best to you.
Shabbat Shalom, Jonathan.
Shabbat Shalom.
All right, gentlemen, I want to get your all's reaction here to what we just heard. And I want to, before we do that, I want to just mention that there's on the Home Front Command update, this app that's kind of detecting possible missile strikes and things of that nature. They have an alert up there right now that says due to detection of missile launches toward Israel, alerts may be activated in areas in the coming minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure and see if if that comes to fruition or not. But gentlemen, let's get your reaction. Chris, I'll start with you. What stood out to you from what the Lieutenant Colonel said?
Well, he's such a great analyst and has been for so many years. We've known him since he was the international IDF spokesman. Well, I think he's got a great analysis about what targets they're hitting so far, military and nuclear targets, but they're not going to the regime. However, they have attacked, as he said, about 20 top Iranian military leaders. And I just want to follow up on Raj. Man, this is an epic attack. The precision, the extraordinary intelligence, the precision intelligence. And as Jonathan said, it's not, you just don't need to know where some people are. You need to have the munitions, whatever kind of missiles you may have to actually target those people. So the way they have infiltrated Iranian intelligence and military is just extraordinary what they've done. And as Jonathan said, this is going to be studied for years, what the IDF has done. And the thing that strikes me too as well, and Jonathan mentioned this, if you go back to October 7th, one of the worst days in the modern history of Israel, one of the worst days in the history of the Jewish people, and then look forward a year and a half plus to see what Israel has done by nearly degrading and defeating Hamas and Hezbollah and now the Houthis, as well as the damage they're doing to Iran. As I think I mentioned somewhere that in 2002, that's when the Iranian nuclear facilities became known. And we've been covering it since then, almost 23 years. And to see what happens today is just remarkable. And I'll just end with this. You know, we've been getting, we talked to Chuck Holton earlier today. He's been hearing from people inside Iran. We've been seeing on X, we interviewed a man named Dr. Amir Hamidi. He's hearing from people in Tehran and elsewhere. Many people are excited, they're celebrating, and they're hoping this could be the beginning of the end for the Iranian regime.
Yeah, just an update real quick, guys, before we move on. IDF initial report already said the IDF has identified the launch of a missile from Yemen toward Israeli territory. IDF aerial defense systems are operating to intercept that threat. But yeah, I mean, to your point,
so that's all that's
Chuck Holton did a live stream here earlier on the CBN News YouTube channel.
Look,
done here.
That's all what we bombed right there.
You know, an expert in military operations, and he was breaking down.
We bombed all that.
The complication and just the you know, the complicated nature of this operation here from Israel, all the moving pieces that had to be in play, and you have the smuggling of explosives into Iran to coordinate all this. It's just like you said, right? I forget which one you said it, but it's not just dropping a bomb from a plane, which is, you know, they do have precision strikes for that, which are incredible, but this is a whole nother level. So, you know, Operation Grim Reaper is still one of the most amazing names of an operation. I don't know if that's the official name, but that's kind of what the internet named it, and it's going to live in infamy because it's just remarkable. But they're showing this ingenuity, and like I was saying a few minutes earlier, if you are on the most wanted list, you've got to be shaking in your boots because you're clearly not safe. You're absolutely clearly not safe.
Well, what's interesting is that the newly appointed IRGC leader, Mohammed,
supposed to get out of there when it's a war, man. You're not supposed to stay here. Supposed to get out of there.
Man, your predecessor
when it's a war, they give you a warning to get out of there. They give all the people a warning to go, to get out of there.
Given these plans to a Hollywood exec 2 days ago,
you don't get out of there, well, that's on you. You get bombed.
This is so unbelievable. No one's gonna actually believe this. But here we are. Let me read some of the
like we was about to bomb
Israel.
Israel.
Spent years preparing for the operation against
so we told them, y'all better leave,
including building a drone base
a lot of them ain't leave.
Iran. What?
Those
the one that
didn't leave, them the ones that like that president.
And you know, I was talking to another former IDF guy this morning, and he said, "Listen, there are a lot of people inside. This isn't just Israelis. There are a lot of people inside Iran who do not
look at our new jet.
Yeah, this was coordinated with them. This was coordinated with the Air Force. This was coordinated with Mossad.
That mother look pretty, man.
The fact that this all
look at the two big ass jet engines.
Have been planning, and just, you know, there's like
look at them jet and look at all that fire come out the back of the engine.
Blows up from the
bottom
up.
Man.
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible.
Honestly, real quick, and then
that fire be long,
but honestly,
blowing out the back of the motor.
Top Gun Maverick, if I'm not mistaken,
that shit be long as fuck.
Iran, but isn't that essentially? Wasn't it essentially Iran that they were kind of portraying in there? And that whole thing was a crazy operation, you know, flying the
that one thing I gotta say about
jets at a low level, then going through the mountains, and then
their plane,
this crazy climb into
their plane
the new
looks
facility.
Pretty as fuck, man.
I mean, that's a wild operation. They made a movie out of it. A great movie.
Whoever be drawing the plane up, cause they draw the plane
just to
first.
Throw that into some perspective there. But Kelly, go ahead.
They draw it first.
Well, gentlemen, let me remind
how they want it to look,
and
then they make the mold, and then they build it. You gotta have a blueprint first, a blueprint how the plane looks.
actually going into
Then,
Iran and
and
finding
after you do
people
all that,
who
that's
are
just like a house.
sympathizers
Before
with
you build a
Israel
house,
and
you gotta
people
have
who
a
are
blueprint.
sympathizers for peace, and they want to take out
You gotta
and take down
you gotta have a
the
blueprint first. They gotta
tyrannical
draw it,
Iranian
how the house
regime.
gonna be built
They
and all
help
that, the
facilitate this as
measurement,
well. So
all that shit.
there's the work
The
that's going on the
measurement
ground. And then look beyond
all that gotta
and
be
you see that
put
Ukraine
down
did
on the
something
thing,
recently,
man.
in Russia,
The basement, all
by
that.
surprising them. The
They
difference
gotta
with
be
this
all
one is that Israel
drawed
has
out on
more,
a big
more impact,
paper.
more firepower, and more
a big blueprint
strategic,
paper,
battle
and then
plan, and they're able to go
then
ahead
after they
and
do
actually
that,
disrupt the
then they get the
Iranian
okay
regime.
from
And
the
let's be
building
very clear,
inspector,
the
the
United
building,
States, the
the
president is
building
aware
or
that
the house
Iran was
inspection.
very close,
Then they get
just
a
weeks
okay
away from
that
actually
everything
developing
is
that
all
nuclear
right on the
weapon, which is
blueprint
why he
paper,
kept trying to
the
bring it to the
measurements,
table,
all
even
that.
stating that he
Then
was giving
you
them
go
2
build
months,
it. And you take
60
your backhoe
days.
and
Guess what? This attack took
dig
place on the 61st day.
and
So the president had already forewarned the
dig the
Ayatollah
basement out
Ayatollah
and
and
all
the
that.
Iranian regime
Then after you do
to
that,
do something in terms of
after you do that,
safeguarding
then you
their
gotta get an
future by
inspection
actually sitting
before
down
you
at the
build a
table and
house on it.
striking
The
a deal.
inspection gotta
Here at
come
the
out.
White House, where the
No,
president has been meeting
first
with
you
his
gotta
National
do all
Security Council.
the
You'll
sewer
recall that
system
last
and all that
week,
shit
it
first.
was at Camp David.
You gotta do the sewer system, the pipes and all that shit in the ground.
Tipped off that something was going to
Then
happen
after you do that, then you gotta get an inspection.
Although I don't believe that Israel
You
shared all its
you
plans.
gotta have an
Secretary
inspection
Marco
come.
Rubio issuing a statement last
And he
night
makes sure
that this was a
everything is
strike
right,
conducted
everything
unilaterally
is
by Israel
everything is
against Iran. But
in
he
the
said,
ground
make no
right,
mistake, let
in the
me be
ground
clear,
far enough,
Iran
and
should
you got the
never
red
think
tags
about
in the
attacking,
mud,
I'm paraphrasing
in the
here,
dirt,
think about
where you
attacking
throw the dirt on
US
top of it.
personnel and US assets.
And the reason why they do that is
And we have
so when you
plenty of
digging,
military assets there. In fact,
if you dig in a
Israel
hole,
has
when
access
you
to that
you
military
gonna see that
hardware
the
that we
red
have
flag or
given
something,
to them and
or
they're
whatever they
utilizing
put
that.
down
The
there.
president has made it very clear that the
Then
United States makes the
after
best
that,
military assets, and as a
they
result
pass
of that,
the sewer
Israel is
system
using
and
them and
the
using
pipe
them
going to
skillfully and
the
artfully
core,
and creatively to disrupt any
going to the street
potential
and all that.
development of nuclear
After you
weapons
pass
against
all that,
Iran
then
in total.
you
Will
cover
definitely
everything up
dismantle them and disrupt them and
cover
delay
everything up
them.
with the dirt and all that shit, all
The
that
president
good
has made it
shit.
very clear that Iran must
Then
not
after that,
ever
then
have
you
a nuclear weapon. He made that abundantly clear
build
when he took
your
his trip
put
to
your
the
2x4
Middle East Arab states,
on top of
talking to them about it, and
on
those
top of the
Arab leaders agreed
foundation,
with him that they
which
don't
is
want Iran
probably the
to have
basement.
nuclear weapons,
But
in
some
their own
people build
backyard
one
because
family
they
houses
will have to
don't have a
build
basement.
a
I don't like
nuclear
them kind of
weaponry
houses.
to try to defend itself
Them kind of
against
houses
Iranians. So
with
here we
no
are,
basement.
and
I
we're
don't
waiting for the
like that
president to
shit.
possibly speak
Your floor
to
that you
members
walk
of the
on,
media today
it's on
after
the
he comes out
ground
of
and
that
shit,
National
man.
Security Council meeting. I
Some
spoke
people,
briefly with
they
some of the
just
members of
they
the White
just
House
put
press
up
team. They're not aware if the president's going to do that.
they just
But this
put
is a
up the
very
poles and
serious
shit.
situation.
I mean,
Where
not
do
the
we go
poles,
from here?
the
The
little
president is still
cement
holding that
blocks
hope
and shit.
that a peace deal can be
Then
brokered.
after they
And it's
put up the
already
cement
given
block, then they
Iran
build
an
the
ultimatum.
two
Yeah,
by four.
absolutely. And Chris,
Well,
you
not
know,
2x4
in his
is
statement, and
the
we're getting some reports here, by the way,
I think it's
that an Iranian
what
news
is
outlet
it?
close to the
2
government says two
2 or 3
explosions
inch
were
board.
heard near the
You
Fordo
put them all on
nuclear site.
the all on the
And
platform
so
of
we
the
will keep you posted on
of
that
the
as we get more developments. But
of
on
the
what Kelly
of
was
the
talking about there and the U.S. involvement in this,
I
and some of
forgot
the
what you
statements
call
that have
them
been made.
things. The things
I
that be
don't
on the
think
ground
President Trump
the
or
house
any officials in the
be
United
built
States are
on.
sort of ignorant to the fact that
I
Iran
think you to
us as a target as well.
um
And what are your thoughts on sort
I
of
don't
the
know
threat
what you call
to
them things.
American
But
interests,
anyway,
American targets, American
if I had built a one,
sort of assets overseas?
a one floor
Iran
house,
has showed through their proxies
I
they are
wouldn't
willing
have
to
dirt
attack
underneath
in
the
the
house,
past.
man.
And so,
I wouldn't
despite
have
that
that.
statement,
I
Chris, what do you see? I mean,
I had
the
the
threat
whole
level
under
towards
the house
American
cement
interests
didn't have a
as
nice little,
because you
a
saw in
nice
the
little
statement,
slab,
they actually said
slab
a little warning
under there.
statement
That way
there
the house
from
won't
Iran
be sitting on,
Conricus was
sitting
talking
on.
about.
I mean,
They
that way
included America
under the
in that
house
statement,
won't
so clearly
be
they
mud
disregarded
all
Marco
under it.
Rubio's statement there. So what's
It
your
won't be
response
mud.
to
You
the
know,
threat
it'll be a nice
that
little
American interests
flat
around the
cement
world are
under the
facing right
house.
now?
Yeah, and I
No,
think
no
they
mud
made,
in
they
there.
made the threat just yesterday or the
Just
day
a
before,
cement ground
and
under
I
the
think
house.
the defense
But
minister
most people,
right
they
there is dead right now.
they
So
build.
I'm not sure.
They just
is pretty
dig the
high.
holes
As
and
someone,
put the
as Raj said, you know,
put the
the
damn
gates of hell will open.
beams,
But what
the
they can do remains to be seen.
pillars.
And
No,
it
what you
feels
call them
like
goddamn thing?
much of their,
Two,
some of their
that
ballistic
2x4.
missile capability
But
has been
actually, don't be
destroyed
2x4.
already, and
I think
that
it'd
was
be
part
like
of the
it could be like
target
6,
bank in
no,
the
like
first wave of,
3 inches, 3 inches
of
board,
attacks to make sure there was not
big
a
board.
strategic threat to people
It'd be the
here
big,
in
it'd be
Israel.
the beams that
So I'm just not sure how much they
that go
can
on
do
them
right
goddamn
now. I did want
you
to
got
mention too
that
that
fence
what happened
when you
last
make
night,
when you build a fence
and we talked about it
and you
before the
put them real
broadcast, is
big
that
ass square
Prime
wood
Minister Benjamin
poles
Netanyahu
down.
went to the Western
It'd be
Wall,
like that, but
put
it'd be a
a
little bit
note
bigger than
into
that.
the
And they
wall,
go
and
from
it was
they
from
go
the
from
book of Numbers,
column
and it said,
column to column
"He shall rise
till
like
you
a
get
lion and
a
lift
big
himself
one big
like a
square,
lioness."
and then after you do
I
that,
think
then
that
you
if
build
anybody was
off of that.
listening, that
The
was
house
sort of an
sits on that.
indication of what Operation
The house
Rising
sits on that,
Lion would
and then
become
after
in
that,
just a few hours.
and
And
after
then
that,
he ended his message to
build
the nation
build a
in
house
the
on
world last night. He quoted Moses, and he said over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that
you
has
gotta
steeled
have
their resolve ever
you gotta
since.
have
Be
a
strong and
inspection
courageous.
permit.
And he went on to
I mean,
talk
not
about
permit.
the
You
idea
gotta have
of strong and
inspection.
courageous soldiers and people of Israel
You gotta have
standing
an
together.
inspection
So this is
before
really
before
a
you do
biblical event
anything.
in many ways.
You build a basement. You
All
put
right,
the
well,
pipes and all that in.
Gentlemen,
The
I
drain
appreciate
system.
you
Drain
joining
system
us
go
for
to
this
the
live
sewer
stream.
system.
Appreciate you all watching.
The drain
at
system
home
go
and
to
watching
the
where I
waste
work or wherever
waste
you're at
system.
right now.
And
This is
after you get all that,
obviously
you gotta get that
a
inspected.
monumentous
After you get that
event,
inspection,
and
then
as
you
we've
put all
heard
the dirt
officials
in
say,
and
and our guests
do the
say, that the
foundation.
Middle East is never
Then
going
after
to
you
be
do the
the
foundation,
same after this. It's reaching
then
a level,
you
and
gotta get
CBN
inspected
news is starting
again.
to be all over. Latest, especially from
And it
Chris
gotta be on
Mitchell
point too.
in Jerusalem.
Gotta
There,
be on
Chris,
point
and
too.
praying for your brothers.
It
Stay
can't
safe.
be off one
Appreciate you
measurement.
over there.
If it's
And,
all one measurement,
gentlemen, as we
they're gonna
often
tell
do,
you to
I
do it
would
over.
suggest that we
And if you
close
pour
this thing in
cement,
prayer,
that's wasting
because, you know,
cement.
God's sovereign over all
If
this. I
you
know it
pour
can be scary
cement
sometimes looking at
and
bombs
you ain't got
dropping
the
and
cement
the
thick
threat of
enough,
war and
or
nuclear
you
war
don't,
even.
or you don't got the
But
pipe,
ultimately, we
the
have to
sewer
understand
pipes
that
and the
God is
pipes
sovereign
that
on
go in the
throne,
ground
and
for
His
the sewer and
purposes
all
and His will not
that.
be
If you don't got
thwarted.
them
And so
deep enough
we're
in
called
the
to pray
ground,
as
'cause
Christians.
they
Prayer is
gotta
powerful.
be
So let's
so far
do
deep
that,
in
gentlemen.
the
We'll go
ground,
around the horn.
and
I'll
then
start it
you
off,
put dirt on it. If they
and
ain't
we'll go
deep,
from there.
then you got to
Heavenly Father, thank you so much
redo
for
all
this
that
day. Thank
shit
you
over
for
again, man.
your goodness, your grace, your mercy that you provide to
And them
us.
plastic
In the
pipes,
midst of
man.
chaos, we know that you
Them plastic pipes,
are
when you
consistent.
they
and
don't come
constant.
apart.
So we're
They
thankful
don't
for
come
that.
apart.
And
Them
I just
plastic
pray
pipes,
for everyone in the Middle East right now.
they be glued.
For peace to
So once you glue the joint,
prevail.
that pipe over with.
Ultimately,
It
through all of
ain't
this, however,
it ain't gonna come apart.
you
That's
work, God, we
a
don't know all your
wasted
ways,
pipe.
but we know that you draw people to yourself.
Pipe
And I pray that
wasted.
in
You
this
just gonna have to
situation,
get another pipe.
that's exactly
And then
what happens. So your name
and that's
would
wasted,
be
so
glorified in the
you
midst
better
of
know
all
what
this.
you're doing when you build houses and shit. To really build anything,
Having Father I
shit,
pray right now for
houses,
Chris and his
anything and
team,
shit,
our
man. You gotta know how to
Jerusalem team.
build anything.
I pray for their safety,
You gotta get,
their
you even gotta
security, their
get
well-being,
inspection
their
for
peace
a
of
garage.
mind in the midst of
The electric,
what could potentially be
the
turmoil.
electric, all
I
that.
pray for the people of
You gotta get
Israel. I pray for the
inspected.
people all throughout the
You
Middle
got
East,
person
the
that
people in
inspect
Iran,
the
people in
inspect
Gaza, people all
the
over
ground, the
this
foundation.
particular place where
I don't think you got a
warfare is
separate
visible
person
on them.
for plumbing.
Lord, I pray for your
Or maybe you do.
peace
I know.
to permeate
I think you
every
do.
soul
You
that
got
is
an
crying
inspection
out to
for the
in the midst
plumbing,
of
the
oppression,
pipes and stuff. You got
in
an
the midst of
inspection for the
warfare,
foundation.
in the midst of
You got an
hostility.
inspection
Lord, I pray that your
for
light shines in the
the
darkness.
house.
And I pray
No,
that
yeah,
people
the house.
understand
Then
that
after
you
you
have
build
not
a house,
called us to
then
disaster,
you gotta
but
put the
towards a
electric
future
all
of
in.
hope.
You gotta put the electric all in before you do the wall. Then you gotta get that shit inspected.
We will see wars
You gotta
and rumors of wars where
You gotta get
men
everything
will rise against
inspected.
men and kingdom against kingdom. But Lord,
Everything gotta be inspected and everything gotta be up code. Everything gotta be on point. Cause you get the inspector that go by the book, he gonna fail your ass.
I pray
He
that
gonna
we
fail
come to
you.
our knees
He
and
gonna
fall
say this
flat on our
failed.
faces to
Then he gonna
praise you,
tell you.
worship you in the midst
He gonna
of
tell you what
warfare,
failed,
knowing
and
that
then you
you
gonna
have
have to
not
correct
abandoned us or
that shit.
forsaken us, that you are
Then you
with
gonna
us
have to
to the
set another
ends of the
appointment
earth.
for him to come
And I
out and
pray
inspect
like
it
Joshua, Lord
again.
God, that we neither look to the left or to the right, but we keep our
He's gonna
eyes
keep coming out,
focused on
inspecting,
you,
inspecting,
praying
inspecting,
and meditating on
inspecting.
your
He's
word,
gonna keep coming
and
out,
that we be
inspecting
bold,
shit.
strong, and courageous.
Keep coming
And
out.
Lord, as
You
Jesus
gotta,
has
you
reminded
gotta
us
keep
that
doing
we
everything
love God with all our
inspected,
heart,
man.
mind, and
Everything,
strength, and we
man.
love our neighbors as we love
That's
ourselves.
what
And yes,
I
Lord, we
hate
love
working
and
with.
pray even for our
Then you got
enemies.
license.
I thank you,
You
Lord,
gotta
for
have
this
a
opportunity
license.
to be able
You gotta
to
have license.
pray over a dire
You get somebody
situation.
that build
Pray
a
here
house
from the
or
White
build a
House. There's
garage
a
or
White House
anything
big
like
box.
that.
There's a religious
You
liberty
gotta get
commission. There is an
you gotta get a
anti-Christian,
licensed
anti-Semitic task
person
force.
that got a
Lord, I
license.
pray that
That's the
all
only
these
thing I
forces
hate.
come to bear to surrender
Cause I'm
themselves
good
to your guiding
and
hand and your
in my
Holy
work,
Spirit.
everything
Let
I
there be an
work on,
outpouring upon every one of us.
it's just
Under
like
the
going, I
sound
went
of
to
my
college
voice,
for it,
in
cause
Jesus' name.
I do it just like college.
And Lord, you are showing
Cause
up in dreams to people
everything
in
that,
Iran. We pray for more of that, Father.
everything I
We pray
know how to
also
do,
that the
I
name
had
of
a
Yeshua
licensed
will be
person to
lifted
teach
high
me how
in
to
Israel.
do.
And as there's ballistic
Only
missiles
different,
and
only
drones
thing I
flying
hate
over the
is
skies of the Middle
I don't
East,
have
we pray that the
license,
name
I don't
of
have
Yeshua would be lifted
certificate
higher.
for it,
Father,
you know,
even
license.
though we
So
walk through the
I
valley
ain't
of
certified,
the shadow of death,
but
we will fear
I might as well
no
be
evil,
certified,
for
because I
you
learned
are
it from a
with
person
us.
that
What
went
an
to college.
amazing concept, the Father, that
He
you
went
would
to
never
college
leave
and
leave
he
us,
taught
that you
me.
are Emmanuel,
So
God
I
with us.
basically
So in the
learned
season that we're in
what
right
the
now,
college
we
teach
pray
you,
that the name of Yeshua
what the
would be
college
lifted
teach you
high
and
in the
stuff.
Jewish state and
Basically, I
also
learned.
for the
Only
Persian
difference,
people,
I
Father. We
just
pray
don't
this
got
would
no
be a moment
certificate.
where people see you,
That's the
whether
only
that's
thing
in
I hate.
dreams or whether that's in some other
Cause when
miraculous
you,
way. We pray that this would be
cause when
a
you
moment where the name of Jesus is
when
lifted
you
high in the
build
midst of the
houses and
turmoil,
all
because
that
in the
shit, man,
storm,
and
you are
buildings
with
and
us. I also pray
garages
for
and
everyone
all that,
watching that
you
there might
gotta
not be
have
literal
license.
ballistic missiles over their
You
heads,
gotta
but
be
they might be in the
licensed
storm
for that.
themselves.
You
And we
gotta
know
be
that
licensed.
the
You
only
can't
peace, the
just,
only true comforter, you are the
you
Prince
can't
of Peace,
just,
is the name of Yeshua. So we
you
pray
can't just
for
go
every
over
single
to
person
somebody's
watching
house
this, that
and
even
just
though they might
and
feel
tell
like
them,
they're in a
tell
storm,
them what
that
you
you are
need,
with them,
you
and
know,
you
all
will
the
never
type
leave
of
them, and you
wood
will
you
never
need and
forsake
all
them.
that. And then he have Home Depot deliver the shit. You can't build a house. You can't build it.
We are humbled, we humble ourselves
Can't
before the
build it.
Lord and
Cause
turn from our wicked
they won't
ways
let you.
and appeal to God.
Cause you're not licensed.
That we
You're not
confess our
certified.
sins and we ask for forgiveness.
Even though
He will hear from heaven,
I learned from a college,
forgive
you know,
us
a
our
college
sins.
person that went to college
we
for
say
that shit,
prayer boldly
for the
as well.
shit that I'm doing. So
Amen. And
he the
Father,
one,
we do pray for the
he
peace
the
of
one taught
Jerusalem.
me. So
We pray that you would watch over the
that's
city.
the only
This
thing
is
I
the city
hate,
you're
man.
coming back to. And we see the
That's
signs
the only thing I hate.
of
I
the
ain't
times. And as
licensed for
Kelly
this
pray
shit, man.
wars and rumors
That's
of
where
wars.
the
You
money
also
at when
said
you license.
when these things happen to
Because
lift up
you
your redemption
have
draws
contracts
So
and
we
shit,
pray
you
for
know.
your hope as
But
we look for your appearing, and I just pray too.
I
for the
think you
people
can. I
that are
think you
watching
can build a
this, Lord,
garage
guard
or
their
something
hearts and their minds. Help
on
them
the
fulfill
sneak
your
side,
purpose and plan.
and they don't
And,
know,
in
but
Jesus'
they'll
name.
know
Amen.
because the garage.
Gentlemen, thank you so much.
The garage,
I think for our
garage wasn't there at first.
and
Now they got a garage there, so.
And I just would encourage you to keep
Because the
tuned
garage
to
gotta be
CBNnews.com,
inspected.
CBN News YouTube channel, the CBN
You can't just
news
build
channel.
a
You can
garage
find
and that's
us
that.
a lot of
Nope.
different platforms, and
It gotta be
I would
inspected.
hope to see you there.
Or you'll get a fine.
Perspective. I mean, you're just not
You'll
going to
get a
get
fine
a
and
news
shit,
source where
man.
we're praying for the news of the day, guys.
You'll get a
Just-
fine
it
and
doesn't-
shit.
it's
They'll
not out
fine
there.
your
So,
ass.
if you appreciate that, we appreciate you being with us. So, gentlemen, thank you so much. Everyone, thanks for watching. God bless. We'll see you next time.
God bless. God bless.
Israel is doing it again. While the Islamic experts and the Council of the Revolutionary Guards met in an extremely secret location, the most secret place that they could find, this is truly the...
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We had a meeting with a man who's become a friend of mine, and we've known each other for a little while in some very interesting times. And we get along. Our countries get along.
We get along. We get
We
along.
have a great affinity for each other. And the Chancellor has been very well received in Germany. He's a very successful man. Became the Chancellor of Germany, which is a big deal. And he's doing a very good job. In my opinion, a really
Very good job.
Very popular.
Very good job.
And the relationship that we have in trade and everything else has been very strong.
Good job. Very good job.
To our deals. And it's
Very
been very
good job.
strong. We'll obviously be talking a little bit about Iran today. And he's been helping us out. We've been very nice, actually. And that is coming along, as you see, very well. They have no Navy. It's been knocked out.
Yep.
They have no Air Force. It's been knocked out.
Yep.
They have no air detection. That's been knocked out.
Yep.
The radar has been knocked out.
Yep. Y'all hear all that shit? All that shit gone, man. All that gone.
And
Hey, look, he's saying everything about what they.
we'll be talking a little bit about Iran
Look,
today.
everything
He's been
gone.
helping us out. We've been very nice, actually.
All this
And,
stuff,
that is coming along.
they don't have no more.
They have no Navy.
We
It's been
just
knocked out.
see.
They have no Air Force. It's been knocked out. They have no air detection. That's been knocked out. Their radar has been knocked out. And just about everything's been knocked out. So we'll see how we do, but we're doing very well. We have a great military.
Everything been knocked out, man.
Fantastic job. So we'll be talking about that, and we're talking about some
They
very big trade deals.
basically
And those. I know
they
will
basically
work
gotta
out
get
too.
a
So
whole
I
new
just want to say it's a great honor to have you at the Oval Office.
shit, everything,
The
all their
beautiful Oval
equipment,
Office,
man.
beautiful White House. It's a special place.
All their equipment gone,
Just
man.
like when you have some very
That's
special
fucked up.
places, too. And I
All
look
their
forward to being
equipment,
with
man.
you. Thank you.
All their
Thank you, Mr. President.
all their machines
for having me here in this,
that launch the
Oval
missiles and
Office
stuff.
for the third time now.
Yeah.
Really happy to have the
If they
opportunity
do
to
got
speak with
if they
you in
do
these,
got some missiles and stuff
challenging
put up,
times. We
they
are,
can't even fire
on the
them.
same page in terms
So
of
we
getting this
destroyed
terrible
the
regime
machine that fires
around,
them.
away. And
They
we
can't do
will
nothing.
talk about the day after, what will happen then if they are out. We have to talk about our trade
Yep.
agreement, which I would like to be in place as soon as possible. And we have to talk about Ukraine. There are too many bad guys in this world, actually, and this is an issue we have to talk about. Because we all want to see this war coming to an end as soon as possible.
Hear what he's
Ukraine
saying?
has to preserve its territory.
See?
Their security interests.
Hear what he's saying?
Well, we will talk about.
Look,
Looking forward.
get Putin next.
Thank you.
You hear what that man just said?
Letting me spending the night in your guest house.
That's right.
He said the war in Ukraine need to end. Putin need to do something because Ukraine president, he down with it. He want to end it, but he can't end it if Putin and Russia, if Putin, which is Russia, keep firing missiles and shit at him, he can't end it. He got to keep fighting back.
We were having
So
negotiations with these.
Russia is the one that don't want to end
In my
it.
opinion,
So
they were going to attack first. They were going to attack.
guess what?
They were going to.
It's just a matter of time, man. We got to handle this first. After we handle this and straighten it out and all that.
This very successfully, and have done it all their lives very successful. And based
If
on the way the
Putin,
negotiation was going,
the president of Russia,
and
ain't left Ukraine alone yet,
so if anything, I might
he
have
next.
forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready, and we were ready, and we
Cause United States of America already got a we already got a reward out on his head. He already won it. We just ain't went and got him yet. That's all that is. We just ain't winning. We just ain't go capture him yet. But we got a warrant. We got a warrant out. Yep. There's a reward out for Putin, man. Russia president.
Someday they'll write a story and they'll say why they did that, but they hit countries that had nothing to do with what's going on. They were sort of leaving everything alone. All of a sudden they had missiles shot in, which shows you the level of evil that we're dealing with. People that were actually,
see that?
At least somewhat.
He talking about Iran. Iran president. He's shooting cities that don't got nothing to do with what he's doing. Don't got nothing to do with it. So basically, he bombing innocent people, man. Innocent cities and stuff like that, man. Yep.
They no longer have any detection facilities at all.
Just slaughtering people, man. But
they're gonna be in for a lot of.
He ain't doing it no more.
These are people that it's 35,000.
The United States killed him.
Over the last 3 weeks, protesters.
He gone. They don't have a president now.
So these are bad people.
Their president gone.
The leader of the pack is gone.
They killed his ass.
And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the first hit, and I guess there
see
was
that?
another hit today.
49 people was taken out. 49 army. 49 Iran army gone.
A lot of the people you would least suspect.
See, that's what I like about Donald Trump, man. He let you know what's going on, man. See that? Now, if that was Joe Biden, he wouldn't be there talking, man. He wouldn't be there talking. He wouldn't be sitting down like that. Most time when Joe Biden talk to the media, I never see him in the White House talking, man, like Donald Trump is. See him? He in the White House sitting down, man. I ain't never seen Joe Biden in the White House. He always at a podium, standing up, talking. I never see him in the chair talking like that.
Well, I don't know if there's a worst case where you have him very much.
And he don't never tell us everything, man.
They're still lobbing some missiles.
That is what you call. He keep us asleep. But I already know what's up. He ain't tell us nothing because he don't got nothing to tell him. Because their whole 4 years that they're in the White House, they really ain't do shit. And the shit that Joe Biden said he did, Donald Trump did that. And he claiming that he did it. Yep. Donald Trump did it. And he claiming he did it. He ain't do shit. They ain't do nothing, man. You barely seen Pamela Harris. You barely see her. She disappeared. Yeah, all I seen on the media and TV is Joe Biden. I ain't never seen Pamela next to Joe Biden or nothing.
had some in mind from that group that.
I was getting to the point. I was like, where is Pamela Harris at?
We have another group. They may
You
be
didn't see her no more. That's where I was beginning to start thinking, saying, where in the hell she at?
We're not going to know anybody. But we have, I mean, Venezuela was so incredible.
They ain't do nothing, man.
And we kept government.
They ain't do shit, man.
Totally intact.
They left us stranded.
And we have Delcy,
Joe Biden, Pamela Harris. That's basically what they did, y'all. They left us stranded, and now they living their life, sitting back in a rocking chair or whatever, living life and everything. And we back here messed up for what they did.
And it's been great.
And you know what's weird? They left the White House and left all the prices high.
And Venezuela's going to make
They left the White House and left all prices high. Gas, food, all that shit, man.
If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired,
yep.
The military was fired,
yep.
The police were fired, the
yep.
fire departments were fired,
yep.
And all of the government workers were fired.
Yep.
So after, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from. All of the fired people. We don't believe in that.
Yup.
So we'll see what happens. But,
see, one thing I could tell Donald Trump, he's smart. He's smart and he know what's going on. Joe Biden, man, he was lost.
Some people like him.
That nigga ain't know what was going on.
It would seem to me that
he
some
lost.
From within maybe would be more.
He was lost. He don't know what the hell going on in these foreign countries, man.
But it would seem to me.
He was lost as hell, man.
There.
Yeah, lost.
Currently popular, if there's such a person.
Oh, lost soul, man.
We have people that were more moderate.
All these countries, man.
These were radical lunatics.
Just like Iran.
All they do is kill people.
Look at that, man. I bet you 9 times out of 10, I bet you Joe Biden ain't even know he was putting together a nuclear bomb and shit. I guarantee you that. I bet you that. I bet you they told Joe Biden, we don't even have no nuclear thing, and we ain't even got no warehouse making it. We don't got nothing. And he the type, he'll believe it.
Some haven't.
And ain't do shit.
Very surprised. Germany's been great. He's been terrific.
But
others have been very good, terrific.
But quiet kept.
He
knew.
Mark is fantastic.
He knew exactly what that man was doing, man.
I think he's fantastic.
Just like he knew Russia was going to invade Ukraine. He knew that.
Scott.
He knew that.
Cut off all.
It was right in front of your eyes. It's right in front of your eyes, everything.
At my request,
and guess what? That's why Donald Trump said, if I was the president, that Ukraine would never be in no war right now. They wouldn't be fighting. They wouldn't be in no war right now, man. Ukraine would be still living their life. It wouldn't be in no war.
Nobody's going to tell us not to use it.
And then check this out. At the end of his election day, when he about to leave the White House, then he started doing all type of shit for Ukraine.
But they don't have great leadership.
I be peeping shit out, man. I be paying attention, man. Because see, Democrats, they do shit right in front of your face, man. They do that shit, man. They'll say that they'll talk that shit right on the TV screen. They'll probably switch the words or something like that, but they telling you right in your face. That's why Democrats always laugh. If you notice, Democrats, when they talk to the public, to American people, people probably don't pay attention to that. They always laugh. They always laugh. They always laugh, man. Do you see Donald Trump laughing?
not
The whole
Western
time he
culture,
talking, he ain't laugh at all. He ain't laugh at all. He ain't laugh, he ain't smile, he ain't did shit. The whole time he been talking.
Well, I think
And Pamela Harris and Joe Biden, man, they be laughing, giggling, all kind of shit. Sometimes make jokes.
We're just,
Yup.
they're a respected
That's because
country. I have a very good
that's because they
relationship with
consider
the
America
country.
people, they
In
consider us
particular
as
now,
a big
this
joke.
leader, this new leader, I think he's an excellent leader.
That's all they do.
I had
But
my
other than that,
differences with Angela.
at the end of the day,
They said you're
they
hurting
don't
your
care
country
shit about us.
with immigration, and you're hurting your country with energy.
And if you think I'm lying,
Sitting on my right, that
all you
is,
gotta
I
do
think,
is pay
pretty much
attention
the
to what they
opposite
do
of her on energy
and pay
opposite
attention
on
what
immigration.
they don't agree with
I think
and
he's doing
pay
very
attention to
well.
what they don't want to go. That's all you gotta do. And then when you do that, turn it around and think about it. And you know what you would say? Man, they don't care nothing about us. Because if they did, they would vote for that. Or they would agree with it.
I thought maybe
But
more so
everything
than most,
they,
you could ask
everything,
Marco, but I thought we were going to
for
have
everything
a situation where we were going to be
that
attacked. They
will
were
help
getting ready
us,
to attack Israel. They were getting
everything
ready to
that'll help us,
others. You're seeing that right now. And a lot
they
of
don't
those
want it.
missiles that are hitting in, those are stationary. Those were
Just like
aimed
this,
for a long
look.
period of time at these other countries.
An illegal
So I
immigrant
think it was right
country or
we
whatever,
attacked first.
they'll get
And if we didn't,
along quick as fuck.
we're really
They,
decimating
look how much money we send Ukraine.
And if we didn't,
We sent them over $1 trillion, man.
massive amounts of ammunition.
But peep
We
this
had,
out.
the high end, a lot of it was given away stupidly by Biden, very stupidly for free. And I'm all for Ukraine, but they gave away a lot.
But peep this out, y'all.
As you know, when I give away ammunition, everybody pays
This
for
how,
it.
this
European
how,
Union's paying for it.
this
Then
how,
they can do what they want with it.
Joe
but they
Biden
are
them,
giving it, let's say, to Ukraine, and it's okay.
this how you
But
can tell
gave away
they
a
don't
lot
care
of
about
high-end,
American
but we
people.
have
But they'll
plenty.
tell
But we
tell
have
American people in their
unlimited
face
middle and upper ammunition, which is
that
really
we
what
for
we're
y'all
using it
safety.
for.
And
we
American
have,
people, American
really an
people,
unlimited supply.
American people, we
also
gonna
have
help
a lot
them
of the very
and all
high-end
that
stored
shit.
in different countries throughout the
And
world.
guess what, y'all?
We're literally stored
At the end of the
which is
day,
actually
guess what they'll do?
something that I
They'll
insisted
laugh
on in my
after they say that
first
shit.
term. I rebuilt the military in my first term. The military is great.
Cause deep down in their head, man, they know they don't give shit about us.
Of ammunition.
And I'm gonna give you a good example. A good example, man. Every time American people supposed to get a stimulus check, guess what the Democrats do?
The Middle East was given away to Ukraine. Very little was given to the Middle East. The Middle East would buy a lot, and some of the nations, because they're rich, they have a lot.
They don't.
But it was
majority of them don't agree with it.
And it just should have been done.
But look,
it's a word that should have
American people, but they'll give illegal immigrants in foreign countries with no hesitation. Send it to them quick as fuck. But when it comes to American people,
upper level, middle and upper
all of a sudden they don't got no money, they don't got none, they gotta vote, they gotta do all this shit, they gotta do all this shit when it come to us. But when it comes to a foreign country, man, they throw the shit quick as fuck to them. Why is that? Why every time American people gotta get some, it's always a problem. You know why it's always a problem? Because the Democrats is the one making a problem. That's why.
To bring this to an end and to have really
a good example of Donald Trump.
Coming back to peace and freedom.
This man, Iran, okay? Let me tell you something about Iran. Iran president
all over the world for a long time. They were the kings and
told Donald Trump
Soleimani, we killed him last time.
That when he finished building, when he finished
there would have been much
and can build his nuclear bombs, warheads.
They did the roadside
He
bombs.
said
95%
he gonna
of the
wipe
people lost
United
their
States of
legs,
America off
had
the
their
map.
face
So in other words,
wiped out,
when he
just
finished
wiped
building it,
out. I've
he
seen
gonna
some
send it over here
young people that it's so sad to watch.
and wipe us out.
Almost 95%
Then he said,
comes from
then I'm gonna send the other one over to Israel.
His favorite weapon. He loved the roadside bomb.
Israel is a country with nothing but Jews in it. He said, I'm gonna blow them off the map.
These people, what they have to go and
So,
where they have to live.
Donald Trump said, what?
This is Iran.
This nigga got nuclear, this nigga got nuclear, he putting together nuclear chemicals. Where out? Donald Trump said, hell no. And he said that to us. He want to wipe us out. Hell no. He got to come to the table agreement. He not allowed with no. He not allowed with none of that. He can't have that. And he need to come to the table.
Guys like Schumer would say, well, you should.
I guess, now that's what you call a person that defending American people later on in the future.
Most people feel
defending us.
I have never had more compliments.
But let me tell you something.
People felt
guess what the Democrats did? The Democrats said that
oil prices for a little while.
He shouldn't killed that man.
As soon as this ends, those prices.
And that man ain't doing nothing.
Lower than
only thing that man doing is building nuclear stuff so he can make electric. What? But he turned around and told us that he gonna wipe us off the earth when he finished forming his nuclear shit. But you see how the Democrats switched it up. He ain't doing nothing but making that so he can have a electric plant. See how they switched this shit up? Make everybody think that Donald Trump killed him for nothing because he wasn't even gonna do that.
Very bad
See that?
From certain standpoints.
They say that man shouldn't even be dead. But that man said he was gonna nuke United States off the map.
We felt
nuke Israel off the map.
All of these tariffs, so we have all these.
The motherfucker was in on the World Trade Center building. The motherfucker in on the illegal immigrants, that suicide bombers and shit that come over here in America and be doing shit on our streets like New York. Motherfucker walking around stabbing people. He was sent over here. All the motherfuckers that did that, they don't even stay in America. He sent them over here. He let everybody out of his prison and told them to go to the border and go into America. I'll let you out if you go on a mission and go to America and do some violent stuff or whatever.
Certain country, if a certain country is not treating us well, the president, without going to Congress,
he was involved in that.
Sort of interesting. I have the right to stop, but
man, I can go on and on and on, man.
I didn't have the right to charge him, so I have the right to license.
The Democrats said,
which is frankly ridiculous. But the right was given.
That was said that Donald Trump had him killed.
Talked about Spain. I could
Donald Trump had the Marines and Navy killed.
Everything having to do with Spain.
That's what they said. Now, I'm gonna turn it around, y'all. Now, you see why I say the Democrats don't care nothing about American people. Because if they did, they would be clapping. Because that man was a threat to the United States. And look at all the shit that he did in the United States.
Sir, I agree, but the Supreme Court reaffirmed.
But they're not doing that.
To implement
they with him.
From your first term,
the motherfucker ain't from this country.
And 232s have withheld more than 4,000 lawsuits, and
He doing crimes and everything to United States. And he don't like us.
And we'll move forward.
But the Democrats like him. Evidently they like him. Because they defending him. So they like him. I'm going to tell y'all a little secret. You know why the Democrats like all these foreign countries? Because they pay them. They pay them. Mexican, pay them. China, pay them.
But in his dissent, he said what we should
Russia, pay them.
We just wanted to simplify.
To let them do what they want to do.
For some reason, I think.
And they get paid and they shut up.
Foolishly,
and they defend them because they making money off of them.
But they said you can do it many other ways.
That's what's up.
And what we've done
Democrats is corrupt.
To a very
that right there leads to corrupt, man.
It's taken in, we've taken in hundreds of billions.
See what I'm saying?
In our country because of tariffs. So we've taken in all of this money, hundreds.
That right there by itself lets you know Democrats ain't for America people.
Rich as a country.
Because I could tell you a thousand reasons why they ain't for America people, man.
A 5-month period.
Look what they did at the border. Donald Trump was building a border wall to protect the United States of America. Look what they did. They told the construction workers to go home and stop building. When Joe Biden got in the White House. When Joe Biden got in the White House, they stopped the construction. They stopped the oil pipe that Donald Trump was having built.
Keeping the deals. We need to go through and investigate all these unfair trading
So
practices.
we can make money off of that United States for that foreign country that is good to us. They was gonna pay us for the oil that they using. That's going through the pipe. But guess what? Joe Biden and Pamela Harris and the Democrats, they stopped that from being built.
Wants to make the deal they already have. In other words,
so let's get back to the board. Now you mean to tell me
they want to make the same deal, and
the Democrats is for American people?
Actually, we're going to adjust it somewhat upward, actually, but they all want to stay in the deal, and so we'll probably.
And then guess what else?
Pretty easily.
Pamela Harris, she said illegal immigrants should have a right to come to America. They should be able to come across the border when they want to. That's what she said out of her mouth. And guess what? Joe Biden agreed with it.
Who are you? What country are you from?
And all the Democrats agreed with it.
I thought so, I could see.
So guess what they did? They made an announcement where it'd get to the illegal immigrants and told them you could come to America.
I'll be going to China in a little while.
That's why they was flooding the border, man. Coming in thousands and thousands, man. Because they told them to come.
It's always a topic of conversation. We've had a very good relationship.
That's why they didn't want the border wall built. Because that's what was going on.
And that's no longer the case. We have a
border wall being built, they can't come over.
And we have a very
the border wall stopped being built, then you got opening. Now they can come through. See? And I'm telling you another thing. You know why the Democrats love the illegal immigrants? Because they be voting for them.
We've also seen European countries step up. Why do we see such unity around the world?
With phony ass ID.
Look, they're just evil.
I'm telling y'all, man. See, a lot of American people, man, y'all ain't woke up, man. And y'all sleep. Y'all don't know what the hell going on about Democrats, man. Man, I can tell you a whole bunch of shit, man, that they do, man. And I guarantee you will change your mind.
From buildings,
man, listen, I can show you a whole bunch of shit on this computer, man, what they do, man. It's what you call proof. And be right in your face, cause you see it.
As I said,
Man, I can show you so much shit, man, till you'll change your mind quick. You ain't even vote for them no more. Man, I can show you some shit how they talk about us. But y'all vote for them. But they talk like the dog about us behind our back. Behind y'all back. Cause I don't vote for them.
Because
you be surprised, man. They talk about y'all behind y'all back so bad, man. And then guess what they do? They laugh in y'all face. On national TV. They laugh at y'all face.
Because so much death has been caused by them. So much unbelievable.
Y'all just make yourself embarrassed, man. And don't even know it, man.
Everybody's been hit by that. It's
y'all,
evil ideology.
That's why they be laughing. Because other words, the American people just don't know. We laughing at them. Because they don't know all the shit that we do and how much we care about them.
Pictures of Donald Trump. And I'm looking, I'm on the phone.
I'm telling y'all, man. Man, listen, I'm telling y'all, man. I done learned them motherfuckers, man. I done learned them. All the Democrats is a user, man. All they do is like to use American people.
I said, what's going on? And it turned out to be these
use American people.
Iranian people that live in the United States. Thousands and thousands. You saw
and corrupt.
And in New York too, they had a big rally, pictures all over the place. The fact is,
use American people so they can get their way.
And you could never, and I've always said it, you could never have had true
and tell a bunch of lies
in the Middle East if Iran was allowed to go even beyond the nuclear.
I'm telling y'all.
If Iran was allowed to have all the, look at all the missiles they
Jordy, all the shit come out the Democrats' mouth is lying, man.
But they have
and I know
missiles in a fairly short period of time.
I didn't caught them in a lie, man. That's how I know. You know why? Because every time they say something out their mouth, guess what I do? I go look it up and see if it's true.
Iran would have had
and the shit be a lie.
Weapon within 1 month.
But y'all believe that shit.
You've been able to see that too.
So you know what? Y'all believe a lie, and then y'all spread it to other people.
Because he gave all power.
So therefore, look, what you doing?
You want the exact opposite?
You lying to other people. Now they believe you, and they giving false information.
They would be sitting with
I'm telling y'all, man. Man, I done learned the Democrats like a motherfucker, man.
And other countries also.
They full of shit, man.
And we wouldn't
I'm telling you.
About it right now.
They full of shit, man. Only thing the Democrats is good. Only thing the Democrats
giving them everything
is for their damn self, man.
You remember the airplane flew over there?
I'm telling you, man. Anything that got to do good in America, if you notice, they deny it. They don't pass it. They vote against it. Anything that's going to help America, they always put it on hold, or they deny it, or they vote against it. Just pay attention, y'all. That's all y'all gotta do, because they do this shit. They do this shit right in front of your face, man.
2 planes loaded from floor to ceiling.
They don't got no shame. They do the shit right in front of y'all face.
Taken over there and given cash. In addition that he was giving them billions.
And y'all believe that shit. Just like they said Donald Trump racist.
The path to a nuclear.
Remember they said that?
And that deal expired.
That's a fucking lie. Donald Trump ain't racist. That nigga grew up around black people, man. Do your homework. Do your homework about Donald Trump, man. Donald Trump grew up around black people, man. He used to be little and playing with black kids.
These people are crazy.
When he got older, he hung around black people. So how the fuck is he racist?
Go ahead, please.
They said that shit so people can believe that shit because he white. So therefore, they got a better chance believing us because he white and we say he racist to black people.
Trying to convince Spain.
So they'll believe it. And that's what they did. And no, it's a damn lie.
Which we agreed on in NATO.
And guess what? America people fell for it. Because there was people going around talking about Donald Trump racist.
And we are trying to convince.
See what I'm saying? That's why they be laughing at us. But they don't laugh at me. Because for one, I don't vote for them. So therefore, you don't laugh at me because I know what the hell y'all doing, man. Anything, I expose y'all.
Very uncooperative. And so
and y'all will be on my back telling me to shut the hell up. Because you talking too much and you know what the fuck we doing, so shut the hell up. That's what they'll be telling me. That's what they'll be telling me.
Stupid island that they have.
That's what they'll be telling me, because you know why? Because they don't want American people know that shit. Because that shit is true.
Claiming the island.
Guess what? That's why Malcolm X.
What's that all about?
Guess what?
And
that's what Martin Luther King. That's why they died.
And
you know why they died? Because they was keeping it real, man.
I love it. My mother
keeping it real and talking good shit.
I love it. My mother was born there.
Talking good shit. And trying to get black people, American people to wake up.
So
what they do?
Sort of automatically.
They killed them. They killed Martin Luther King and they killed Malcolm X.
What they're doing with
because they was telling American people the right shit.
Is horrible.
Man, y'all better wake up, man.
Y'all
better wake the fuck up, man. I'm telling y'all, man. Motherfuckers ain't shit, man. They not nothing, man. Only thing the Democrats is doing is bringing United States of America down. That's what they doing. Look out, look. Here go another thing. And they say they care about American people.
So Norway drills in the North Sea and sells it to...
Why they make the food prices and gas prices high? Why they do that?
Open up that, and number two...
The Democrats and the Democrats, Joe Biden, Pamela Harris, they the one made the gas prices and food prices high.
Not only
they the one did that.
Other parts of the European Union.
They the one did that.
Immigration.
And then they left the White House and left the shit like it is.
Through the roof, the highest.
Y'all ain't see that shit, did y'all?
Immigration was,
y'all have y'all thought about that? Y'all ain't think about that. I just brought that to y'all attention. Y'all probably ain't think. Y'all probably ain't pay attention to that.
But you have Sharia courts.
Man, I can tell y'all a bunch of shit about Democrats, man, and Joe Biden, man.
Adjudicating law. So
Joe Biden, man, he wasn't shit.
Very importantly, immigration.
That man wasn't doing nothing.
And you bring it back.
But lying to American people.
Okay.
And only thing he care about is his family.
Yes, please.
His family.
Yeah.
That's all. And the rest of the Democrats in the White House. Other than that, outside of that, man, he don't give a damn about us. All you gotta do is look at what he do. What he did. Look at it. What that nigga do?
We are supporting the United States and Israel to...
That's what I do. That's what I ask everybody. Everybody. What did Joe Biden and Pamela Harris do for us?
And we have to talk
4 years in the White House. What did he do?
Following after this...
what did he do?
This regime is away.
That nigga ain't do a goddamn thing. He ain't do shit but run his mouth and lie and talk shit. And act like he's doing something. But ain't doing shit. The niggas, look, the niggas, they gave us stimulus check to shut American people the hell up. Because they know if they give American people stimulus check, they'll be happy with that.
And as far as
and y'all and American people didn't see that.
We thought that.
Okay, it's all good to take the money, but in the meantime, when it's time to vote for them again, don't vote. Because you know what they use you for. Take the money, election time, don't vote for them. Because you know they full of shit.
I thought this was going to be much easier than it is.
Man.
There's tremendous hatred between President Putin
Come on, y'all.
and President Zelensky.
Man, y'all gotta wake the fuck up, man.
I've seen a lot of hatred in my life, but I think this is about...
This shit crazy, man. Y'all on some sick shit, man.
Sometimes I blame one, sometimes
shit
I blame
crazy,
the
man.
It's going to happen, but it's high on my list. Not in that it affects the United States so much.
Them niggas ain't do shit.
But
all of them presidents.
I just see last
Joe Biden, Pamela Harris, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton.
32,000.
The other one.
Averaging 25,
what's the other one?
30,000 soldiers.
I forgot his name when the World Trade Centers got bombed. I forgot his name. Obama.
It's
Michelle.
There has been since World War II.
Michelle did something for the women. And that's very little.
All you can do is do your best.
What Obama do?
Tango, and they have to get along.
Tell me what Obama does.
They hate
Tell me.
a lot. That has an impact.
Tell me what he does.
It really has an impact. It's bad for both. The saddest is that if
in my book, the only thing Obama did
that war would have never taken
was created free phone,
5 million people to pour through an open border,
which is called government
A
phone.
lot of things would have been different, but
and you know why he did that?
But we're doing
make American people happy, and they'll shut up because they got something free,
what we're doing right now,
and they got service, and don't gotta pay no bill.
If we don't stop,
that's why they did that. And what is he? What is Obama? Democrat. Y'all better get him. Man, y'all better get him. I told you, man, I'm a smart motherfucker, man. I'm smart. I know what the fuck. You can't play over me.
They're angry.
I'm smart.
They're crazy. They're sick. Thank you.
Motherfucking Democrats ain't shit, man. Motherfuckers ain't shit, man. See, you just gotta have a computer find out the truth about Democrats. And see, the Democrats know everybody don't have no computer.
For a little while, and some very interesting times.
Everybody on this earth don't have a computer.
Countries get along very.
And if they do have a computer, they playing on it. They ain't doing what they supposed to do. They know that.
We have a great.
They know that, man.
And the chance.
They know American people is not gonna go look shit up.
Very successful man.
So we don't gotta worry about that lie. We just tell them any fucking thing, and they'll believe that shit. Cause they not gonna go look it up. Cause they too busy on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and all this other bullshit. They too busy on that. So they ain't gonna look nothing up to see if we lying. So tell that shit. Tell them a bunch of lies. And that's what they do.
Very nice, actually.
What?
And
that's what they do.
that is coming along, as you see very well.
But see, you know what they tell me?
They have no Air Force. It's been
now you got to keep your mouth closed. Because we see you ain't like everybody in America. When we talk, you always looking us up, seeing what the hell we talking about. So you finding out the truth. That's what they'll say about me. That's what they'll say. That's what they'll say about me, man. That's what they will say, man. Because that's exactly what I do. When the whole time they was in the White House, every time they say what they did and what they, and all the stuff they did, nigga, I went off the computer off of them and went to go searching.
I look forward to being with you.
And every time I search, I come back as they lied. They're a liar. Yup.
Office for the third time now. Yeah. Really happy.
But American people believe what they say out their mouth.
Challenging times.
They believe that shit. You know how I know? Because they always showing them love, whatever they say. Man, go to a Democrat and tell them the truth. And watch what they do. They gonna deny you. They gonna deny you and say, no, the Democrats is right. The Democrats did this. The Democrats did that. They gonna deny everything you say out your mouth that's positive, that's true.
In this world, actually.
And when you go tell them to look it up, they ain't gonna go look shit up. I had one person say, I don't gotta look it up.
But Ukraine has to preserve
because they already told me.
Their security.
I hear them saying it out their mouth in the media.
We were looking forward to that. Well,
thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Stupid, man.
Thank you
You know,
for letting me spending the night in your guest house.
And you think I'm lying, go look it up. I guarantee you're going to come back and say, you was right, man. And you was right. Everything you said, you was right.
Any questions?
You was right. Everything they said, we couldn't find it. You know what I'm going to say? I told you. I told you. That's what I'm going to say to you.
You see, we were having negotiations with these...
Man, that's another thing I could talk about. Man, I can tell you so much shit. Democrats is fucking corrupt. Go to sleep on me. That's how much shit I can tell you. You will go to sleep. You'll be like, man, tell me tomorrow. I'm tired. I'm about to go to sleep. I'm about to go take a shower and go to sleep. I done put your ass to sleep. Man, that's how much shit I got. That's how much shit I can tell you, man, about Democrats, man. Real talk, man. Real talk, man.
A very, very powerful
real talk.
Because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now.
Them motherfuckers right. They on the left.
Way down.
What?
Amazing.
They on the left.
Countries that were, you know,
because they damn for sure ain't on the right.
They lived together for.
And guess what the right is? That means you right.
They were surprised. I was surprised. I think
half of y'all don't even know what that shit means. When the Democrats say right or left, y'all don't even know what that means. Y'all just think it's this saying, okay, right, okay, my right hand, my left hand. No, when the Democrats say right or left, right is for you're right.
Which shows you the level of evil that we're dealing with.
That's what it's for. That's what it's really. That's what they really saying.
And they had no problem.
That's why the Democrats ain't on the right, because they not never right. I told you, man. I wake y'all the hell up. Half of y'all ain't even figure that shit out. Democrats on the left.
The big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air.
What is the left?
They no longer have.
I bet you y'all can't even tell me. What's the left mean? Loser.
So they're gonna.
Who is the loser? American people. Y'all better wake the fuck up, man, and get off that right and left shit. Know what that shit means. When they say right, know what it means. Know what they talking about. When they say left, know what they talking about. Left begins with an L. Okay? Left begins with an L. Okay? What do loser mean? What do loser begin with? An L.
A lot of people are coming forward.
And that's what they say American people is losers. But they don't tell y'all what left really means. But they always saying left.
At some point they'll be dropping
in your face. And y'all don't even know what they talking about. Y'all don't even know they telling y'all in y'all face y'all losers.
The number one in the world.
See, I told you. Man, I can hip y'all on to some shit, man. I guarantee you y'all won't never vote for them again. I just told y'all a secret right there. What they mean by left and right.
Everything you view is big, but
there you go. Those that don't know the shit. Now y'all know what they talk about when they say left.
No other military that's ever been built.
They calling y'all losers. What?
Well, I don't know if there's a worst case. We have them very much beaten
militarily, from the military standpoint, there's still not.
If you notice, everybody that's on the left and everybody that's a Democrat have trouble.
We're hitting all of their missile stock. You know, they built up all these missiles.
You notice that?
For a few years.
Look at New York.
They've shot a lot of them, and we're knocking out.
Look at Chicago. Look at Detroit.
The worst case would be
what is Detroit, Chicago, New York? Democrat. Their whole city is Democrat. And what the hell going on with them? Crimes every fucking where, man. Crimes everywhere. In New York, crimes on the subtrain. People getting stabbed. People getting shot. People getting this. Every time you turn around, something happens. Chicago, people dying every day. Detroit, people dying every day. And who is in that? Who runs that? Who runs them? Democrat. Chicago is Democrat.
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead.
What is Ohio?
You know, we had some in mind.
Ohio is majority Republican. Those that don't know. That's why every time voting come up, Ohio wins.
Based on reports.
Because everybody vote.
Pretty soon we're not going to know.
Everybody vote.
But we have
for real people. That's not Democrat.
Because we did the attack.
So.
And we kept government.
The person that, like Donald Trump, for example.
We have Delcy.
Ohio always vote for him. The whole time he voted. Ohio full. He won Ohio.
100 million barrels of oil already.
That's why we don't have real bad shit, and our city is out of control and all that shit. Ohio. Because it's not run by Democrats. Majority of the people that run Ohio is Republican. Okay? I told y'all, man.
It's been seamless.
Now, damn it, y'all keep fucking with me, y'all be smart as fuck.
If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired. The general,
I'm telling y'all.
The military was fired. The police were
fired. Y'all be smart as fuck, man. Keep fucking with me, Jack.
And all of the government workers were fired. So
Cause check this out.
You know, people
shit, now in this computer and tablet and touchscreen phone, man, listen, nigga, I'm on that shit, getting information and learning shit.
But first we have to finish off the military.
That's for real. Nigga, I got an Instagram, I got a Facebook. I don't even hardly be on it no more.
It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be.
I don't hardly be on it no more.
He looks like a very nice person.
Nigga, I be on YouTube. I be on YouTube or I'm on Google.
Somebody that's there.
Because I found out them is more interesting. You can learn shit on them motherfuckers.
People that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
See? I'm telling y'all, man.
You've asked, not your turn. Not your turn, please.
I'm telling y'all. The media is full of shit, too. The media is Democrat. The only people that's not Democrat is who? Channel 8. Channel 19. They're not Democrat, they're Republican. That's why they always talking good to Donald Trump, and that's why Donald Trump is always on Channel 8.
Great. He's been terrific.
Because Channel 8 is not corrupt.
Very good. Terrific.
They ain't on that phony shit.
The head of NATO.
Nigga, everything the Democrats talk about, nigga, they talk down to them. Because it's full of shit.
Fantastic. But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible.
Yeah. Y'all better wake up, man. I'm telling y'all.
Dealings with Spain.
That's why Donald Trump only fuck with Channel 8. If you notice, he always on Channel 8. He not on none of them other news stations. If he on, check this out, if he on one of them news stations, that's because they recorded it, and they playing it, and then they talk about him while he's talking.
nobody's going to.
They recorded him. And they replaying it on their news station, and then they turn around and talk about him. What he's saying.
Spain has absolutely nothing that we need.
Telling y'all, man.
They have great people. But they don't have.
And then, you know, another thing they'll say,
and as you know,
they'll edit
country that in NATO,
a lot of stuff that he say out his mouth. So you won't know the truth.
Agree to go up to anything.
So when they play him on their news station, you only hear what he's saying. But they left a lot of shit out. It's what you call editing. They edit it. And they only play what they want American people to hear. Y'all better get hip, man. Some of y'all don't even know about edit. I'm telling y'all, man. Man, listen, man. Y'all sleep like a motherfucker. Y'all sleep, boy. I see why they say people gonna be lost on the internet. People gonna be lost because they don't know what the hell to do. They think the internet is a big toy. That's what they use the internet for. Fucking toy. They don't use internet for real shit. They use internet for bullshit. Like Facebook, Instagram, all these other platform shit. They don't use the internet for some real shit. www dot and all that shit. Man, you don't be on that shit. Nobody be on that. If they is on it, they ain't doing the right thing on it.
With immigration and you're hurting your country.
Yeah, nigga, I be all on that shit. Nigga, I be all on the internet. Nigga, I be all on www dot, nigga. I be all on that shit.
The opposite on immigration.
Be all on that shit, Jack.
I think he's doing very well.
Hell yeah. Once I got a computer, man, and see what the hell you can do with it, and what the hell you can find out, nigga, I started doing homework like a motherfucker on the White House. Nigga, I start doing homework on every goddamn body. And the first people that I did homework on is the Democrat. Because I want to see what the hell they about. So I start searching like a motherfucker. And that's why I know all the shit I know right now. And I'm telling y'all, I'm passing this shit on. I'm not like the Democrat. Keep the shit in the closet and don't tell nobody. No. I'm passing it on.
And if we didn't, it could have been.
Yeah.
We're really
passing it on, man. I'm passing that shit on. Democrats, they don't pass shit on. They keep shit quiet. That's why every time Joe Biden and Pamela Harris was in the White House, they never talk. They never give American people information. Never. They never do it.
As you know, when I give away ammunition,
they never do it, man. They never give American people information.
But they are giving it, let's say, to Ukraine.
That's because they ain't doing shit.
But we gave away a lot of high-end.
The only thing they say, what do they say, y'all? Only thing they talk about is health care. But they don't talk about all the other shit that they could do for American people. They talk about health care. Every time you turn around, they talk about some fucking health care. Health care is already taken care of. We got free health care and all that around. You can go get it and everything. Why the fuck is y'all talking about this shit? Talk about the homeless people. Get the homeless people off the street. They don't talk about shit. They don't talk about shit. I told y'all, man. Man, I can tell y'all some shit. That's why I say, man, don't come to me talking about no Democrats, because I'll make you look embarrassed. Because you don't know shit about them. And the shit that you talking about is a bunch of lies. And I don't want to hear that shit. You know why I know? Because I done looked it up and I did my homework on them. So I know you lying out your mouth automatic. Because I already know the question that you saying and shit that you talking about. I already did my homework on it. You're lying. You lying. That's why I say, don't tell me shit about Democrats. Don't tell me shit about what they say out their mouth. Cause you fucking lying. You fucking lying and it ain't true. I'm telling you. You can't come to me talking that bullshit. Cause I know that shit lying. I'm telling you, man. Man, I'm down, man. I'm down, Jack.
War will come to an end as soon as possible, and we are hoping that
my mother,
the American army,
you hear me? My mother was a Democrat. My mother was a Democrat. She used to get out and vote for the Democrats every fucking election day. And guess what?
Killing people all over the world.
Nigga, I had her sit in front of the computer and showed her all the shit that they do, and guess what she said? I ain't voting for them motherfuckers no more. Fuck them Democrats. You know why? Because I showed her the truth. She started voting for
95% of the people lost.
She started voting for Donald Trump. Because I showed her the difference of the Democrats and Donald Trump. And she said, damn, what he do makes sense.
Almost 95%.
All I see is he's trying to help America people.
Iran.
But the Democrats just keeping them down because they don't want the American people to have shit.
They love the roadside bomb. And when you see people walking around with no legs and no arms and a face that's been blown to hell, these people would have to go.
Democrats supposed to give us $2,000 every month. Guess who that was coming from? Donald Trump.
The famous barracks. When you look at the hostages,
Donald Trump was gonna give us $2,000 every month. But they cheated in the election and kicked them out. Then they turned around and told him what?
And it's something
Donald Trump said, well, continue my $2,000 stimulus check every month to COVID-19 go away. Then take them off of it. And guess what they said? They said, okay, we'll continue it. And they ain't gave us shit.
In other words, if I did it, it's no good. If I didn't,
they ain't gave us nothing. Where the $2,000 stimulus check?
Most people
they ain't give it to us. Guess who they gave it to? The fucking illegal immigrants. They was getting $2,000 stimulus check every fucking month.
Oil prices for a little while.
But y'all don't know about that shit.
Those prices are going to drop, I believe, lower than even.
That's because y'all don't be on the internet searching. So y'all don't find out shit.
Go ahead, please. Yes.
The whole time that they was talking about, they was lying to us.
Between who?
They already know in their mind they ain't giving us shit. And then guess what? After a while, they stopped talking about it. Because that's when the illegal immigrants was getting the check. So ain't no need to talk about it no more. Don't talk about it no more. The American people, they'll just stop thinking about it. And that's exactly what happens. American people don't even talk about that no more.
From other standpoints, a very powerful decision.
They don't even talk about it no more. I'm the only one talking about it. Where is our $2,000 stimulus check that we was promised?
All these vast menus of tariffs, and tariffs that made our country very rich.
We was promised that. They both gave us that. Now you want to talk about they owe us. They do owe us. They owe us one more stimulus check.
Move their money up and down like
nah.
We have to take care of nations that have been good to us.
That's what the hell y'all need to be protesting. In downtown, Y'all should be down there protesting, talking about where's our $2,000 stimulus check. But y'all always protesting all this bullshit.
We have a license.
But y'all don't protest the right shit.
Something that allows us to immediately stop.
If y'all went downtown and protest, I guarantee you, they'll get that $2,000 stimulus check up. You know why? Because they know that shit true. We supposed to got that. So they'll give it to us to get us the hell off the street. But they ain't gonna give us shit because they know we ain't gonna do shit.
has the right to stop.
Fuck.
Interesting. Have the right to stop.
Y'all got me up here sweating.
I didn't have the right
Fuck.
to charge them.
I'm
I have the
sweating
right
and
to
shit.
license them, but I don't have the right to charge, which is frankly ridiculous.
Nigga, I can go on and on and on about Democrats, Jack.
Supreme Court, and we have the right.
Shit, y'all just don't know, Jack.
About Spain.
I be in here.
Tomorrow, stop, or today, even
I be on this fucking computer, Jack. When I'm in here, I'm on the computer.
And have the right to stop it.
I'm on the computer, man.
Embargoes, do anything I want with it. And we made
I done made the computer my entertainment. I don't even watch TV no more. I don't even watch TV no more. I don't even got cable. I only got internet. I don't even got cable. I just told them I just want internet. Fuck cable.
Sir,
I don't want no cable.
The Supreme Court reaffirmed your ability.
Cause ain't shit on it but corrupt shit.
Embargo and
I don't want no damn cable. Hell with cable.
First term, the Section 301s and the two.
You know what my cable is? The internet.
And
my cable is YouTube. That's my cable. You know why? Cause nigga, you can watch anything you want on YouTube. Whatever on TV, you can watch on YouTube. So why pay a cable bill?
I'll tell you.
And you can watch the same shit on YouTube. That's why I say, man, I didn't look like this, but I'm smart as fuck.
An opinion that we're really Justice Kavanaugh wrote a fantastic.
Shit. Nigga, I'm smart as fuck. And that makes sense. Why pay for cable and you can watch everything that you watch on TV on the fucking YouTube? You know how I know about that? I did my homework on it. How I do my homework on it. Everything that come on TV, I looked it up.
That's what we're doing. And what we've done is we've gone.
I put it on the computer. I put it on YouTube. And guess what? The same program come on. All you gotta do is type it in. Type it in and you can watch whatever on TV on goddamn YouTube. So why pay a bill on YouTube and you can watch it on YouTube? Guess what, y'all? They don't tell you that shit. Cause they want your goddamn money and your thing and want you to call them and get cable. Cause if they told you that you don't gotta pay for cable, why you want our cable? You can watch everything that we gonna give y'all on YouTube. They don't tell you that. Cause you'll think about it and you'll say, damn, you know what, that's right. We can. Well, we don't want cable then. That's alright, sir. I don't want it.
All these unfair trading practices, the kinds of things you talked about.
That's why they don't tell you that shit.
U.S. economic security. We know
Fuck.
countries
And trust me, I know. Cause everything come on TV. I type it in. And it be on YouTube.
They have expressed an interest. Germany's been quite constructive in wanting to move forward and be helpful. You know, the rest.
And that shit crazy.
As well, but obviously.
That's crazy.
Every single country wants to make the deal they already.
That's crazy. Cable ain't doing nothing but using people, man.
Using the other authority.
Using people and keep people and keep people in the closet.
And we'd like to see, actually, we're going to adjust it.
About the real shit.
They would like
cable people, they don't want to tell you that shit. What you watch on our cable, you can watch that on YouTube. They don't say that shit. But they know in their head you can. Cause they know that shit, man.
What country are you from? Okay, I thought so, I could see. She likes you. I know that. We'll be talking about China, yes. I'll be going to China in a little while. Every time you meet, you talk about China. We respect China. I do. We both do, I think. But it's always a topic of conversation. We've had a very good relationship with China. We used to lose a tremendous amount of money with China. That's no longer the case. We have a very, very good relationship with China, and we have a very good relationship with Germany. All right.
Mr. President, we've seen countries around the world, many of whom don't usually work together, working with the United States on Iran, whether it's, Saudi Arabia working with Israel, Qatari shooting down Iranian aircraft, and we've also seen European countries step up. Why are we seeing, such unity around the world against Iran?
It's a great point. Look, they're just evil. They're it's not the politics, it's their whole philosophy, it's their whole, where they come from. It's terrible. Where they killed 35,000, I thought it was 32, now it turns out it's much more than 35,000 people. And in some cases using machine guns with people that have no weapon. They have no weapon, and they're being machine gunned, they're being sniped from buildings, they're hitting the people with snipers right through the eyes. It's just a very evil ideology, and nobody's really seen anything like it. As I said, even the fact that they've attacked all of their neighbors, and the neighbors weren't attacking, they thought they'd maybe sit it out or what. They've hit Qatar, they've hit UAE, they've hit Saudi Arabia, they've hit Oman. They were helping us negotiate. They got hit. Everybody got hit because they're evil and they're bad.
What?
It's a bad seed, and somebody had to do it, and it should have been done sometime during a 47-year period, because so much death has been caused by them, so much unbelievable death. From Germany too. Germany's been hit. Everybody's been hit by them. It's an evil.
Listen to him. He ain't like Joe Biden. Joe Biden wouldn't give a fuck. He'll just let everybody keep getting hit. Everything he's saying out of his mouth is true. You hear Joe Biden talking about that? What he saying? Hell no. Joe Biden let everybody do what the fuck they want to do. Let Iran, let him do what let that man do what he want to do. The whole time Joe Biden was president, Iran been putting together chemicals to make a nuclear bomb. And 9 times out of 10, he knew what the hell they was doing. They probably paid them off to let them do it. But didn't know that we making this shit to wipe y'all out. Because that's the thing that they kept behind Joe Biden back and told him something else. And he believed it. Because these foreign countries, they good in talking. They could talk good. You would believe it. And Joe Biden, you could talk good to him, he'll believe anything. Because he don't see your face reaction because he always goddamn sleep. His eyes always closed. So he missed shit. So all they did was use Joe Biden. They just used him. Used the shit out of him. And 9 times out of 10 paid him too. Yup.
Ideology. And I've never been, look, I've done a lot of good things. So many people said, thank you, thank you, thank you. You see it in the streets of Los Angeles. They have thousands of people. I saw it the other day, pictures of Donald Trump. And I'm on the phone, probably talking to you. And I'm looking, and I see my picture. I say, oh no, it's another, protest. I see my picture. And then I started saying, boy, they were very friendly people.
And you know what? They had his picture up there. They had his picture up.
I said, what's going on?
They had his picture up there because they was telling Donald Trump, can you get us freedom? Our president don't care nothing about us.
They had a big rally by pictures all over the place.
That's why they asked Donald Trump, can you come to Iran and help us?
Never, and I've always said it, you could never have had true peace in the Middle East if...
And now they all partying.
Even beyond the...
Throwing their thumbs up, talking about giving Donald Trump the thumb. And said, you got our vote.
But they have thousands of missiles.
That nigga got thousands and thousands of people waiting to vote for him.
Two things. The attack that we did, known as Midnight Hammer, had we not done that...
Because he's working on another election.
Very powerful nuclear
weapon
within 1 month.
Because come to find out, they owe him another president term. Because they cheated. And they got caught about that. A lot of y'all don't even know that shit. A lot of y'all running around here talking about they ain't cheat. Where the evidence at? Y'all was repeating what they say when they were saying that. Where the evidence at that we cheated? They done threw all the evidence away. That's why it ain't no evidence.
And we wouldn't be talking about it right now. But if they didn't terminate the deal that Obama...
That's why they say they can tell American people anything. They'll believe that shit. They'll believe that we ain't cheating. Just tell them we ain't cheating. They'll believe it.
It was 2 of them.
And that's what they did. They kept telling the Democrat media that he think we cheated. We ain't cheating.
It was in Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C.
And everybody believed that they didn't cheat.
They put it, and they flew it to Iran. I never knew it.
Like everybody in the United States of America, we all stupid. That's how they consider it.
Nobody's ever said anything like that.
I ain't stupid.
Planes loaded.
Y'all can't get that shit off on me. Shit.
Big planes, Boeing.
Can't get that shit off on me, Jack. Everything I done looked up, y'all cheated.
He was giving them billions of dollars.
And guess what, y'all? Donald Trump got another term coming up.
And that deal expired. A lot of people said, oh, you terminated.
Because he would have won that. If they didn't cheat, he would have won. Just like he won now. See how he won now? So that's proof right there.
Because they're crazy. They're crazy.
He would have won. He would have won then. So guess what they saying?
People are crazy.
That nigga won this time, so he would have won last time. So they cheated. You goddamn right they cheated. I told y'all. See, there go the evidence right there. There go the evidence right there, man. Plain and simple. He won this election day. Why he win? Because they couldn't cheat. Because everybody was watching that shit. Donald Trump had CIA, FBI. Everybody was in the voting rooms watching. Watching everybody's hand. Watching the mail, everything. And look what happened. He won. By a big point. He won by a lot. And that's the same thing that he would have won last time. Because he even said it. Man, I got a lot of votes. And he told us, I'm winning.
And so has...
You know why he said that? Because he know he was winning. He know he was. He already know he won. And then come to find out, guess what? He ain't win. Why he ain't win? Because it was a lot of paper that wasn't counted for.
It took a 100-year lease.
It wasn't counted for. So it made him lose by a little point. And Joe Biden was in front of him.
What's that all about?
By what? 4 points or 5 points or something like that?
Relationships, it's a shame. It's
10 points?
And that country...
He lost by a little point.
I love it. My mother was born there. I love it.
But other than that, the whole time he was on Joe Biden's ass in vote. Till he started passing. And then all of a sudden, at the end of the election day, all these numbers start coming in. and then Joe Biden won. That's because at the end of the day,
immigration,
they stopped counting Donald Trump.
You have the North
They
Sea.
stopped counting his
Somebody
voting
said yesterday,
papers
what would you do if you were
because they was thrown
Open up
away.
the North Sea. They got windmills all over the place that are ruining the country.
So they
ruining
couldn't
the
count 'em.
landscapes, ruining the beautiful fields.
So he got behind and Joe Biden won.
It's one of the greatest.
And then they shut the voting down
They buy their energy
and said the
from
total
Norway, which gets
before they figure out what the hell going
from
on.
the North Sea.
Before
Norway
they
builds
figure
the
out
North
what's
Sea,
going
so
on,
that you
they
can-
closed the
and you
vote,
can't
the
tear
voting
apart
thing
the
up.
North Sea.
They
Open
closed it up
and
so no more voting things can come
illegal
in.
immigration.
So they can hurry up and count the shit
And I must say,
and end it.
that's not only UK, that's other parts of the European Union. that
Before
said,
people
well,
get suspicious
immigration
of something.
And energy.
Yup.
The energy is through the roof, the highest in the world.
Well,
And the immigration is, I mean.
somebody out there told on them
Places where.
that they
in the
cheated
UK,
you.
You have a terrible.
And guess what, y'all?
Terrible. It's an
The
incompetent
person that told
But you have
is the
Sharia
person that was
courts.
counting
You
Donald
have
Trump
Sharia courts. You don't
valid.
want to- You have Sharia
Ha!
courts adjudicating law.
They told.
So it's very simple. Immigration.
They told on them.
Importantly, immigration.
And guess what? At the
bring
end of
it
the
back.
day,
Otherwise you're not.
they recorded it.
Okay.
They recorded this shit on their phone
Yes.
of people throwing away ballots that's Donald Trump. They recorded it. They recorded people running the paper through 2 times on the machine. It's all on video, man. The person, whoever told, they had it all on video, man. All on video, man. So they ass out. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but they on video cheating. So that's why Donald Trump is running again. Soon 4 years up, he's running again. And guess what? He gonna win. You know why? Because he helped Iran. All them people over there that's suffering, that their president is corrupt and killing them. He killed their president that's doing harm to them and doing harm to all these countries and threatened us and did all this, messed our World Trade Center up, did all these people, killed thousands and thousands of people, killed his own people.
To find ways how to deal about the day after.
Huh.
And as far as Russia, Ukraine, where is it on my?
Those people gonna vote for him. They
thought-
already said it.
I thought it was going to be one of the easier.
You can hear-
ones. They settled 8 wars.
You can damn near hear all of them.
One more than that.
They said you got our vote.
8 wars, big ones, potentially.
And nigga, it's in the thousands.
Pakistan, big.
You see that street out there celebrating?
I thought this was
All them people gonna vote for him, man. They ain't gonna have enough papers to vote. Man, that's over 100,000 people, man.
I've seen a lot of hatred in my life. But
Man, it's a lot of people in the street. And they all gonna vote for Donald Trump. They said it. They said it in the protest. They said you got our vote. And they holding the picture up of Donald Trump. He brought justice.
It's very far away.
Now we can breathe. Them people over there happy as fuck.
Last 4 weeks, actually.
They happy.
32,000 soldiers.
They happy, man.
32,000.
They happy.
It's been averaging 25 to
They happy.
30,000 soldiers a month have been dying in that.
All them people over there happy as hell, man. Man, they over there partying right now,
It's the
man.
worst that there has been since World War.
They've been partying for 3 days. They still in the streets partying, man.
All you can do is do your best.
They still in the street partying.
To the tango.
Everywhere, man. All the streets are filled up, man. You can't even see the goddamn cement. You can't even see it.
It's bad for both. The saddest is that
They partying.
if the election weren't
They is happy, man.
election, that war would have never taken place. And
They happy as hell, man.
place
They
allowed
happy in
75
this
million
shit.
people to pour through an open border. That would
Them motherfuckers.
a lot of things would have been different.
Cause they was already protesting And the protest, you know what the protest was about? Of him stepping down.
What we're doing right now with Iran.
That's what they was protesting about in Iran. They was protesting that he stepped down. And they got tired of him abusing them and killing them. And they stand up for their rights. Just like we stand up for our rights. Black America people. We the one created America.
Thank you very much.
And we fought. We fought for freedom, all that shit. America, black people. Maybe some white people was in it too. But we fought. And a lot of us got killed. But we still won, because look where we at. We in America.
Let me provide a brief.
And what else? We have freedom. And we have freedom of speech. Well, that's what Iran doing. They tired getting abused and beat up and everything else from their president. So they just said fuck it, and they just started protesting and tearing up shit. And Donald Trump made them happy because he really stepped down. Now he dead.
A short while ago.
They killed them.
We warned Iran not to make any attempt
our army killed them.
Because they were unable to use the one.
So they got what they wanted.
Powerfully blew up.
They don't got to worry about him because he dead. He don't got to step down. Because when he stepped down, he's still alive.
Conventional ballistic missile
See? So he'll still be involved with the corrupt shit because he's still alive.
Colossal threat to American Air Forces stationed.
And the reason why they really celebrating is because they don't got to worry about him never. Again, they don't got to worry about him doing nothing. He's gone. So they off the hook in Iran, man. They is partying. Jack, they partying. I don't think nobody is in their house right now. Every street you go down or whatever, it ain't nobody home. Everybody is downtown and everywhere else. They partying like a motherfucker, man.
But everybody was behind us.
They partying, man.
Didn't have the courage to say so.
And they give Trump every prop what he did, man. Because he seen the hell that we going through. And he really fought for us. So they said, you really got
our country itself.
You got it from us.
Would be under threat. And it was very nearly under
threat. And Donald Trump gonna go in history. Because ain't no other president care shit about them. They just left them keep getting abused and killed and all that shit. Letting the president do whatever he want to do with his people and everything, man. And all the presidents we had ain't do shit, ain't do nothing. They ain't do nothing.
Attacking the United States and killing Americans every time you see.
They ain't do nothing, man.
Arms and legs or a face.
And they could have done something because that was our ally. We cool with them.
By an Iran roadside bomb.
We cool with Israel.
By General Soleimani.
Israel is one of our allies.
Father of the roadside.
So Iran fucking with Israel.
But
our president's supposed to told him to step back, nigga. Leave Israel alone. Or you want to deal with us.
Eliminate the entire.
Come to find out,
by this sick and sinister
the army
regime
and investigators and all that found out that he got a lot of shit to do with people dying in United States.
Missile capability.
The World Trade Center building. All this shit that's going on. All the people coming over the border was from him. All the corrupt people, all the suiciders, thousands of them, man, coming over into the United States, man. That's why Donald Trump got ISIS to find them and put them the hell back out of here.
I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have.
Because Donald Trump ain't stupid. He knew exactly what the hell was going on, man. He knew exactly what was going on. That's one thing I can say about him. He not asleep. He know exactly what these foreign people doing. And he ain't coming in not doing shit about it. He's doing everything about it to what? Make America great again. That's why he say that. Because he's getting rid of all the corrupt and all the bullshit ass foreign country people that's fucking us over. But guess what? Democrats saying he's wrong. Because they want America to get fucked over. Because if they didn't, they'll be in Donald Trump's car with him. Like, yeah, that's good, do that. You got our vote, do it. But they go against everything he do that's positive. That's why I say, that right there by itself show you that the Democrats don't care nothing about American people. That right there show you. Because why are you going to go against something that's going to help America? Why? Can somebody answer that question? If it's going to make America great, America good, why go against it? Why don't vote for it?
We'll do it, whatever somebody said.
That's because they want shit their way and they want to live their way. And they want America to be like how they want it to be. They want America to be how they want it to be. You hear that? They want America to be like they want it to be and not like Donald Trump wanted to be. Because Donald Trump wanted to be great. They want it to be terrible. They want America to collapse. That's what they want. A lot of y'all don't even know that shit. That's another program I talk about. Democrats want America to collapse.
But please join me in thanking everyone.
You know why they wanted to do that? Because then they get to make new rules up. Once it collapse,
thank you very much.
Once it collapses, then they can make new rules up because it's a new city. It's a new United States. United States of America starts over.
Thank you.
So they can make new rules up. They can change everything. And guess who's going to take over? The illegal immigrants. That's why they letting them flood the United States. Because they going to be the ones that take over. Why you think every store, every grocery store is full of foreign people? Because them going to be the people taking care of the grocery stores. And then we're going to have foreign people living on the streets in the houses. Because we're going to move all the American people the hell out of here.
I think we can say,
man, y'all better wake up, man. I told y'all I can tell y'all some shit. I can tell y'all some shit, man. What was going on, man. Why the Democrats was doing everything they can to stay in their house. They tried to assassinate Donald Trump 2 times and ain't do it. Motherfucker can't shoot. He missed both times. 2 different people.
11:30 in the evening. Can you imagine?
You know why they did that? Because if they would have killed Donald Trump, guess what? Pamela Harris would have won. She would be the president. If they would have killed Donald Trump, Pamela Harris would have been the president.
It'll be 400 million or less. Most people say 400.
That's why they were trying to do it.
Less. But when I hear that sound, that beautiful sound behind it means
that's why they try to assassinate him. Because Pamela Harris would have become the president. Because she was the one running against him. So he got killed, so she the president now. Because she was running. A lot of y'all can't even understand that. Or don't even know that shit. Y'all just saying, damn, they gonna kill Donald Trump.
So together,
well, damn.
We recognize the
she lost.
Valor
she losing.
Master Sergeant
she lost.
Roderick
So who gonna be the president?
Your families to stand because they're beautiful families. I got to meet them, and please.
Kamala Harris. She was gonna be the president because she's the one running against him. So he got killed. So that means he lost. He ain't here. So she gonna move in. Democrats were trying to get her in so they could take over and let all these legal immigrants over. Because let me tell y'all something. If Kamala Harris would have won, nigga would be nobody at the border building that wall.
Nation's highest military award.
The wall be still the same.
And we're pleased.
Donald Trump having the wall built and it's almost finished. He completing. He's He's finishing the wall where he left off at when he was in the White House. He's finishing it, and it's almost completed. That's why ain't nobody coming over the border, because they can't.
An incredible job, Veterans Affairs.
Because the border is being watched.
You a stand-up, Doug. You're doing such a good job.
Nigga, we got so many people at the border, you can't get over. It ain't even worth trying. So guess what? They stopped coming. Ain't nobody coming up to the border now. It may be a couple dumb motherfuckers coming up to the border, and they gonna go to jail for trespassing. Donald Trump got that in there. You come over the border, you getting charged with trespassing. If you want to come through the front door. But if you come through the border, that's trespassing, and you're gonna get charged.
You guys were great on television.
So guess what? Joe Biden ain't had that. Joe Biden and Pamela Harris told them, come on over.
And Representative.
That's why they just poured in.
Jack Burton and Nicole Malley.
Yup.
So we have a few others sitting here, but I'm not going to go through it because
the border is being done, man.
Honor today. Oh, we have Tom Homan. At least
nope.
Tom Homan. I would be.
Border being done like a motherfucker, man.
Zero people coming in.
Yup. It's getting finished. You hear what Donald Trump said? No, y'all don't hear it. Because y'all ain't watching what I'm watching. He said zero. He said 0 people coming in over the border. Nobody coming over the border. It stopped.
We had 0 people come illegally through our border, right?
See? 0 people. That means nobody else coming through now. They all stopped. 0 people. Nobody.
Swenson, Jim McLaurin, Walter Marr.
Yup. Nobody's coming over the border, man.
Sammy Davis. That's an interesting guy. Where is Sammy Davis?
But if Pamela Harris won election, man, all the news stations, they'll all be talking about the border. You know why? Because it wouldn't be stopped. They'll be still coming over. Right now. Right now. As I speak. They'll be still coming over the border. Right now. By now, it probably be about 1 trillion people in the United States now, unlegal. Unlegal everywhere, downtown, sleeping on the streets, every damn where. Because it already was getting to be like that. Them motherfuckers all in Chicago, all in New York, all in California, all in San Francisco. They were just piling all up in there, man.
Now you are brave, amazing people.
Sure was.
Thank you all. In 1941, Roddy Edmonds of Knoxville, Tennessee, enlisted in the U.S. Army.
Pamela Harris, man. She was about to collapse America.
In 1940,
America would have went bankrupt.
Fight in World War II. So
if Pamela Harris would have been the president.
Full of and vigor.
Because let me tell you something. Pamela Harris wouldn't be able to run no damn 50 states.
Outnumbered by enemy forces.
She'll be lost. She wouldn't know what the fuck to do.
Valiantly until they were
She'll be lost.
Completely overrun. The force was massive.
She was already lost when she was the goddamn the damn what's his name with Joe Biden.
one that was covered very well.
She was lost in.
Through bitter cold.
She ain't know what the hell to
Put
do.
into a German
When something big happened, man, she lost like a motherfucker, confused and everything.
It was number one.
All she was doing was acting like she big and know what to do. But she don't know. It would have been other people running her and telling her what to do. That's what would have ended up happening. Motherfucking outsiders of the White House telling her what to do. And who that is? Ex-presidents like Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton,
will be shot.
Pamela. I mean, not Pamela. Michelle Obama. They would have been telling her what to do. That's what they would have been doing. Because you know why? Because all the Democrats that was in the White House, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Obama,
Nazi commandant rushed forward to his Luger pistol.
Michelle Obama.
Between Sergeant.
They was all working with her, trying to get her to become president.
They cannot all be Jews, he screamed.
And the word in the street is, they told her, you don't got to worry about nothing. We'll help you. So therefore, she ain't know what the hell to do.
We are all Jews.
She said, I'm going to become the president, but there's a lot of shit I got to do. And they say they'll help her. So they ain't like Donald Trump. He don't need no damn help. That nigga can figure shit out his damn self and solve it.
Was liberated 2 months later. We're honored.
That's why I say, United States of America would have went bankrupt and had a whole bunch of corrupt people walking around in the street. All the illegal immigrants and thugs and all that be in the street killing people. All gang members will take over all the cities.
Thank you, Chris.
That was the plan. Gang members come over from Mexico and all this shit and join the gangs in the United States. They already said it. If we make the gang bigger, then we could take over the street and ain't shit they could do because it's too many of us.
The next three recognized today served in the 1st Battalion.
But the Democrats and Joe Biden and all them,
infantry division,
they don't think like that.
Big Red 1.
They ain't know what the hell going on. All they know, they helping illegal immigrants. But they don't know they causing a problem. And it's going to backfire on them. They didn't know that. But it never happened. Because that's why she lost.
Alpha Company, whereas with
because people start realizing what's going to happen. So that's why they stopped. They changed their vote and voted for Donald Trump.
Had no idea, but the area was
especially when she started lying.
With nearly 300 enemy bunkers and many enemy soldiers.
Hell yeah, man.
Them by at least 4, 5, even 6 to 1. As Terry led.
But I'm telling y'all, man.
Uphill to
them Democrats, man, they ain't shit, man.
Enemy launched an ambitious and violent attack.
Democrats ain't shit, man.
A withering
I'm here to tell y'all.
They
ain't nothing, man.
Pinned down and hell on earth, Terry summoned.
They ain't nothing, man.
Unimaginable.
Them motherfuckers is not for us.
Enemy fire to rescue.
They laugh in our face and make you think that they for us. They ain't for us. Them Democrats in that White House, they ain't for us.
One chance of survival. That was air support.
Only thing they for is for their family.
His own life, he grabbed the radio
and for illegal immigrants.
Hill 222 alone.
Cause you know that
needed to be there. It was the only place. Reception.
Anything that the illegal immigrants need, they give it to them.
The top, where he spent the next 8 hours.
They give it to them.
Tactical strikes.
They was paying illegal immigrants $2,000 and giving them food stamps and all that shit.
Shot rang out and the bullet.
They was giving the illegal immigrants more shit than they give American people.
disregarded that.
That right there show you that they don't give a damn about us.
4 hours of calling in.
Nigga, cause we supposed to get that shit first.
The enemy.
It's like Donald Trump say, America people is first. I'm gonna work on America. America come first, then the foreign countries come second. But America come first. Democrats don't even say that shit. They say illegal immigrants come first. And foreign countries come first. America last. What?
Alpha Company survived.
Yeah. I told y'all. Man, I tell y'all some shit that fuck y'all head up. Yeah. That's what Democrats say. America comes second. And we gonna help all these legal immigrants out and help these foreign countries out. So y'all stay asleep. And American people ain't even know what the hell they was doing. Y'all ain't even know what they was doing, man, but that's exactly what they was doing. And it's fact. I can show you. I can show you the proof.
That's great. That's a great story. Terry,
I can show you the proof.
You went to the ranks of the bravest warriors ever to stride the face of the
hell yeah, I can show you proof.
Please.
I can back my shit up. I can back my shit up, and guess what? They'll be mad as hell at me. Why? Because they don't want American people to hear that. Because that shit is true. Because then American people will hate us. So that nigga over here got to shut the hell up. We going to have to do him like we did Martin Luther King. Ha! Because he's telling the truth.
That's a great, brave man.
Telling y'all, man.
He's central casting. Look at him. He looks great. He looks great.
Hell yeah, boy.
Shit. We could,
ain't tell me nothing, Jack.
What do you think, Pete?
I didn't figure them out.
We'll make a little deal with them. You are a brave man.
I didn't figure their ass out, though.
One more American soldier, fallen warrior of world of wars, and really.
I didn't figure them out, y'all.
Really terror.
Figure them out.
Staff Sergeant Michael Olives, born in 1988 on Staten Island. Michael grew up seeing the World Trade Center across the bay. I know
I figured them out.
So well, the people in Staten Island are amazing.
Yes, I have.
After 9/11, Michael enlisted
yes, sir.
in the Army, and by
I didn't figure their scheming ass out, Jack.
He was locked in. He loved it.
I didn't figure their ass out.
He was the squad leader, sir.
I know what they all about now, Jack.
The 2nd Battalion.
Yeah, buddy.
Infantry Regiment. 1st Brigade Combat Team.
They ain't gonna make me look like no fool.
On August 28, 2013, terrorists detonated a 400-pound car bomb on the east wall of the.
Hey, if I went to one of the meetings in the White House to listen to the Democrats talk, you know what they'll do? They'll kick me out. They'll tell the security guard, get him out of here. You know why? Because they wouldn't want people to know, to hear what I'm talking about. Because they'd be like, that nigga talk too much, get him out of here. And they'll put me out.
His gear.
That's exactly what they'll do. When they ask the people, well,
no body armor.
Anybody got crushed or anything, now the speaker, the floor is open.
And together they
all right, I got that right now. Now I can talk.
Very, very heavy fire.
Nigga, they'll put me out.
At one point,
because they'll be like, what?
Through the
you hear what that nigga said? Man, put him out.
Rendering him.
If he said that, he got a whole bunch of more shit to say. And we don't want these people in here hearing that. Put him out. They'll put me out. They'll put me out.
Rounding a corner with.
Y'all, they'll put me out the White House.
Fully armed, and you could see it. It was going to happen. He charged the wounded Polish.
Because they'll be thinking like, damn, what he said, that makes sense.
And forced himself.
And then some of them, when they go home, they going to look that shit up.
shielding him.
Damn, man, I'm looking that up when I get home, man.
Shielding
Cause that shit makes sense what he's saying.
his
Shit.
you know, bravery's amazing. You never really know who's brave, who's not until they're really tested. We think some people are brave, Pete.
Cause man,
and then,
if I was in the White House,
others aren't.
nigga, I'd be asking them some deep ass questions.
He was tested. That's called the.
Do you know what they'll do? They wouldn't even answer. You know what they'll do? They'll say something and get off the subject. They'll get off the subject and don't answer my question.
Staff Sergeant Owens was.
That's what they'll do.
Just weeks before his 25th birthday, and nobody was any more brave than that. In his final act on earth, Michael.
I guarantee you they would never say, "You right."
Polish warrior.
That's what we should do. They'll go against it and get off the subject. Guarantee you that.
Carol Serpica, where are you, Carol? Hey.
Guarantee you that, man. But check this out, though.
Would you like to come up? Please. I'd love to have you come up. Thank you, Carol.
Carol? That's a man. His name Carol. He had a woman name. Man, you let your mother name you Carol. What the hell? Well, you was a baby. You ain't know.
Mr. President.
I wouldn't want to walk around my name Carol. What the
I'm Minister of National Defense.
Nigga, I go out my name.
Distinguished West. Everyone gathered
that
here today.
That man, his name is Carol. What the hell? I thought it was a woman coming up.
Especially
Donald Trump said, "Hey, Carol, come on up, Carol."
And the entire.
I thought he was talking to a woman. He came up, that goddamn man.
That you did not receive.
What?
This is how I would like to begin these few words.
But he cool as hell.
In this special place and on occasion of this incredibly.
The first thing he said when he went up there, I see here, Sergeant.
Significant for many.
First thing he said, you did the right thing. It should have been done. Everybody saluting him, man, Donald Trump. Only people that's not saluting him and talking about him is the people on the left.
It is a part of my new mission, which began 13 years ago.
That's the only people that's talking about Donald Trump. The people that don't want nothing, don't want America to have nothing. They're the only people that talk against Donald Trump. But as far as what I see,
it is just like you.
Everybody thanking him, man, and saying this should have been done.
Or as only for America.
You saved a whole bunch of people, and you even saved your own country, America.
A great gift, but also a great lifelong commitment.
You paid attention to the man when he said out his mouth,
today my
and you did something about it.
Greatest gift is to cultivate.
Everybody salute him, man.
Heroic act of courage.
I'm telling you right now, he's going in world history. He's going in the history book.
Son Michael.
And the Democrat try to kill him 2 times.
Forgive me. If my words
the nigga stop America getting bombed with nuclear bombs.
Sometimes words are simply not enough.
He stopped a whole lot of shit.
I am deeply moved, happy, and grateful to God for my service, for my power.
And he the only one did that. Everybody else knew that man wasn't good. They knew that man wasn't shit. They knew that man was corrupt. They knew that man was terrible. They knew that man was a murderer. They knew that man ain't caring nothing about his people. They ain't none of America's presidents did shit about it.
Thank you for your service. Thank you so much.
And that man been threatening America for a long time. And all the presidents that we had ain't do shit about it. That's why Donald Trump, that's why he going in world history. That nigga about to get his name put on the sidewalk. Watch what I tell you. Because this was the biggest thing that a president ever done in history.
And
took care of
His
something.
wife and their
And
wonderful
he
sons,
got what's
Jacob
your
and
name?
Michael. Michael is
That nigga
named
took
after
care of two
the
things.
American hero who saved his father's life. So say now, Michael.
He got what's your name? When it captured him, he in New York County. He in jail. And now he went over there and killed that president and helped them people.
We're also pleased to be joined
And then
by several members of the Polish government.
When it helped them.
Including
And they happy as hell for what Donald Trump did. They happy up. They happy.
I must be honest.
Man, so many people liking that shit, man. Cause that man that he killed, man, he did harm to a lot of goddamn countries,
He's a
man.
great president, he already is. But as well as Poland's
That nigga did harm to a lot of people, man. And what make it so bad, man, he did harm to his own people. You know, he the president. That's just like Donald Trump do harm to us.
Thank you to Michael's.
He killed us, American people.
Selfless.
Cause we protesting about shit, and we got the street all messed up and everything. So these cities, they called for Donald Trump, they called for Donald Trump to help us, and he just started killing American people. He started killing all the protesters.
But you have the best gene.
That's what that man was doing in Iran. He was killing all the protesters, gunning them down with AK-47.
I would like to ask the military,
arresting a lot of them, hanging them on bridges and shit.
Do the honors.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That man was dirty as fuck.
It's an honor for me to be here. Thank you. Please, military.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I think all the presidents we had, I think they were scared. I think they were scared.
Chris Edmonds accepting on behalf
And I
of
know
his
for
father,
a fact,
Master Sergeant Roderick W.
they ain't know
Edmonds.
how to handle it. Especially Joe Biden. Joe Biden don't know how to handle no fucking Army, Marine, Navy. He don't know how to go about it. That nigga lost. That's why he ain't do shit with the Army, Marines, and nothing. To solve nothing. Because he don't know how to run it.
To Master Sergeant Roderick W.
And
Edmonds,
then all these foreign countries think they already know he'll bluff. They already know he ain't gonna do shit. All he gonna do is talk. They already know. But all these foreign countries,
to March 30th, 1945,
nigga, they bow down to Donald Trump.
War in Germany.
All these foreign countries,
Stalag 9A in
they bow down.
Germany.
Cause they know he ain't nothing to play with.
1945, the Germans announced that only Jewish American
They know he ain't soft.
out for roll call the
They know they can't say
of
anything
threat
to
of
him.
execution.
Cause he gonna take it
Master
serious
Sergeant
and
Edmonds
do something about
directed
it.
senior leaders to
Joe
have
Biden,
1,200
nigga,
American prisoners present themselves.
Joe Biden
for
ain't gonna
roll
do
call.
shit.
The Nazi
Nigga, Russia told him if you interfere, we gonna nuke
the
United States.
pistol pressed it hard against Master
Joe
Sergeant
Biden
Edmonds' forehead.
ain't do
between his
shit.
eyes.
Let him go in
Demanded that
Ukraine
he order all Jewish
and
American
tear it
prisoners to
up.
step forward, or he would be
And
shot.
then at the
Master
end of the
Sergeant
day,
Edmonds
then he gonna
fearlessly
start
held his
supporting
ground,
Ukraine,
refusing to
sending them
concede.
all the stuff and
The
all that.
commandant lowered his
When he
weapon
about to
as
leave
further
the White
attempts to
House.
segregate the Jewish American prisoners. Several weeks later,
Y'all better
in
get here.
1945,
I told y'all, man. I can tell y'all some shit.
outside the barracks for evacuation. Master Sergeant
Man, I
Edmonds
can tell
ordered
y'all some
all
shit about
American
these,
prisoners to
about
board
Joe
and
Biden,
enter the
man.
barracks, and when the enemy transports arrived, they would break ranks and rush back to the barracks. Master Sergeant Edmonds.
Joe Biden wasn't running the country himself. Joe Biden was doing what other people tell him to do. A lot of y'all ain't even know that shit, but I just told y'all. Yeah.
Master Sergeant Edmonds.
Joe Biden ain't know how to do shit. He was going by what other people say.
And reflect great credit upon himself.
That's why every time he on the media talking, what they do? They tell him that's enough talking, come on. And he shut it down and walk off the stage. A lot of y'all ain't pay attention to that shit. That's because that's enough talking and that's enough to tell. Come on off the stage.
But do they do that with Donald Trump? Hell no. That nigga leave the stage when he's ready. And I mean, when he talked to the media, he talked for a long time. Joe Biden don't never talk that long. He don't never talk that long, man. That nigga talk for maybe 15, 20 minutes and he gone.
The
He's
President
gone.
of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress March 3rd, 1863, has awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to Staff Sergeant Terry P. Richardson, United States Army. Staff Sergeant Terry P. Richardson distinguished himself by acts of gallantry above and beyond the call of duty.
Now you see that, but the Democrats say that Donald Trump is racist.
Republic of Vietnam. On this date, his company was.
But Donald Trump giving this motherfucker a certificate.
In hostile
and he black. If somebody racist, they ain't gonna give him shit.
One of his squads to be the point element leading the way.
I never heard of a racist gonna give a black person a certificate and he racist. What? Come on, man.
Staff Sergeant Richardson advanced forward under
this black guy is sergeant, and he's getting a certificate for what he did in the Navy.
By the time he was able to make it back,
getting a certificate. He in the White House getting a certificate.
Completely surrounded by the enemy.
He getting a trophy around his neck.
Recognized that the only way to keep
his
company from being
big ass trophy.
Was with accurate tactical.
That nigga getting a trophy, man. Look at him. He's smiling. He happy as hell.
222 under heavy enemy fire for better sight lines to direct the tactical airstrikes. He began to direct the tactical airstrikes and shortly.
Look at all the shit he done, man.
By an enemy sniper. Staff Sergeant Richardson
enemy sniper.
Directing the tactical airstrikes for 7 more hours before the enemy broke contact.
He was part of running the Navy. So other words, you know what that means?
Staff Sergeant Richardson
he tell them what to do.
For his gunshot wound
and he did a good job.
To lead his soldiers. Altogether, his actions directly resulted in 85.
So he getting a
faithful day. Staff Sergeant Richardson's conspicuous.
So he getting a medal.
Heroism at the risk of his
he
life.
Getting a medal for that. Donald Trump is honoring him for what he did. In other words, he did a good job.
His unit in the United States Army.
He did a good ass job. So therefore he's getting a, you know what? Yup. Yes, sir. And yes, ma'am. Now look, if the Democrats was there,
Robert,
man, when none of them be clapping,
on behalf of their son,
they don't never clap with good stuff, man. They always quiet. They don't never clap something that's good. They never clap.
The President of the United States of America, authorized by Act of Congress March 3rd, 1863, has posthumously awarded in the name of Congress the Medal of Honor to Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis, United States Army. Staff Sergeant
So he got what's your name?
Distinguished himself by acts of gallantry.
That man got what's your name? You know how I know? Because his head shaking. That's that Army, man. That Army got him fucked up. That Navy, whoever that man is, that white man right there. Man, that Army got that all that shit in the Army, in the Navy and stuff. Man, he got his nerves fucked up. or whatever wrong with him.
To move to
The whole time he's
themselves
standing there, his head is shaking.
for his soldiers
His
to
head
move
keeps
toward
shaking.
the enemy force that had
That's because he got a
penetrated
nervous
the
problem.
forward operating base.
That's from
Staff
that damn
Sergeant
army.
Wallace located a coalition forces officer, and together they moved toward the point of attack, armed with only their rifles. Upon reaching the attack point, they linked up with other friendly forces and began a coordinated effort to repulse the enemy. While under continuous fire, Staff Sergeant Wallace moved from position to position, engaging the enemy with accurate and effective fire. While fighting along the perimeter, an insurgent came around the corner. Staff Sergeant Wallace fired on the insurgent and incapacitated him, but as he approached the downed insurgent, the insurgent's suicide vest detonated and mortally wounded him.
Oh, so that's what happened. He got wounded. That's why he's shaking like that. That's why his head's shaking. Cause the suicide bomber exploded himself, and it messed him up too. So it left him with a nervous problem. His head keeps shaking. So you know that when he's standing there, his head's shaking. So that explosion messed him up. And he was lucky to survive. He survived it. You could tell the explosion messed him up. Look at him. He messed up in the head, man. But he enjoyed that damn what's your name right there though? Yeah, he enjoyed that. But in reality, he messed up, man. Who next? Nobody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bow with me as we give the benediction. Eternal God, our unfailing light in every darkness, the rock on which we stand, as we depart this place of honor, may the courage of these heroes be our example, righteousness our choice, and hope in you our guiding light. We especially ask for your protection over our military service members who are protecting the interests of our nation at this very moment. And Heavenly Father, grant us the will to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly before you. In your holy name we pray. This will defend. Amen.
A few words about the historic events that took place over the last few days. On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it's seemingly not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases. Having these, they really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with training. I said, come on, with you guys, let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop it. And they have. And they did it for a lot of reasons, but trade is a big one. We're going to do a lot of trade with Pakistan. We're going to do a lot of trade with India. We're negotiating with India right now. We're going to be soon negotiating with Pakistan. And we stopped the nuclear conflict. I think it could have been bad nuclear war. Millions of people could have been killed, so I'm very proud of that. I also want to thank Vice President Vance and Secretary of State Rubio for their work and efforts. They worked very hard on that. We also, as you know, created a situation where the Houthis, for the first time ever, have ceased firing, and they've let it be known that they're not going to be firing at American ships anymore, not going to be firing at Americans anymore. This was a heavy barrage that lasted for approximately 50 days. And as you know, they've been in war essentially for forever. But over the last 10 years, they've been very difficult for other countries. Nobody was able to do what we did. But they stopped, and we take their word for it. Their surrogates and them directly said, we don't want to do this anymore. And so we were satisfied with that. In addition, yesterday we achieved a total reset with China after productive talks in Geneva. Both sides now agreed to reduce the tariffs imposed after April 2nd to 10% for 90 days as negotiators continue on the larger structural issues. And I want to tell you that a couple of things. First of all, that doesn't include the tariffs that are already on, that are our tariffs, and it doesn't include tariffs on cars, steel, aluminum, things such as that, or tariffs that may be imposed on pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceutical business is back to the United States, and they're already starting to come back now based on tariffs. Because they don't want to pay 25, 50, or 100% tariffs, so they're moving them back to the United States.
Yeah.
I spoke to Tim Cook this morning, and he's going to, I think, even up his numbers to $500 billion. He's going to be building a lot of plants in the United States for Apple.
Yeah, y'all hear that?
We look forward
So
to
that's
that.
more.
We do look
That's
forward to
that's
that.
more people gonna have a job.
The talks in Geneva were very friendly. The relationship
Democrats
was very good.
Democrats don't tell that. They don't tell what he do. They gonna say they did that.
Factories, they were having a lot of unrest, and they were very happy to be able to
Yup.
do something.
They gonna say they did that. All the stuff he doing.
The relationship is very, very good.
If they get in the White House, they gonna say they did that.
End of the week. We have some other things we're doing. But one of the biggest things that we're doing, and I don't know if people realize this, but we made a great deal with China, a great trade deal. But it was a much bigger deal originally, and then they canceled it right in the last day. Some of you faces I remember were there when that happened. I remember you. And we had a deal where they opened up their country to trade with the United States. And they took that away at the last moment, and then I canceled the whole thing. And then 6 months later, we ended up doing a smaller deal, but it was a big deal. It was $50 billion worth of product that they were going to purchase from our farmers, etc. And we agreed to that.
See that?
People thought it was 15.
See that?
They were doing 15.
China. See that? China beginning to start buying shit from us.
I thought I said, you got to get 50.
See that? You got to get 50. See?
When I asked, what are we doing with them?
See?
My Secretary of Agriculture.
Joe Biden ain't do no shit like this. He ain't do shit.
So it's about 15 billion, and we're asking for 15, and I thought he said 50. So I said, so they came back with the deal at 15, and I said, no way, I want 50.
See?
He said 50. They said, so we didn't.
Joe Biden, he would have took that. Donald Trump said no.
And they were honoring the deal, and we would call them up a lot for the corn and for the wheat and for everything. They were honoring the deal, and then when Biden got in, they no longer honored the deal. There was nobody to call. I would call on an average of once every 2 weeks to say, come on, you have to speed it up a little bit. And our farmers were doing great. I said to them, buy more land and bigger tractors, if you remember. That's what happened. But the deal was a very good deal. But the best part of the deal was that we opened up China. China agreed to open itself up to American business to go in. And it would have been a great thing, I think, for China. They would be able to see things that they haven't seen. They would be able to buy products that they have never been able to buy. Would have been great for American business. I think it would have brought unity between China, better unity between China and the United States. And the bottom line is that they canceled it the last day. They were all set to sign it. And I looked a little bit angry. I got a little angry. They said they canceled the deal. The deal was done. It was all ready to be signed. And people went over there, came back to me, sir, they don't want to sign the opening up China. Well, the biggest thing that we're discussing is the opening up China, and they've agreed to do that, but it's going to take a while to paper it. You know, that's not the easiest thing to paper. But that's the single, I think, to me, some people would disagree. Some people would say we're getting a lot of money with tariffs or whatever. But, you know, especially when you add what we already have. Is remember, we're already getting the 50% on steel and different things. That's not included in these numbers. So you can add that. But the biggest thing to me is the opening up. I think it would be fantastic for our businesses if we could go in and compete with China. It would mean a lot of jobs for China. It would be, I think, at a time when they can frankly use the jobs. And that's what we're talking about. So that's a very, very important element to add. So when
Donald Trump, he about helping America. Y'all know what he talking about? He talking about put some businesses in China that America have over here. That way, open some up over there and have China people working in it. And it's our business. In other words, we have a business in China and the China workers will be working there and we'll make money off of them.
And they've agreed to open China.
See that? Joe Biden ain't do none of that.
I think it's going to be fantastic for China. I think it's going to be fantastic.
See, that's money for America.
For unification and peace. China will also.
See, look, China got shit over here that he's selling to America people. Why we can't have nothing over there?
Numerous, but again, to me, the biggest thing that came out of that meeting is they've agreed. Now we have to get it papered, but they've agreed to open up China. That'd be great for everybody. And third, I'm very.
We already got McDonald's, Burger King in China.
An American citizen who, until recently, most thought was no longer living, thought was dead, is going to be released in about 2 hours, actually. And he's going to be released before the eyes of Steve Witkoff, who's done a fantastic job. I just, you know, I know a lot of people that have a lot of talent. I know Steve had a lot of talent. But I know a lot of people with a lot of talent, but there's one that I thought had a special way about him, special personality, aside from being a good deal maker, had a special way about him, and it was Steve. Knew very little about the subject matter, who does, but he learned it in about 2 hours, and he's been fantastic, so I want to just thank Steve. But they're going to be releasing Idan in about 2 hours from now, or sometime today, let's say. And again, they thought he was dead just a short while ago. His parents are so happy. They're so happy. So it's, as you know, Idan's the only American citizen captured and held hostage by Hamas since October 7th, 2023. And he's coming home to his parents, which is really great news. I mean, to me, it's big news. They thought he was dead. So that's that. So we'll be heading there, and we'll be seeing three primary countries, you know all about that: Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar. On Thursday's meeting with Russia and Ukraine is very important. I was very insistent that that meeting take place. I think good things can come out of that meeting. Stop the bloodshed of the horrible, it's a bloodbath. But that 5,000 more, it's really much more, trying to be conservative, more than 5,000 soldiers. Russian, they're not American soldiers, they're from Russia, they're from Ukraine, but they're people. They're human souls, and they're being killed at levels that we haven't seen since the Second World War. And it's every week. A lot of drone fighting, a whole new form of warfare and violent invasions. And so that's it. I'd like to go back to China just for a second. They're very heavy on the fentanyl. We're charging them, as you know, 20% for the fact that they send fentanyl into our country. And they've agreed that they're going to stop that. They'll be rewarded by not having to pay, hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. So the fentanyl should stop. It comes from China. It's amazing. And it comes through our southern border, it comes through our northern border too, it comes through Canada and comes through our southern border, much more through the southern border. But, so that's a very important subject to me, because everybody in this room has lost friends or people that have family members that have died of fentanyl. So there's a big incentive for China to stop, and I take them at their word. They're going to work on that, I think, very hard. And one thing, when they work on something, they get it done. So now I'm about to depart on a historic visit. Some of you are going with us to, as I said, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates. Before I do, I'll sign one of the most consequential executive orders in our country's history. I don't think there's ever been anything signed like this with respect to healthcare, nothing even close. I'm delighted to be joined on this occasion by Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's doing a really good job, I have to tell you that. The CMS Administrator, a friend of mine, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who is an amazing guy. You know, I was telling Bobby before, Oz had a very successful show, but it hurt his reputation. Because when you're in show business, it hurts your reputation a little bit. It's good for you, but in terms of professionalism and being a doctor, it sort of hurts your reputation. This guy went to the best schools, was the best, I mean, top of the line. And he did a television show, became a success. Made a lot of money, all that stuff, but it's sort of
wearing their hair, man.
And you know who I compare that to? I hate to say this, a special woman, Janine Pirro. She was the toughest, smartest DA maybe in our countries, in our cities, in states, history, New York. She was really tough, really tough. They did a show, and people didn't think of her quite the same way. Became more of an entertainment person, like us. I was not an entertainer. She's not really an entertainer. She knows the real story, and she isn't even. She is unbelievable. She was one of the strongest district attorneys in the history of New York. Highly respected, very tough. Went after the drug dealers at a level that you don't see today anymore. And hopefully she's given up a tremendous, she's leaving the #1 show on cable television, one of the #1 shows on television, period. The 5, but they've got great people left behind, but she was a big part of it. And so I equated to that. Janine Pirro is unbelievable. FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary, with a reputation that's second to none, and the job he's doing already has been fantastic. Thank you, Marty. And Director of National Institute of Health, Jay Bhattacharya, who has been, as you know, from Stanford, so highly regarded. They've all been working with us very hard on this. And the question they would ask being a little bit new to the governing aspect of it, is why didn't somebody fight the drug price situation, meaning equalization? There's a term called equalization. Nobody wants to mention that term. And I'm not knocking the drug companies. I'm really more knocking the countries than the drug companies because they're forced to do things. But the drug lobby is the strongest lobby in this country. They say the drug lobby, between that and lawyers, and they have a lot of power. But starting today, the United States will no longer subsidize the health care of foreign countries, which is what we were doing. We're subsidizing others' health care in countries where they paid a small fraction of what the same drug that what we pay many, many times more for. And we'll no longer tolerate profiteering and price gouging from Big Pharma. But again, it was really the countries that forced Big Pharma to do things that, frankly, I'm not sure they really felt comfortable doing. But they've gotten away with it, these countries. European Union has been brutal. And the drug companies actually told me stories. It was just brutal how they forced them. And European Union suing all our companies, Apple, Google, Meta. They're suing all our companies. They end up, they have judges that are European Union-centric, and they get rewarded 15 billion, 17 billion, 20 billion. And they use that to run their operation. Not going to happen any longer, that I can tell you. So what's been happening is we've been subsidizing other countries throughout the world, not just in Europe, throughout the world. European Union was the most difficult from what I understand. I mean, I'll tell you a story. A friend of mine who's a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. Highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug. And he called me up and he said, President, he calls me, he used to call me Donald, now he calls me President, so that's nice respect. But he's a rough guy, smart guy, very successful, very rich. I wouldn't even know how we would know this, but because he's got comments. President, could I ask you a question? Well, I'm in London, and I just paid for this damn fat drug I take. I said, it's not working. He said, I just paid $88, and in New York I paid $1,300. What the hell is going on? He said, so I checked, and it's the same box, made in the same plant, by the same company. It's the identical pill that I buy in New York. And here I'm paying $88 in London. And in New York, I'm paying $1,300. Now, this is a great businessman, but he's not familiar with this crazy situation that we have. But he was stunned. But it was just one of those stories. And I brought it up with the drug companies, represented by somebody who's very, very smart, good person too. And we argued about it for about a half hour, and then finally he just said, because they can't justify it, he just said, look, you got me. I can no longer they've been justifying this crap for years. They said, oh, it's research and development. I said, well, research and development, other countries should pay research and development too. It's for their benefit. It was just one of those things, and the other countries would set a price, and they'd meet the price, and they'd say, if you don't meet the price, you can't sell it in our country. I said, well, then you walk away, and they'll call you back, and they'll sell it in the country. But now they'll have to do that. So for the first time in many years, we'll slash the cost of prescription drugs, and we will bring fairness to America. Drug prices will come down by much more, really, if you think 59. If you think of a drug that is sometimes 10 times more expensive, it's much more than the 59%, it depends on the way you want to analyze it, but in one way you could analyze it that way. But between 59 and 80, and I guess even 90%. So when I worked so hard in the first term, and if I got prices down, remember I was the only one to ever get prices down for a full year, but I get them down like 2%, and I thought it was like a big deal. Well, we're getting them down 60, 70, 80, 90%, but actually more than that if you think about it in the way mathematically. And Farmer has to say, we're sorry, but we'll not be able to do this any longer to these countries that have been so tough. They've been very tough, nasty. It's trade. It's trade. And Farmer is also very powerful. And the Democrats have protected Farmer. The Democrats, this is the Democrats have protected Farmer. These are the Democrats. And by the way, I just called the Speaker of the House, and I just called the leader, our leader in the Senate, John Thune, Mike Johnson. Spoke to both of them. I said, when you score, you're going to have to score two things. You're going to have to, number one, score that hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money is coming in. But even bigger than that, you're going to have to score that your cost for Medicaid, Medicare, and just basically pharmaceuticals and drugs is going down at a level that nobody has ever seen before. It'll pay for the Golden Dome. I see the Golden Dome is there, see? That'll easily pay for the Golden Dome. And we'll have a lot of money left over. We need the Golden Dome, by the way, in this world. Although this world's a lot safer today than it was a week ago. And a lot safer than it was 6 months ago. We had people that had no clue what they were doing. So today Americans spend 70% more for prescription drugs than we spent in the year 2000. Think of that. Our country has the highest drug prices anywhere in the world by sometimes a factor of 5, 6, 7, 8 times. It's not like they're slightly higher. They're 6, 7, 8 times. There are even cases of 10 times higher. So that you go 10 times more expensive for the same drug, that's big numbers. Even though the United States is home to only 4% of the world's population, pharmaceutical companies make more than 2/3 of their profits in America. So think of that. With 4% of the population, the pharmaceutical companies make most of their money, most of their profits from America. That's not a good thing. Now, I think, by the way, pharmaceutical, I have great respect for these companies and for the people that run them. I really do. And I think they did one of the greatest jobs in history for their company, convincing people for many years that this was a fair system. And nobody really understood why, but I figured it out. For years, pharmaceutical and drug companies have said that research and development costs were what they are, and for no reason whatsoever. They had to be borne by America alone. Not anymore, they don't. This means American patients were effectively subsidizing socialist healthcare systems in Germany, in all parts of the European Union. They were the toughest of all. They were nasty. And I see that. I see that with trade too. European Union is in many ways nastier than China. Okay? And we've just started with them. Oh, they'll come down a lot. You watch. We have all the cards. They treated us very unfairly. They sell us 13 million cars. We sell them none. They sell us their agricultural products. We sell them virtually none. They don't take our products. That gives us all the cards. And very unfair. So they're going to have to pay more for health care, and we're going to have to pay less. That's all it is. And believe it or not, because it's really the world we're talking about, not just the European Union, but because it's the world, the numbers are for the healthcare company not as bad as you would think. They'll make the same. I think the healthcare companies should make pretty much the same money. I really don't believe they should be affected very much because it's just a redistribution of wealth. It's a redistribution where it could be the same top line, but it's going to be distributed differently. Europe's going to have to pay a little bit more. The rest of the world's going to have to pay a little bit more, and America's going to pay a lot less. Again, because it's a much smaller population than when you think of the whole world. So basically what we're doing is equalizing. There's a new word that I came up with, which I think is probably the best word. We're going to equalize. We're all going to pay the same. We're going to pay what Europe's going to pay. We're going to all pay. Now, there may be some countries in dire need, and I would be willing to sacrifice that, and help them. But it's called Most Favored Nation. We are going to pay the lowest price there is in the world. We will get whoever is paying the lowest price. That's the price that we're going to get. So remember that. So we're no longer paying 10 times more than another country. Whoever is paying the lowest price, we will look at that price and we will say that's the price we're going to pay. Most favored nations. That's what it is. One breast cancer drug costs Americans over $16,000 per bottle, but the same drug from the same factory, manufactured by the same company, is 1/6 that price in Australia and 1/10 that price in Sweden. 1/10 for the identical product. A common asthma drug costs almost $500 here in America, but costs less than $40 in the United Kingdom. So $40 in the United Kingdom, which is where this gentleman told me he paid a small amount for his shot. But think of that. So $40 versus $500 here. That's not even bad. There are much worse examples. And the weight loss drug, Ozempic, costs 10 times more in the United States than in the rest of the developed world. 10 times more. Why? Why? What did we do? Suckers. But we never had a president that had the courage to do this. And nobody knew the system like I do. I mean, I've gotten to know this system so well. And I don't think it's fair that it benefits Obamacare. Obamacare is a failure. It's not a good health care. It works. I made it work. I had an obligation to make it work, or an obligation to let it die. I chose that we had to make it work. I had to make it as good as possible. And I had a choice. I could have let it fail or make it as good as possible. As good as possible means it was still not very good, but it survived. And we did the right thing. But this makes everything work. And I don't want to have a bad form of healthcare work because of the fact I was able to cut drug prices by 80 or 90%. So we're going to maybe come up with something. I think this gives the Republicans a chance to actually do a health care that's much better than Obamacare and for less money, which you guys would work on that along with Congress. But I do want to say that Democrats could have done this a long time ago. They have fought like hell for the drug companies, and they knew they were doing the wrong thing. And it's going to be very hard. I was just telling the leader and the speaker that it's going to be very hard for the Democrats to vote against the one big beautiful deal. The greatest tax cuts in history, greatest everything, but now you have the big drug prices because that's going to be included. It makes that whole situation different from a scoring standpoint. I just told them, I called them up about this. I said, I'm going to do something that's going to be very monumental, and you're going to be scoring. You better tell your people that this is going to score really well, and then add hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs to your list also. But as big as the tariffs are, this is something that really hits quickly. 5 years ago, I signed an executive order to confront this disaster. but only confronted in a minor way. It was a good confrontation, but never to this extent. It took people a little while to understand a very complicated system. But Joe Biden, without any knowledge of what he was doing, terminated the policy and then pretended to negotiate under a new system. And then you take a look, 5 out of the 10 drugs that he negotiated are now over 200% more expensive in America than the rest of the world, and far more expensive than when he even got involved. Much more expensive than when he got involved. Joe Biden's plan was, as you know, because you wrote about it, you don't say it very loudly, but it was a very big failure, was his whole presidency. First, I'm directing the U.S. trade representatives and Department of investigations into foreign nations that extort drug companies by blocking their products unless they accept bottom line and very low dollar amounts for their product, unfairly shifting the cost burden onto American patients. And we'll be taking a look at that very strongly. The biggest thing we're going to do is we're going to tell those countries, like those represented by the European Union, that, that game is up, sorry. And if they want to get cute, then they don't have to sell cars into the United States anymore. It's a very big subject. And they won't get cute, because I'll defend the drug companies from that standpoint. They were given a price by the European unions and other countries. This is what you do. This is what we're going to pay. We're not going to pay any more. Let America pay the difference, because there was a big shortfall. Let America pay it. And that's what we did, but we're not doing it anymore. Next, my administration will secure what we're calling most favored nations drug pricing. The principle is simple. Whatever the lowest price paid for a drug in other developed countries, that is the price that Americans will pay. We're using the term other developed countries because there are some countries that need some additional help, and that's fine. I think that's very good. Some prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced almost immediately by 50 to 80 to 90%. Big Pharma will either abide by this principle voluntarily or will use the power of the federal government to ensure that we are paying the same price as other countries. To accelerate these price restrictions and reductions, my administration will also cut out the middlemen. We're going to totally cut out the famous middlemen. Nobody knows who they are, middlemen. I've been hearing the term for 25 years, middlemen. I don't know who they are, but they're rich. That I can tell you. We're going to cut out the middlemen and facilitate the direct sale of drugs at the most favored nation price directly to the American citizen. So we're cutting out probably the middlemen. It's so important, right? You got to do that. They're worse than the drug companies. They don't even make a product, and they make a fortune. It's very smart business people, that I can tell you. If companies make no significant progress toward most favored nation pricing, which we will insist that they do, so I think I'm wasting time talking about it. We're going to insist upon it. And we'll insist, and we're going to help the drug companies with the other nations, because those other nations do a lot of trading with us. They need our trade, just like China needed us very badly. They need us just as badly. We will do whatever we have to with trade, just like we did some great things with trade with India and Pakistan. Really helped the situation, very heated situation. Could have lost millions of people, more than millions. I mean, many millions of people. And they want to do business with America, but we never used our powers that way. We never knew how. We never had people that knew how to do that. We'll also open up America's market to safe and legal imports of affordable drugs from other countries, putting dramatic downward pressure on prices. And if necessary, we'll investigate the drug companies, and we'll, in particular, investigate the countries that are doing this, and we will add it onto the price that we charge them for doing business in America. In other words, we'll add it on to tariffs if they don't do what is right, which is everybody should equalize, everybody should pay the same price. And special interests may not like this very much, but the American people will. I'm doing this for the American people. I'm doing this against the most powerful lobby in the world, probably the drug lobby, drug and pharmaceutical lobby. But it's one of the most important orders I think that's ever been signed, certainly with regard to healthcare or health in the history of our country, and it's an honor to be a part of it. And I'd like to ask Robert F. Kennedy to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an extraordinary day. This is an issue that, I grew up in the Democratic Party, and every major Democratic leader for 20 years been making this promise to the American people. This was the fulcrum of Bernie Sanders' runs for presidency, that he was going to eliminate this discrepancy between Europe and the United States. But as it turns out, none of them were doing it. It's one of these promises that politicians make to their constituents, knowing that they'll never have to do it. And the reason they'll never have to do it is because they know that Congress is controlled in so many ways by the pharmaceutical industry. There's at least one pharmaceutical lobbyist for every congressman, every senator in Capitol Hill, and every member of the Supreme Court. By some estimates, 3. Pharmaceutical companies, the industry itself spends 3 times what the next largest lobbyist spends on lobbying. So this was an issue that people talked about, but nobody wanted to do anything because it was radioactive. You couldn't get it by Congress. We now have a president who is a man of his word, who has the courage. President Trump was taking money from the pharmaceutical industry too. I think they gave you $100 million, but he can't be bought, unlike most of the politicians in this country. And he is standing here for the American people. I don't know what, there's writers like Lord Elizabeth Warren or Robert Reich who are saying that President Trump is on this side of the oligarchs. There's never been a president more willing to stand up to the oligarchs than President Donald Trump. And I'm very, very proud of you, Mr. President, for your courage, I'll say, because I don't want to be crude, your intestinal fortitude, your stiff spine, and your willingness to stand up for the American people. We are 4.2% of the world's population. Our country represents 75% of the revenues for pharmaceutical companies. We spend in our country $1,126 per capita on drugs. In Britain, they spend about $240. They spend 1/5 of what we do. And this is true across Europe. And the drug companies, Europeans, if you ask them, it made no sense what they were saying. America has to pay for this innovation, or it's not going to happen. President Trump is saying to our European partners, is you've got to raise the amount that you're paying for those drugs and pay for your share of the innovation. That the United States is no longer subsidizing that. If the Europeans raise the price of their drugs by just 20%, that is $10 trillion that can be spent on innovation, and the health of all people all across the globe is going to increase because we're going to have better products. So I'm just so grateful to be here today. I never thought that this would happen in my lifetime. I have a couple of kids who are Democrats, are big Bernie Sanders fans, and when I told them that this was going to happen, they had tears in their eyes, because they thought this is never going to happen in our lifetime, and we finally have a president who's willing to stand up for the American people. Thank you, and Dr. Oz.
Thanks, Secretary Kennedy. This is
the most powerful executive order on pharmacy pricing and healthcare ever in the history of our nation. And it's only happening because we have a president with the fortitude, the guts to stand up to the withering criticism and lobbying that's going to occur as soon as folks hear about the executive order. So on behalf of the child in Philadelphia who's got an autoimmune disease with a $1,000 a month drug, or the older woman in Los Angeles who's on a blood thinner who can't afford her copay, I want to thank President Trump. God bless you for having the guts to take on this industry. Thank you, sir. So let's talk about the details a little bit. And this is primarily about equalization, as President Trump said. It's about fairness. Think of NATO as a metaphor. When President Trump said, you've got to pay a little more, so it makes sense for all of us, they came up. And the European countries contributed. The same thing we believe will happen in this situation. Most people who have thought about this process agree that it is patently unfair to tolerate the numbers that Secretary Kennedy and President Trump have reflected to you. On this chart to my left is a list of the 10 drugs that were negotiated in the IRA. Again, this is the bill, the law, that regulates a negotiation process. This is the best price that was able to be obtained by the Biden administration. And if you look at these numbers, they actually reflect how much on top of the most favored nation price was being paid by the United States. So the closest to me, Bob, you can point to the chart, it's the closest one, 289%, the one that's closest to you. That means that we are paying in America 4 times more than that drug costs in other countries. Again, 100% is the baseline, it's 289% above that baseline. It goes all the way down to where we're paying 50% more than any other country. That's the range. As was pointed out by President Trump, half the time we're paying 3 times more than is paid in other countries. It doesn't make any sense for the system. That stated, President Trump has over and over again indicated, and Secretary Kennedy reflected as well, we want innovation. We want our technology partners doing the best they can to make the best solutions for drugs that cure as many people in America and around the world as possible. By getting our allies to pay a bit more, as they should be, and they should have for many years been doing, will course correct a problem that's gotten out of hand. And by doing that in a thoughtful, effective way, we're going to be able to get the pharmaceutical industry whole. Those jobs will still be here, will still be productive, will still be curing cancer and a slew of other ailments that plague humanity. America will still be the leader in this space, but we're paying the appropriate amount, the right-sized amount for those tasks. So over the next 30 days, the 4 of us up here, together with people standing in the back of this room, we're doing a lot of the heavy lifting, are going to be approaching pharmaceutical companies to talk specifically about what we want the most favored nation price to be based on the best data we have. We're looking forward to a thoughtful interaction with these corporate leaders, many of whom we've spoken to and in quiet will agree the system is not right the way it is. They're patriotic Americans, they want what's right. But the fact that in my lifetime, as Secretary Kennedy said, for the first time, we have a thoughtful and aggressive approach, thanks to President Trump, on taking on these special interests, should give all Americans confidence that this is an administration that stands for fairness and should chill the waters for those who believe they can push us away from our North Star, which is to take care of the American people. Mr. President, God bless you. Jay, you want to go next?
So I teach economics at Stanford as well as health policy. And one thing that's really, really simple in economics is that when you have a persistent price difference for the same product between 2 countries, there's something deeply wrong. And what President Trump has done is a historic measure that should have been done a long time ago. What we're going to do is make sure that those prices become much closer to equal, like a competitive market you expect. Right now what's happening is the American people are subsidizing in large fraction the research and development efforts for drug companies around the world by the higher prices that we pay. With this new order, Europe will share the burden of that. And in fact, if you may think of it as like as somehow it's like it's going after drug companies, actually it's helping drug companies. Because what we're also going to do with this order, what President Trump has done with this order, is he's said to European governments, look, if you are taking advantage of the drug companies by forcing them to charge very, very low prices, we're going to defend American drug companies in Europe. At the same time, we're standing up for the American consumer who's been paying far too high prices for far too long. I can go back decades to point to congressional report after government report after government report of tremendously high drug prices, much higher than the rest of the world, and nothing has been done about it until this moment. And I'm really, really proud, President Trump, that you've done this. I'm really proud to be included in this. I'm looking forward to the work ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the many doctors I've talked to about this very issue, thank you for taking the bull by the horns. Presidents on both sides of the aisle have talked about this and floated it and said they wanted to do it, so you've had the courage to do it. Thank you. I've been a surgical oncologist at Johns Hopkins for 22 years, and I have seen patients suffer. We didn't take an oath to heal patients and then watch their life get ruined financially with their home, mortgage, retirement, going down the drain with GoFundMe campaigns, raising money from church communities and synagogues and friends they haven't seen in 20 years to try to raise money for what? For a system where Americans have been getting ripped off by 10, 12, 15 times higher prices than we see in other countries. The fundamental problem in healthcare is that we've had non-competitive markets. We can do little things around the edges, or we can transform those markets to competitive markets, and that's what this executive order does today. Imagine buying a Ford for $175,000, a regular car, and then hearing that people in London are buying it for $10,000 every day, all day long. That is the craziness of this system. We're going to do everything we can at the FDA to support this executive order. It's transformative. Thank you, Mr. President.
So thank you very much, everybody. It's I think it's a very important day in many ways. We'll start with the Houthis. We go to Pakistan and India. We go to what we did with China, the trade deal, and with UK. And by the way, many other deals are coming in very much. At a certain point, we'll just set the price because we know where we are. But we'll just set the price. But world trade is going to be terrific, and our country is going to be making a lot of money. Taxes are going to go down. Taxes are going to go down very, very substantially. But you look at all of the things that we've done, and now today I'm heading over. We'll see what we're going to do with respect to Iran. I think you have very good things happening there too, by the way. I think can't have a nuclear weapon, but I think that they are talking intelligently. We're in the midst of talking to them. They're right now acting very intelligent. We want Iran to be wealthy and wonderful and happy and great, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. So I think they understand that I mean business, and I think they're being very reasonable thus far. And don't underestimate Thursday in Turkey. President Erdogan is going to be a great host, and we are doing some work with him having to do with Syria too, by the way. We're going to have to make a decision on the sanctions, which we may very well relieve. We may take them off of Syria because we want to give them a fresh start. But President Erdogan's asked me about that. Many people have asked me about that because the way we have them sanctioned, it doesn't really give them much of a start. So we want to see if we can help them out. So we'll make that determination. But I think you're going to have maybe a good meeting. You have the potential for a good meeting, that a meeting wasn't going to take place. I insisted that that meeting take place. And it is taking place. And I think you may have a good result out of the Thursday meeting in Turkey between Russia and Ukraine. and I believe the two leaders were going to be there. I was thinking about flying over. I don't know where I'm going to be on Thursday. I've got so many meetings, but I was thinking about actually flying over there. There's a possibility of it, I guess, if I think things can happen. But we got to get it done. We got to save 5,000 lives a week. 5,000 lives is really more than that. It's worse than that. And when you see and you don't want to see it, but when you see the satellite photographs of the battlefield with arms and legs and heads all over the place, separated by 30 yards from bodies, doesn't make sense. So we're working very hard to see if we can end that bloodbath. Okay, there shouldn't be too many questions. It's been covered pretty well.
Thank you for taking questions. Two quick ones for you. Starting on trade. If a longer-term deal is not reached with China at the end of these 90 days, can the American people expect those tariffs to go back up to 145%?
No, but they would go up substantially higher. You know, at 145, you're really decoupling because nobody's going to buy. But they can go, they got very high because of additional tariffs I applied during the course because of fentanyl and other things. But no, but they go substantially higher.
And then on Qatar, Mr. President,
I think you will have a deal, however.
Okay, confident that there will be a deal. On Qatar, has Qatar asked for anything in exchange for that $400 million luxury jumbo jet? And how can the American people be so sure that they will not in the future?
Well, I think what happens with the plane is that, you know, we're very disappointed that it's taking Boeing so long to build a new Air Force One. You know, we have an Air Force One that's 40 years old. And if you take a look at that compared to the new plane of the equivalent, you know, stature at the time, it's not even the same ballgame. You look at some of the Arab countries and the planes they have parked alongside of the United States of America plane, it's like from a different planet. And it's close to 40 years old, might be more than 40 years old now. And we, when I first came in, I signed an order to get it built. I took it over from the Obama administration. They had originally agreed, I got the price down much lower. And then when the election didn't exactly work out the way that it should have, a lot of work was not done on the plane because a lot of people didn't know. They made change orders that were so stupid, so ridiculous. And it ended up being a total mess, a real mess. And when I came back, I said, by the way, what's going on with the Boeings that are coming in? Well, sir, they're way behind. And they are, they're way behind. They were way behind. Another mess that I inherited from Biden. And it's going to be a while before we get them. And I think Qatar, who has really, we've helped them a lot over the years in terms of security and safety. I think they, and very, very nicely, and I have a lot of respect for the leadership and for the leader, Qatar. And I think they they knew about it because they buy Boeings. They buy a lot of Boeings. And they knew about it. And they said, we would like to do something. And if we can get a 747 as a contribution to our Defense Department to use during a couple of years while they're building the other ones, I think that was a very nice gesture. Now, I could be a stupid person and say, oh no, we don't want a free plane. We give free things out, we'll take one too. And it helps us out because again, we're talking about, we have 40-year-old aircraft. The money we spend, the maintenance we spend on those planes to keep them tippy-top is astronomical. You wouldn't even believe it. So I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much. I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person, say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane. But I thought it was a great gesture. And I think it was a gesture because of the fact that we have helped and continue to, we will continue to, all of those countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and others, we keep them safe. If it wasn't for us, they probably wouldn't exist right now. And I think this was just a gesture of good faith. And I don't get it. Someday it'll be like Ronald Reagan. They decommission them. You know, they get to a certain age, they decommission them. It'll go to my library. They're talking about going to my library in years out. But I thought it was a great gesture. And it's something that was done by Ronald Reagan. They actually decommissioned the plane and he put it in his library. And it actually has made the library, I think of Boeing 707, it's actually made the library more successful. So it was good.
Do you plan to use the plane after you leave office?
No, I don't. No, it would go directly to the library after I leave office. I wouldn't be using it. No.
President, on the hostage, you said that the release of the American hostage, Adam Alexander, is a step in good faith to end this war. Do you expect any progress or perhaps announcement on ceasefire during your trip to the Middle East?
We hope that we're going to have other hostages released too, as you know. So when I met with the hostages 3 weeks ago that were there for quite a while, you remember the 10 people that came in, mostly young people, 1 or 2 were a little bit older. And they were explaining the trials and tribulations. I mean, they went through hell. And I said, how many are there? They said 59. I said, that's a lot. I didn't realize, because we got a lot out. You know, we got a lot of hostages out, I think you will acknowledge. They said 59, but then they said, they followed that up by saying 59, of which 24 are living, the rest are dead. But the people whose son, mostly son, I think 1 daughter in this case, but mostly sons are there, or husbands are there. Those people want the dead bodies as much as they want the live body. I have a mother that calls me, that came up to me when I first met her, and she said, sir, please get my son out. He's dead, but they have his body. And I asked her about that, and it's as though he were alive. The level of wanting that body back is the same. It couldn't be any more, as though he were alive. So, you know, getting the bodies back is very important. That could be a thing having to do with a religion. It could be said. I was amazed at the level of importance. It's the same as if the son or husband or whatever was alive. So they said 59. In fact, they came in with a number 59 written out on like a sign on their chest. They came to thank me for getting them out. And I said, what does the 59 mean? They said, well, that means there are 59 people. But then they said, but 24 are living. Now it's 21. The number's 21. So now it's actually, we'll get Ethan today. We think we're getting him today. So it's 20. So they have 20 live hostages there. The rest are dead bodies.
President, are you open to negotiating your tariffs on cars, steel, and aluminum with China or any other country?
Well, we're not even talking about that. We're bringing the car back, the business back into this country. We have commitments, not only commitments, they've already started construction on many plants. They've left Mexico in a few cases. In a few cases, they've left Canada. They're not going to build in Canada. They're going to build here because we have the market, and the tariffs have been amazing. The election and the tariffs. November 5th was a big day, and on top of that, of course, you wouldn't have the tariffs without the election, I guess, if you look at it. But we have at least 11 committed massive car factories that are going to be built, and that are going to be that are in the process of being built, and some are going through. Some have actually started. We also have renovations of existing factories where they weren't utilizing the full factory from years gone by, and now they're under full renovation. They'll be opening up full factories in a very short period of time. Our car industry is, I think we're going to have the #1 industry. You know, if you look at Japan and these others, they do tremendously with cars, and they can do that too. But you know, if they want to sell cars in the United States, they're going to have to build factories in the United States, because I'm interested in cars for the United States. And one other thing is, in our tax bill, we're giving not only no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, but also we're going to get a deduction for people that borrow money to buy a car if it's made in America. If it's not, we have no interest.
Meeting with President Putin as well as President Zelensky. If President Putin doesn't show up to these talks in person in Turkey, will you join Europe in putting higher sanctions on
If I felt it would be important toward getting the deal done, I'm the one that insisted on the meeting. They couldn't get a meeting because one said ceasefire, one said no ceasefire, was going back and forth. I said, look, at this point, we got to stop it. Just go to the meeting. The meeting has been set. Go to the meeting on Thursday. And if I thought it would be helpful, I don't know where I'm going to be at that particular point. I'll be someplace in the Middle East, but I would fly there if I thought it would be helpful. Yeah, please.
Refugees. I want to ask you about South African refugees. Dozens of Afrikaners who claim discrimination in their home country are heading to the United States,
right,
where your administration is going to welcome them as refugees. Now, this comes as you've halted virtually all refugee admissions for people fleeing famine and war from countries like Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Afrikaners but not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. Now, South Africa leadership is coming to see me, I understand, sometime next week. And, we're supposed to have I guess a G20 meeting there or something, but we're having a G20 meeting. I don't know how we can go unless that situation's taken care of, but it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about, but it's a terrible thing that's taking place, and farmers are being killed. They happen to be white, but whether they're white or black makes no difference to me, but white farmers are being brutally killed, and their land is being confiscated in South Africa, and the newspapers and the media, television media doesn't even talk about it. If it were the other way around, they'd talk about it. That would be the only story they talk about. And I don't care who they are. I don't care about their race, their color. I don't care about their height, their weight. I don't care about anything. I just know that what's happening is terrible. I have people that live in South Africa. They say it's a terrible situation taking place. So we've essentially extended citizenship to those people to escape from that violence and come here. Yeah.
Please. Mr. President, thank you. Are you letting China off the hook for these 90 days, and do you really believe that they will follow through with non-tariff barriers and remove those?
Non-monetary tariffs, yeah. Yeah, I think they're going to follow through. I think they want it very badly. I think they want the deal very badly. Again, this doesn't include the steel tariffs that I put on a long time ago that Biden tried to get off, but he couldn't get them off because it was too much money. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China, what a lot of people don't know, but we put on the tariffs originally, and if I didn't do that, we wouldn't have a steel industry today. Now we have a thriving steel industry. It'll be thriving much more with what we're doing because this is the next level. But it doesn't include that, doesn't include cars, doesn't include pharmaceuticals when we do that. And the reason we're doing that will be to get them to come back in the country. There are, again, I always say it because a lot of people forget, but if a company like Eli Lilly, which is making a massive investment in the United States right now, they're building many, many plants. They've already started like 7 of them, many plants, but they are not going to be tariffed. There's no tariff cost. So they're all doing that. They're all coming back to the United States. I mean, I'll tell you what, I hope I get the benefit of watching this because, as president, because, it takes a little while to do this stuff. And we're doing it early in the administration. If you think of it, we have, I believe, if you look at the real total, it's over $10 trillion committed for plants and factories. Other administrations haven't had $1 trillion over a 4-year period, even over an 8-year period. We have over 10 trillion committed in one form or the other over 2 months. Give me a break. I'm here to hear 3, but let's give me a break on the first month. We want to get acclimated. But if you think about it, it's really 2 months. And so in 2 months, we have an investment already of over $10 trillion, and other presidents haven't had that done over a year, over 4 years in some cases. It's unprecedented. There's never been anything like it. It's a very exciting time in America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Mr. President, are you ready to impose sanctions on Russia if Putin doesn't agree every day?
I have a feeling they're going to agree. I do. I have a feeling.
And we see other countries, no European countries, involved, Mr. President, in the negotiations.
The budget negotiations are taking place. Who in your administration is in charge of that while you're gone?
Everybody, lobbying from the standpoint of medical, this group behind me, I mean, I think it's the best group ever assembled. In terms of medical, I think you're gonna see a tremendous cut, I don't think, I mean, I know you're gonna see it in Medicaid and Medicare. That cut will be massive because drugs are 50–60% of the cost. So Medicaid costs are going down and Medicare costs are going down because of what we're doing today. And there's no, it's not like, oh gee, well maybe it won't happen. It's gonna happen because the other countries have no choice. Now the drug companies are gonna have to say, listen, if you don't pay more, we're not gonna give you the drug, and they're willing to do that. So that's it, they have to, we have to equalize.
Mr. President, what is price controls?
Say it?
How do you respond to the fact that this?
It's not price control, no. What was, price control is before. If you want to talk about, price control is what they were doing. They were making us pay, they set a price. And they said, here's what we're gonna pay. And anything else charge America. Because at that time they had a very stupid president, and it really went crazy during the last 4 years. And remember this, the Democrats are the ones that allowed this to happen. They were the ones that were the protector of this pricing system. And I think it's going to be very hard. You'll have to ask Democrats, are they going to vote against the one great, big, beautiful deal that's being negotiated now, tax cuts, etc. When now on top of the tax cuts and regulation cuts, all the things, now you're going to say that the price of your medicine is going down by 60, 70, 80%. You're going to vote against it? I think a lot of Democrats are going to be forced to do something that their leaders are going to beg them not to do, and that's vote for the bill. I don't see how they can vote against it. How can they vote against it when drug prices, drugs and pharmaceuticals are going to be down 70, 80%? It's going to be very interesting.
Mr. President, what do you say to people who view that luxury jet as a personal gift to you? Why not leave it behind?
You're ABC fake news, man.
Why not?
It's only ABC. Well, a few of you would. Let me tell you, you should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us. I want to pay you $1 billion or 400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much. You know, there was an old golfer named Sam Snead. Did you ever hear him? He won 82 tournaments. He was a great golfer. And he had a motto, when they give you a putt, you say, thank you very much. You pick up your ball and you walk to the next hole. A lot of people are stupid. They say, no, I insist on putting it. Then they putt it, they miss it. And their partner gets angry at them. You know what? Remember that, Sam Snead. When they give you a putt, you pick it up and you walk to the next hole and you say, thank you very much.
Respect, Mr. President, as a businessman, some people may look at this and say, have you ever been given a gift worth millions of dollars and then not received anything?
Not a gift to me, it's a gift to the Department of Defense. And you should know better, because you've been embarrassed enough, and so has your network. Your network is a disaster. ABC is a disaster. Here is the bill. Bobby, come on over here. Now you're talking about treatments. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
last night, so I was in New York and then came back like 11 and then got up at the GMA and then like out and we're full, so yeah. I wish I was on the foreign trip. Seems like it's gonna be a good night. But that could probably only like